looks like he is loving the PL.
Pretty much back to a 50-50. PSG LGD 2-1 up at the moment in this best of 5 grand finals. 1 game needed to secure the championship title. And at this point, they are ahead here in game 4.
No-Tail hasn't had time to gather a full army of Ancient Creeks. Right now, he just has the Ancient Black Dragon. You really want those other auras when you're at a big disadvantage in these team fights already.
Yeah, it's tough though, because Jerax doesn't want to be following around his Chen, giving him the Aghanim, so. As Thompson, see, he does have a Lincoln Sphere picked up, and they should have the BKB finished on Seb too. So that'll give him a little bit easier time to get those Blink calls as he's been suffering to do so in the last few fights. And Somnus, I have Scotty picked up, about to be level 25 as well.
Yeah, they just need a couple more minutes on the side of OG before they're ready to fight. Wait for the Aegis to expire.
Seb, he's in, gets the call, the character's going to get FY, there with the snowball save. He's going to be fine, and now they turn to look towards the axe. The taunt's going to be out. Seb goes for the TP. They've got the stun to cancel them. Seb held back for now. Thompson trying to offer his best from the side to provide some sort of safety, as he will get Seb back. They're able to get Seb back to safety, and Thompson, he's running away. X-Nova's there with the wraparound, gets the slow off, gives the vision for the snowball. TP from No-Tail's coming in towards the stride, but Thompson, he's trapped.
That's twice in the series that X-Nova just comes out of nowhere. Like, he's just on a warding expedition, then he just ends up wrapping behind these people constantly.
Perfect time.
Perfect timing, and has the Senton creep to boot. And look at these deep wards that he's placed during that time that he was running around doing so. He now has full vision of OG. Yeah, he sees Ana farming these Ancients right now.
Oh, Ana. FY just giving so much information for the team. He's got eyes on him. Get the punch on the wrong target, but the snowball pass will catch Ana. Ana, he's in trouble. The blood bright silence connects. He's got the Manta back up in a second, but can he really play his way out of this one? He cannot. Ana down for a minute and a half.
Just having all this vision. And X-Nova throughout this whole tournament has had the best vision in every situation, even when you wouldn't expect it. They're just like, oh, they're fighting on the left side. They're not gonna have vision over here. But no, X-Nova always seems to have those prepared in every situation.
And he has some incredible foresight to be able to have these wards that just lead to really clutch pickoffs. And Axe has not spent his money on BKB. He has the money, but he might be looking to save for buyback.
We'll see if any of the buybacks do get forced out. Thompson's still dead for 15. Ideally, he doesn't buy back here. They may have to buy back on Ana. He's gone for 50 seconds. The split coming out from Chalice. He's ready to push in, look for the stun on No-Tail to hold back the Chen as the mid-racks are exposed. PSG LGD, 40 minutes in, able to open into the base and clean out this mid lane of racks. Still Ana holding on to that buyback.
And they're going to keep going here. They really want to force this PL to come back here.
Stun onto Thompson. He will blink dodge it. But another tier 3 tower falling incredibly fast. They really don't want to use it. Seb jumps in, gets the call onto FY. There's the buyback. The Cataclysm isn't enough to do anything. It isn't. PSG LGD still fighting strong. Thompson getting focused by Somnus. Seb taken down by Arme. The triple buybacks now out as Ana in trouble. He's pulled back for this one. The deafening blast onto the 3 of them. Knocks them back, but Ana gets focused. Seb! He's in with the call. He has the control onto the morphing Somnus. Now being chased by Thompson. Blinks in with the cold snap. The PLR is on top of it. They get Somnus too. As OG, they have to expend 3 buybacks, but they hold on to the top rack. Somnus now down for 2 minutes. No buyback available on this Bloodseeker.
Yeah, he's 400 gold short of it. It's up in about 8 seconds. OG, they have to make so much happen here. They have to push out all their lanes. 2 of the side lanes are already going, but I think trying to get some kills here, like on FY here, would be very ideal.
I mean, look how close the Brew is at 25.
So close.
With that primal split cooldown.
Oh, Thompson, he sees it FY. He's used the snowball, he turns with the combo FY with the self-fuels, but OG, they've surrounded him. Seb jumps in with the call, the blade mail, FY's gone.
Instant buyback from FY.
Still that scary, scary time for LGD. 75 seconds without Somnus. OG have the full 5-man pushing in all 3 lanes at the same time as they approach LGD's base.
I don't even know if I get the head with this team fight. The LGD are goal, but no blood take up to 60 seconds. This could be disastrous.
He's got a full BKB on Seb as well.
Chalice really wants to hit level 25 before he pops that primal split. So close.
Just got to be careful, Seb. Looking for that blink initiation.
Chalice is stepping back. Grabs, they give him the tome. He needed like 5 experience, and they gave him the tome just to make sure that he gets it anyway. Just playing as safe as possible here.
Looks like OG don't feel that the window is big enough for them to push in whilst this Bloodseeker's still dead. They'll back away.
They can't fought back 3 heroes. They weren't able to get any T3s, and there's no Roshan up yet. Big Daddy No-Tail's praying for a Rosh right now so they can get that refresher, but it's not going to be up. And maybe will dodge a bullet.
At least they got a good amount of economy off that, right?
Yep.
It was up to a 15k gold advantage, and they chunked it down to 7. Same thing with experience. So they did get quite a lot out of that one, but they ideally wanted to get at least one of those sets of racks to get some momentum pushing in with those 3 buybacks used.
Absolutely, it is this really scary moment of the game now for OG. We're about 5-6 minutes still without those buybacks available. If PSG LGD can find that one team fight, it could be the team fight to win TI in this window of time that they now have presented to themselves.
Ana's gone full in for that butterfly too, as they pick up also an Aeon disc on Jeremy, so protected in O. DD did spawn, however, was killed.
It's also pretty scary for Maybe right now. He only has a 5-second BKB, and he does a lot of damage and will get wrecked by the X-Blade Mail Call if he finds it, especially with his BKB now. There's not that many ways to stop him.
It's just all about FY and Chalice, right? Just either saving or just getting into the midst of the fights and not allowing OG to get the picks.
And the spike, it's going to be dispelled.
Let's get dispelled.
He's in the trees, they're on the high ground, they've got the vision with the Shiva's covered, Anna's on his way over, they've got the snowball down, there's the Counterblade Seb, jumps in, he's able to fight the call onto Chalice, but Chalice already got the BKB out, the Sunstride's going to be down onto FY, but FY will survive. Seb posts the BKB, he'll try and stand his ground, but Seb, he's going to go down, no buyback on the axe, as Jerax as well, surrounded by PSG LGD, the Eon disc will proc, but they'll fight through it.
He has to buy back immediately.
Look at these creep track by these Force Spirits. On the bottom room, they have no creeps in the mid lane.
Sienna still holding on to that buyback on Jerax. But as Ben said, the creeps aren't here.
It's backdoor. Can they breach through it? It's not looking like it right now. Maybe everyone hitting the same one.
That creep cutting isn't enough to hold OG in the game.
You see No-Tail's already running to just, he doesn't care. He's going to throw his life for this. He needs to just keep these creeps out of the base to keep that back door up. He doesn't care if he dies.
Which he certainly will as they get upon him. They find his life. 1 minute now without No-Tail and without Seb. Thompson, Anna, and Jerax. The only 3 heroes that can offer their defense during this final minute, this final stand.
Jerax is really trying to hold on to his buyback.
As Chalice split of course up once again. They're finishing off this second set of racks. He's got the Cyclone holding Anna up in the skies. As this rack's on the top lane will fall, the melee rack's gone. PSG LGD playing this carefully. As they'll go down towards the bottom as well. Arme, doppelgangers, he's losing a fair bit of mana into the PL. Still able to shift back into their Morphling if needs be. As OG, they will lose their top racks, but they won't lose the game. PSG LGD are playing it safe. They know how close they are to victory, and they will not throw it away.
And they know that the Rosh is probably respawning pretty soon, and it actually is up, so that is that refresher shard. They already have pretty much infinite primal splits up anyway, but they feel very confident here.
They weren't able to de-ward that ward in the mid lane, so it looks like they are going for a Roach fake out.
Check Anna, he's on top of X-Nova. The Ghost Step's going to be the set. He's in, the call, the MP, the cannon, but FY is in. He's able to get the save off in time to keep this man alive. But Chalice is down, buyback from X-Nova and Chalice. FY with the Invis, Somnus looking to get involved, posts the BKB to get over the ice roll. They get on top of Seb, Seb's in trouble, Seb's gone. The axe down once again for 90 seconds. As now FY giving them the vision, but they see him. Got the doppelganger to jump away from the snowball over to Thompson, the self-fuels, FY trying to buy time for the rest of LGD to come in, again, up into the air, Arme straight on top of No-Tail, FY will fall, Arme looking towards No-Tail, No-Tail pops the hand of God, but No-Tail beat it down by Arme and Somnus. Chalice gets the primal split off as Anna, he's been left behind in Thompson, he's got to do something incredible in terms of the combo, can he find the angle, Jerax coming in, keeping Anna alive, Anna with the doppelganger, the deafening blast comes out onto the 2 of them, Anna trying to go in, looking for the kill, can he find it in time onto X-Nova, he's on top of him, trying to beat him down, Anna again with the doppelganger, now retreating back towards the base, as X-Nova will survive, Jerax back in, the combo, meatball down onto Chalice, but Chalice is so tanky, pops the Shiva's gone, he's on top of Jerax, Jerax is gone, Anna as well, can he really fight back against the Somnus, and X-Nova are so low? As the buyback for Jerax comes in, he's healing Anna back up. That buyback could set them up for the kill on X-Nova. The cold snap down onto the Enchanter. They find him. surrounded. OG, can they find the block? They can! OG are still in the game. Arme buys back immediately. But now it's PSG LGD's turn to be without two of their supports. Seb's going to be back up in 8 seconds.
Oh my god, that buyback from Jerax onto that shrine, being able to save Ana, but Ana also toying with him with that doppel. He sent the illusion. They thought that was the real one. They actually couldn't finish him off, even though they got the thirst vision of him for a second.
With the level 25 talent on the doppelganger, it's really hard to kill him.
Seb,
Yeah.
he's looking straight for the play. Can he find Somnus? He's hunting. Somnus, he's there, Seb. He'll see him. Oh! Doesn't get the call though, and now Seb. He'll be ruptured. They're looking at him, but Ana, he's straight in on top of Somnus. Somnus puts the BKB. Ana again with the double down. They see Cataclysm coming out. And Somnus still alive. Ana will be able to force him away. They've got the hex. They've got the control. They're on top of him. Can they kill him in time? They can. Chalice got for 2 minutes. And Seb, he's finding, looking for Arme. Big Daddy No-Tail gets the penitence out. Only onto the illusion though. Arme able to waveform up to the high ground. Arme should be fine here.
Thompson's got the ghost, so he's got Hex
maybe
up soon too.
Oh, the doppelganger Arme's over the trees. Can he hide his way out of this?
No, back. Real one.
Goes for the waveform. Seb tries for the call, but he's already out of there. Nice play from Arme.
And he buys so much time too for his team there. The Brewmaster was dead for 120 seconds, now only 90.
Still a big window for OG. They're only without Jerax for the same amount of time. And that lead that PSG LGD had, it is going down a little bit. Only 4K, 5K at the moment with these last few fights. Obviously the 25 is now coming out on OG. Thompson's into the pit.
What a timely DD coming out for him too. I don't think they expected to be taken down this fast. He's almost able to solo it with the help of these summons. And that's a refreshing shot. There's no way to get this. There's no way LGD can.
Oh, and the Seb level 25 too. That extra Berserker's Call AoE. It catches people out. They don't expect it.
It does not feel like OG or Q-Rex now.
Yeah. The Berserker's Call now is, I mean, the AoE is really massive now when you have that talent.
It's so hard to play against. Can PSG LGD do it? They've got the Basher now for Somnus. For just a 2K lead with those last big comeback plays from OG. Still 30 seconds without Chalice.
Double Hex coming out now. Thompson and these 5-second BKBs. Yeah, I mean, they were crushing with their BKBs.
He's spotted out.
Got the vision. They're on top of it. Thompson, he's in trouble. The Nullify comes out, but he got the Ghost Walk off as well as the Hex in time. Now, Somnus turns out, the blood runs down. Thompson! He's dead for 100. Has got the buyback available. PSG LGD will certainly look to force it out of them.
FY just with a shadow blade. As soon as they split up, he finds the perfect opportunity there on Thompson.
You got to be careful going out on the map when FY's alive. There's every chance in the world that he's going to be watching you from the trees.
And at this point, I think for Ame, it's actually going to be very worth it for him to actually just try and burn all the mana from the Phantom Lancer so he can't doppelganger all the time. That's causing huge issues in the team fights. And I see that Chalice is using his Dispel Magic every single cooldown on these Phantom Lancer illusions, but there's still way too many that are causing havoc in these teams.
It's too constant. Like that doppel cooldown being 3 seconds just allows him to always be able to play around a little bit around the brew. They don't really have this crazy AoE when you look at LGD's lineup to just clear out those illusions. It's really a lot based off them just trickling them down slowly with like the Shivas and the Radiants and knowing exactly which one it is.
Yep, he doesn't have the crit talent, but now he does have crit from that Bloodthorn coming out.
It's a lot of damage that Ana can offer to the fights now.
And Brewmaster without BKB, very vulnerable. Cold Snap, Bloodthorn, Berserker's Call. There's a lot of ways that they can prevent him from getting that ult.
He just commits it from the back, just to be careful.
Make sure that he can get it off and get some damage in onto the tier 3s. Ana's going to start to try and fight against these Primal Split Brewlings. He'll be able to find one of them. He has been silenced. He'll take down the Wind Panda 2 as well by the looks of it. There's only the Earth Panda prevails. Seb jumps and he gets the call onto the Panda, popping the BKB as well, so they won't kill the Brewlings off. They do force PSG LGD away long enough that Thompson does not have to expend his buyback. Thompson back in the game.
And then they're utilizing the PL very well too by replicating him, sending illusions to get some extra damage on the tower. It's just one Rax left that's holding LGD away from Mega Creeps.
And they're straight out. They're ready with the aggressive play, OG. Thompson, can he find a catch? Close tapping vision onto X-Nova.
Should be able to find X-Nova. He is stalking him. He got sights of him for a second. He was a bit far away though.
Oh, the tornado. It's got him. Thompson drops the combo down upon him. The stun comes out though. Oh, the counterplay. Jax is there though with the heal, the tether. Keeping Thompson alive with the Abyssal Blade down. Candace there with the hand of God comes through. Thompson still alive, but Chalice get the primal split out. He's been stunned. Thompson, the cheese, he's fine. Thompson, he goes down. They get the kill onto the Evoker. No tail. Being chased by Arme. The bash is coming through, but the blade mail was already out from Seb. He tries to get the call off. The bash of the Cataclysm isn't enough to find the kills. Anna leading forward. The Bloodthorn onto FY. Gets the kill onto FY. FY buys back straight away. Anna looking more somnus again. The doppelganger. Arme on top of Thompson. Thompson being saved by Jax. Jax with the tether. Arme turns into a gem. There's the call. Seb, he catches Arme. Arme dead for 2 minutes. The Hex. They've got somnus as well. Oh, gee. Double kill for Seb. The clutch buybacks coming into play. Nobody has a buyback available right now. As OG stand with 5 alive on the map, 100 seconds without the Morphling.
This Doppel talent is just destroying LGD. They have no way to actually find Ana. Like Ben said, the Brewmaster's constantly using the Dispel, but it's so hard to find the real PL amongst all these illusions in all this chaos of the fights with tornadoes and chaos meters and everything falling all over the place.
And look at this. The tier 3 tower falling. Ana frontlining it all. What's he scared of? The Blood Bride will come out. Chalice with the Shiva's Guard trying to initiate. But Ana, he's poking, prodding, beating down, and on the side, Thompson jumps in. Chalice gets in with the beacon, with the call. Seb, he's got the disable on the Chalice. Do they have the damage? They got on top of the Chalice. He's into the snowball. FY buying time for him, but now he's vulnerable. Who's their tags? He gets Bloodthorn. Chalice buys back. Straight back into the game. Anna trying to find his attention onto X-Nova. Chalice leading forward. The Tornado going to be off the market. Only catches out the Bloodseeker, but Seb, he's looking for the follow. Jumps in, gets the call. The BKB was out in time. The Bananas on top of it. Did they have the damage? Seb's got the blade on FY.
Okay.
With the snowball again. Thompson, Jax focusing the racks. Thompson gets the Hex up onto X-Nova. Seb healed up by Jax. Anna still full health at the moment as the Brewlings are pushed back to the base. OG get the bottom melee racks. As still 30 seconds to play without the Morphling in the game. They move towards the mid lane. OG, can they really get it all here? The mid rack's falling. They've taken a full second sets, 15 painful seconds for LGD.
They're gonna keep going. They want to claim their megas.
Another tier 3 falls. OG onto the final set of racks that LGD have left standing. Azana, he gets kicked back. He's separated from the team, but he has the doppelganger. He's been ruptured. He needs help, but he needs it now. Jared in with the tap of the hand of God. Give it that double heal. The relocate as well. Jax gets him out. As OG will successfully disengage before that Morphling's back in, as they found both racks. Jerax will die for this one, almost certainly, as he looks to tether across, but the nullifies upon him. He has buyback though, and OG just took so much away from PSG LGD, as they only have a lone range track standing on the top lane.
I can't believe it's coming this. There's only 3 racks left in this game, and one of them is a range racks on the side of LGD. Buyback status. I saw X that was buyback. It was only like 600 or 700, which is crazy. But Jerax also kind of in that same net worth territory, looking at a very cheap buyback. But 2 in the game left. IO and the PL. The PL is almost unkillable at this point. Like, even without the Wisp, it's still really difficult. With the Wisp, just don't even try.
We'll see this again. It's a save here from Jerax.
The control is just not there, and they don't have the way to kill all these illusions constantly. And of course, look at Jerax coming in, starts that relocate channel, and is able to get it off. No one gets the control on him.
Keeping it cool at the time that it means the most, but he's still able to crack a smile here. The TIA Grand Finals. OG making a stand, leading 9k advantage in net worth.
That's generally how you deal with a Scythe of Ice, and I think they can get a Scythe of Ice on the core, get a blink call, and that hero is likely dead without buyback at this point. So OG, I would say, definitely favored at this point of the game, especially with PL having buyback. LGD, they have a couple minutes to think about what they want to do before this next Roshan.
Yeah, they can't be totally reliant on FY just getting these perfect snowball saves, or even like I saw in the last fight too when it was down bottom. He even tried like walrus kicking the IO away from when he was tethered from somebody else. They need to find some other ways to be able to save, in particular that Brewmaster, who just time and time again is the most important hero it does seem for LGD.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what they do with the BKB call. The snowball is the only thing, but they have Bloodthorns, they have Scythe of Ice for the Tusk, they have a lot of things available. Maybe Aeon's is perhaps for Brewmaster. I'm not exactly sure what the best way for him to deal with it is. Looks like he is going for an Octarine perhaps for almost permanent.
The sentry's down there. They see Thompson, but Thompson, he's already quick with the play. The Tornado into EMP, Cold Snap as well, they've got the Hex, but there won't be any further jumping. They just poke at Arme.
They're trying to make space.
They got the Mega Creeps.
That's the distraction play right there.
Up against the Mega Creeps. PSG LGD, it's what stands between them and the championship title here in Game 4.
And they got it right before that wave, before that 59-minute mark too, so we already have the Mega Creep wave coming in, that momentum pushing onto LGD's side.
And you look at their lineup, can PSG LGD's heroes deal with the Mega Creeps? It's hard. They don't really have that sort of incredible D-push or AoE sort of hard hitters to deal with it.
That's kind of what they've been lacking in a lot of this game, right? That's what we've been talking about with the illusions with the PL. They've got ways to find them if it's, or ways to kill them if they find the exact one, but as for doing that, it's very tough when they don't have just the Dispel from Chalice.
And he does too much damage to ignore at this point with the Bloodthorn. And on top of that, Roshan is going to respawn in about 1 minute's time. LGD, I think their buybacks are going to cool down around that time, but I just don't think they can withstand this onslaught from LGD. They really want to be able to prevent this Roshan. It's super obvious when there's Mega Creeps. With Mega Creeps, that's the luxury that you have. You can just wait a couple of seconds. You know, the creeps will be hitting at your T4s if you wait.
As Ana commits forward. Has no boots, but a full Eye of Scotty. 3,800 health now on this PL, who hasn't been dying for a very long time. Now he's got easier ways, easier kill opportunity, and much more survivability.
Yeah, he probably has like maybe 7,000, 8,000 HP effective with the Butterfly Evasion and the heal, the overcharge, and the Hand of God is just way too much. And the lifesteal from Shen too, which is another ability.
OG clearing out the pit. Very, very soon to be spawning. Roshan and PSG LGD are well aware.
Roshan's up. It looks like only OG knows.
Arme and Ana. He's some illusion action. Arme's gonna get caught out by the Tornado though. They've opened up onto him. Arme trying to get on top of Ana. The BKB pop by Chalice. He'll get the ult out. No Tail getting got out straight away by F5 with the snowball. No Tail's dead for 100. They'll get the Chen. Ana in the midst of it trying to lock down onto FY. The rest of his team about to come over to get the Tornado. Out onto X7. Looking for the cool control onto Arme. Has he got it? Arme getting stood up by the cold snap, but he's able to wait for him up the high ground. Thompson blinks in. He gets the hex up at F5 with the snowball save. They get the bash out. Sonos will be able to find the IO, but they're fully low OGD. That's Sonos dead for 2 minutes. They get Thompson. Thompson dead for 2 minutes. Only Ana. Ana, can he do it here? Is it half out save? Kept alive at the back of that fight, as that very much looked like PSG LGD were able to tip OG over the edge, but that plus 100 Berserker score, you could see Seb as well being very careful with how he used it, keeping it to that opportune moment after any potential sort of Manta dodges have been done by Thomas Arme, and he gets the call.
9 doppelgangers used just in that area around the Ancients from the PL. Just the constant barrage of illusions giving that distraction to allow Seb to get that call off.
And that's another Roshan for OG.
These fights have to be so hectic for the players. There's like 30 PLs.
There's just both sides. I mean, even the Enchantress is like taking a PL, and then the Morphling turns into PL.
I'm just impressed we haven't had any frame drops. You know?
That's true.
Azana. Down the middle lane.
Just walking down with a DD.
The tier 4s. Ana says he's done with this. He wants to end this game. The buyback will come out from FY. Ana. It's going to be snowballed. Ana. He's in. He's not got any backup on the way. FY will be able to get up with the invis, but this doppelganger just over and over again, meaning that Anna could just stand in. Now he's got the back of a Jarex as he gets Hex. Oh, he didn't expect it. He didn't expect the Hex, but he's still fine. Jarex had the Otis, but X-Nova into the snowball. They'll turn towards Jarex. The Hanagon coming out. Jarex has been nullified. They hit doppelganger once again. X-Nova. He will survive for now. But buybacks were forced out by that aggressive play from Anna. At the same time, Seb did buyback himself on the Axe. But LGD are back up as a full 5-man.
Jesus, this is insane.
I mean, Otto was super safe there. I'm not exactly sure why Seb bought back, but I mean, he has heart, he has Wisp behind him, he has Aegis, he has everything. His buyback.
And as you can see there, that is the big difference. There are 4 buybacks available on OG. Only 1 available for LGD. Oh.
All this momentum pushing in. And an arcane rune up top. If they give that to Ana, oh my god. Even more illusions, even more doppels.
Oh.
Let's go.
That is
2.1 second cooldown.
2.1 second cooldown.
Oh man.
Okay. Azana.
This is it.
He's ready to put it to use. Straight into the base he goes, doppling forward, he gets the jump onto X-Nova, the Ghost set to keep an X-Nova fine for now. Anna looking to turn his commitment towards Arme. Thompson comes in with a deafening blast from the side, the EMP finishes X-Nova off. He's dead for 110, Seb, pots the BKB, looks for the cool control onto FY, but FY does get the snowball off in time. Arme looking on top of Jarex, but Thompson turns, they get the Hex out onto him, he'll get himself back into the ball, the BKB's out in time as Arme cuts down no-tail with a waveform, finds the kill. Anna looking to get on top of Arme, the BKB's about to wear off. The Mega Creep speeding down upon the engine of LG. Seb in again. The call on top of Arme. Arme dead for 2 minutes. Chalice, BKB pop. He's trying to commit, trying to deal with Anna being silenced by the blood right. But the ancient is falling. The Hex is out. They're going to be able to find themselves. Chalice 3 dead on LGD. OG hitting the ancient. Hitting the ancient. We're five. And John, FY, he's found himself no-tail out on his own.
He's trapped him.
There's no-tail. Is he going to get any sort of backup? No, there's 3 still dead on OG. It'll be a slow and painful death here for no-tail as Arme comes in for the kill secure.
And I love the way that Chalice popped his BKB super early in that fight. He just knows, I just need to get my ulti off, and he cast it at a very safe range. He didn't wait for the last second of his BKB. He's not very greedy. I think that's a lot of the reason why they've been winning these team fights. Seb has been struggling, still about 1,000 gold away from his BKB.
I mean, yeah, this Brewmaster is a display of perfection, really. It's the highest level in the game with his Bloodseekers.
And doing a ton of damage. One of the most damage in the game as an offlaner.
Now has full Shiva, so even more ways. He's pretty much itemized entirely just to be like, Ana, I'm ruining your game. I've got Radiance, I've got Shivas. You're going to struggle so much in these fights as Phantom Lancer.
Jarex did his best to keep Ana alive, and but Ana wasn't able to do damage because he was ruptured. He wasn't that low on HP, but still can't run around.
Oh, Seb.
Oh, I'm his here.
Got to be careful who shows up top. Indeed, Jarex is going out on his own. He doesn't expect Arme to have this invis rune. As Arme will show himself, Jarex goes across, but Somnus is there.
Somnus is not messing around rupturing.
No mercy. They're feeling very confident now at this point, getting these very advantageous team fights as well as getting kills on the split push too. Thompson though, we'll find X-Nova.
Seb, and as well, between the two of them, they'll take down the support edge. FY's going to come in though. He hasn't got anyone else with him at the moment. It is just FY, so just playing around with Seb.
He has no help around at all, and he's still just making Seb's life miserable.
He's toying with him. He's just making him not be able to come back. Look, they're already starting to rotate this Brewmaster and Bloodseeker too, and FY, he's ready to look for Seb.
Seb's got to get out.
Oh, Seb.
As indeed, FY, the patience keeping that control on Seb, buying time for Chalice to come in. Anna is going to look towards the Tusk. Chalice is now there, does have Primal Split available if he wants to look to take this fight. Somnus coming in as well. As Anna, Seb look to hide in the trees. Can they get out of it? Anna's got a TP available. He's into the trees. He's going to show himself in the lane though. They're going to continue to head over. They are going to see Seb make it out in time. They don't have a stun. Anna, can he get out as well? He can. OG will avoid that rotation from PSG LGD.
FY is just so obnoxious there, following Seb for over a minute, just stalking him, trying to have his team come over.
So that's about, a minute without Aegis being used for LGD. They have 2 minutes left, I would say, to capitalize on this Aegis. Oh man, looks like he is loving the PL.
Pretty much back to a 50-50. PSG LGD 2-1 up at the moment in this best of 5 grand finals. 1 game needed to secure the championship title. And at this point, they are ahead here in game 4.
No-Tail hasn't had time to gather a full army of Ancient Creeks. Right now, he just has the Ancient Black Dragon. You really want those other auras when you're at a big disadvantage in these team fights already.
Yeah, it's tough though, since Jerax doesn't want to be following around his Chen, giving him the Aghanim, so. As Thompson, see, he does have a Lincoln Sphere picked up, and they should have the BKB finished on Seb too. So that'll give him a little bit easier time to get those blink calls as he's been suffering to do so in the last few fights. And Somnus, I have Scotty picked up, about to be level 25 as well.
Yeah, they just need a couple more minutes on the side of OG before they're ready to fight. Wait for Aegis to expire.
Seb, he's in, gets the call, the character's going to get FY, there with the snowball save. He's going to be fine, and now they turn to look towards the axe. The taunt's going to be out. Seb goes for the TP. They've got the stun to cancel them. Seb held back for now. Thompson trying to offer his best from the side to provide some sort of safety, as he will get Seb back. They're able to get Seb back to safety, and Thompson, he's running away. X-Nova's there with the wraparound, gets the slow off, gives the vision for the snowball. TP from No-Tail's coming in towards the shrine, but Thompson, he's trapped.
That's twice in the series that X-Nova just comes out of nowhere. Like, he's just on a warding expedition, then he just ends up wrapping behind these people constantly.
Perfect time.
Perfect timing, and has the Senton creep to boot. And look at these deep wards that he's placed during that time that he was running around doing so. He now has full vision of OG. Yeah, he sees Ana farming these Ancients right now.
Oh, Ana. FY just giving so much information for the team. He's got eyes on him. Get the punch on the wrong target, but the snowball pass will catch Ana. Ana, he's in trouble. The blood right silence connects. He's got the Manta back up in a second, but can he really play his way out of this one? He cannot. Ana down for a minute and a half.
Just having all this vision. And X-Nova throughout this whole tournament has had the best vision in every situation, even when you wouldn't expect it. You're just like, oh, they're fighting on the left side. They're not gonna have vision over here. But no, X-Nova always seems to have those prepared in every situation.
And he has some incredible foresight to be able to have these wars that just lead to really clutch pickoffs. And Axe has not spent his money on BKB. He has the money, but he might be looking to save for buyback.
We'll see if any of the buybacks do get forced out. Thompson's still dead for 15. Ideally, he doesn't buy back it. They may have to buy back on Ana. He's gone for 50 seconds. The split coming out from Chalice. He's ready to push in, look for the stun on No-Tail to hold back the Chen. As the mid-racks are exposed, PSG LGD, 40 minutes in, able to open into the base and clean out this...
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Another day of the BTS Pro Series number 2. It is Dota and John Expired. John, welcome back, sir. Another action-packed day for
10 seconds
right
remaining.
now.
I'm feeling great. We had a fantastic 2 days of Dota, and it's day number 3. We start off with Geek Fam up against Reality Rift, and it's been a very hard road for Reality Rift. They've not won a single game just yet. Geek Fam, they've won 1 series, they drew 1 series, so they're off to a better start. We'll see whether or not Reality Rift will be able to, turn that around, find their first win here today, or if Geek Fam will just continue to kind of build up here.
Dire team pick.
I hope to see a close series. That's all I'm hoping for, John. RR, like you mentioned, though, they've had a bit of a struggle. They're looking to try and pick up their first win or two today. Geek Fam, though, another very hard team to have to go up against for RR. They haven't exactly had an easy matchup yet.
No.
It's just been all top-tier teams in SEA. We'll see. The draft is about to begin. RR, they do have first pick here. I guess we should also mention today is the day where F1 will make, T1 will make their debut in the BTS Pro Series number 2. So they're playing up next after this series. That'll be a very interesting match to watch, as well as I think, was it Fnatic they're up against right after this?
Yeah, it should be Fnatic. Yeah.
No, it is Fnatic. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
No, I thought it was a draw, but no, it's Fnatic one after this. But it's a huge matchup.
10 seconds remaining.
Today. They've had a day off, John.
5 seconds.
They had a day off. They should have been watching these games. I'm sure they've refreshed themselves. They've got some new ideas for drafting. And we can already see the way they've started. They go for something completely different now. They go for the Treant Protector.
Yeah, we've seen Reality Rift draft this before, but not recently. So it's something they're familiar with. I believe this usually is the Nuts hero, straight up. And of course, it gives you great team fight. It gives you great sustain, and the laning presence can be hard to deal with. Would have been nice if they picked up the Phoenix as well, but Geek Fam takes that for themselves. Just a great team fight option now as well for Geek Fam, along with that sustain and magic damage. So it's a pretty balanced start for both sides. You do tie it up for Geek Fam with a Shaker. We have seen them draft that a couple of times, and a lot of teams have been prioritizing that Shaker. It has done a lot for such a wide amount of teams.
Can I just say I'm so happy that we finally got these kind of position 4s back. A solid week or two where support sniper was a thing, just a couple weeks back now. And it made me sick. It's like we've got all these amazing position 4s with huge ultimates and great entertainment value, but we have to watch position 4 sniper. Finally, that crap is over. We're back to the Earthshaker pos 4s, which is really the way you should be going. And RR, they won't hesitate too much. Straight into the Troll Warlord after that Treant Protector. Which is fairly interesting. It's a very early pos 1 pick to make, but it seems as though they really wanted to be able to pick that up.
Yeah, I think it gives them a great way to deal with the Phoenix Egg. For the most part, like, that's not going to be a massive issue for them unless they're blocked off by a great Fisher. So that's one thing they have to watch out for. Troll with Treant kind of works like an Oracle, almost, right? You've got the sustain for the Troll to allow him to stand in the front for a bit longer. There is value in that combo. Not the strongest in terms of big combinations just yet with the Treant. To wait out a bit more to see what they pick up, but I think with the Treant pickup here as well, this isn't going to allow them to opt for something like the Oracle for the Troll. So the full sustain isn't going to be coming out here.
No, that is true. Like, you could fit it in and run the pos 4 Treant, but it's not quite as good. That's for sure. We'll see if they do go down that route, I guess, for the side of RR. Of course, Geek Fam do have a chance to ban out the Oracle if they so wish right now. They are going to let a lot of reserve time tick out for this one. We'll find out very soon if that's the option they're going to go down. RR with a very interesting Razor ban, though, which is a hero I don't believe we've seen at all so far throughout the BTS Pro Series 2, but it would have been a pretty nice pick into the Troll. It's just one of those natural counters. And there's no stage of the game where the Troll actually gets better than the Razor.
No.
It's always kind of against the Troll. And Geek Fam, they ignore the Oracle altogether. They ban out that very, very popular Enigma. And by the way, that's another thing I'm very happy about, John. Enigma's back, right?
Yeah.
Another position 4 that kind of just disappeared for a while, and for no apparent reason has come back. Geek Fam, they will go into that mid Queen of Pain pick.
Yeah, it's a solid pick for Geek Fam. I think it's not quite cemented in mid. We've seen Cuckoo play this in the off a couple of times, so there is flexibility there for Geek Fam in the laning. Reality Rift, they have to be a bit careful with how they draft, because that is a very strong flex pick for Geek Fam. I think the one thing with Reality Rift's drafting, beyond giving Alacrity a good matchup, like we tend to see him, of course, dominate on something like the TA or his SF, which they haven't been able to draft, is I think KYXY's hero is also highly important here. We have seen Reality Rift opt for the Nature's Prophet a couple of times, and you know, it's great for split push, it's great for finding objectives, but Reality Rift plays and how much they try to run around a map, I think you want KYXY to have something a bit more active. We've seen him have a lot of success with the Turnbusaw, which was banned out by GeekFam, so they don't have that option, but you would want to see something from Reality Rift that enables them to match the pace of GeekFam, because you look at the opening of Phoenix, Shaker, Queen of Pain, they can fight once they have level 6.
I have to agree with that. It is, we have seen that Nature's Prophet over and over again, and KYXY, he does Nature's Prophet things. He goes and splits the map up, he pushes towers, he just stays away from team fights and just keeps applying pressure to objectives. But I do agree it's a bit bland, isn't it? It's, you know, you want KYXY to be that kind of tanky offlaner that gets involved, initiates for the team. He doesn't initiate, you just want him to be there. But he can't really do that on a Nature's Prophet. But for now anyway, they'll leave his hero alone. They're going to go for that position for Mirana, I believe. I doubt that will be a core Mirana.
No.
Pretty much every time you see the hero, it is a position 4. Nothing really to hold anyone down to be able to secure the arrow though, but generally speaking from these position 4 Miranas, what we have been seeing is they go for a Yule Scepter and they'll just set up for themselves, or alternatively you just don't need a setup, right? Some people are just good enough to get the arrow out and land it every time.
Yeah. And I do believe Reality Rift has given Hustler this hero a couple of times, so it is somewhat of a comfort pick. My worry is, from the laning phase, you don't have the best stuns. Not just there's no setup for the Mirana, but you don't have any stuns from the Treant. You have a root from the Troll if you're lucky, and that's going to make it hard to pin out the Queen of Pain and the Morphling, which comes out from GeekFam. So you've got these high mobility heroes from GeekFam that Reality Rift, they're probably not going to be able to pin down unless they commit an Overgrowth or get a root off from their Troll.
And I love the fact that GeekFam just continues with that mobility. They go for the Morphling now, a very hard target already to take down. You definitely need some form of stun to lock this hero down and just try to shut him down. As well as that, you'd love to see something like a Spirit Vessel come out just to really nullify the strength morphing, but we'll see if RR can manage to fit that in. Mirana can pick up a Spirit Vessel. It's I actually don't mind seeing that item on this kind of hero either. It's actually quite nice, believe it or not. It's one of those heroes that tends to get a lot of vessel charges, because you can easily leap in and out of team fights and you're always kind of within range to find a kill or two. So you wouldn't mind seeing that from the Mirana if they were going to go ahead and pick that up. But RR, their 4th pick up now, they're using some reserve time here, and we're going to see some more cores coming out. Probably the KYXY hero right now. They do tend to leave Alacrity's hero last, but you would definitely again like to see something other than the Prophet that can deal with the Morphling and can deal with the Queen of Pain. Just lock them down. But what are you getting?
If they didn't ban the Bat Rider, that would have been great. Like we've seen KYX play that. Reality Rift took it off in the first phase. They...
So
AA?
core AA? Is that a core Mirana or a core AA now? Or even a core Treant? I don't know.
Yeah, there is some flexibility here from Reality Rift. I have a feeling it should be the offlane KYXY Treant, but he might be on Mirana as well. I don't think the AA is going to fit in for mid. It's not a very Alacrity hero, and the matchup is kind of rough. So there is flexibility here for Reality Rift. The issue is they don't have last pick, so they're going to reveal their hand before GeekFam finishes up their draft anyway.
See how it works out. We'll see the LC ban from the side of GeekFam. So they seem to assume that there is still an offlaner missing here for the side of Reality Rift, and I can't really disagree with that. It does appear that they are missing some kind of offlane. I do agree that it could be that Treant Protector off that we, I believe we saw it from Ice a couple days ago. Mind you, that was Ice. And there's a very strategic kind of way of playing that offlane Treant. I don't know if it's going to pay off for RR, if that's what they plan to do, but at least for now they've got us confused.
Dire
One final banner, now they do ban out the Void Spirit. What are you giving Alacrity here?
The issue is, like, the TA is on the pool, and we know Alacrity plays a really strong TA. It fits in with the speed of the rest of the heroes beyond maybe the Troll. It's just that if you pick that TA here, Geek Fam can put the Queen of Pain for Carl, pick a Cuckoo hero last, and suddenly that mid lane matchup is really hard to play.
5 seconds remaining.
We could also see like the standard SF from Alacrity. You know, it's one of those heroes he's just very comfortable with. But no, he goes for the TA pick. Okay.
Yeah.
You already talked about it. I mean, it's the Quap's already there. Not to mention, you could just choose another pick that does well up against the TA if you really want to run that off-lane Quap.
Yeah, it's Look, Alacrity plays a mean TA, right? Like, he sets the tempo for his team. He just goes for the Desolator Blink and starts running around the map. This is really important for RR, as with one of these support-like heroes going to be core, you are going to have to play a faster game, while those spells are a bit more useful. So there's this tighter timing here for Reality Rift. Geek Fam closes out with a Pango, so I do believe we're going to be seeing Carl on the Quap. No, still a Cuckoo Quap and a Carl Pango down mid? That's a...
That kind of works though, right? Because Swashbuckle takes care of Refraction.
Yeah.
And Lucky Shot, Disarm is going to be infuriating for the TA. All she does is auto-attack people, right? She can't do anything else. Only a different way of dealing with the TA. But you didn't have the Ember, you didn't have the Batrider. So you had to find some other form of, you know, dealing with that refraction. And ultimately, you know, how could you say no to the Pangolier jump? It's just such a good hero in this current meta. I like it. It is indeed going to be that KYXY Treant Protector. They are going to run the POS 5 AA and, of course, the mid TA, the POS 4 Mirana. Treant Protector off lane, again, we saw Ice run it. He made it work. But it's a very specific strategy you're running there. It's not as simple as we run off lane just works. It's not...
No.
It will buy time though. Right? That's the strength of the hero. It really applies a lot of pressure, especially when you have that media hammer up, just constantly pushing in towers and waves. That should give space to Drew and Alacrity to get that farm up they need. But you're playing a farming game up against a hero like a player like Raven, who we've seen over the past couple of days. He farms very quick. He's very, very good at farm efficiency. And of course, Carl and Cuckoo will be making the space with him along with Zephyr and Whiteman. It's going to be a very, very interesting match to start us off for the day, John. And again, we'll see if RR can pull off their first victory.
Yeah, they've got a lot to prove for us, and you know, this lineup is a big shakeup. So I do like seeing this different mindset coming out from them. I think they've got a couple of solutions for what Geek Fam's bringing out anyway for Reality Rift. Like, the AA might have seemed strange at the fourth pick, but it deals with that morphling. So you've got the ways natural already, and they just need to hit their timings. That's been one of the issues with RR. It's just when they choose to fight and how farm they are by mid-game. Alacrity on the TA should be able to equalize that.
I do love the draft from Geek Fam though. It's so well-rounded, this Radiant side. It just looks very, very strong. Like, you even look at the team fight potential there. You've got the Egg, the Echo, the Rolling Thunder, the Sonic Wave. So many things to worry about.
Yeah, it's a lot that RR has to play up against, and key part for, I think for both sides, this real laning phase is going to be pivotal. For Raven, he needs to have good time and farm. Of course, as the Morphling, you never want to fall behind. T-Rift, you know, it's equally important for Drew, but again, I'd say the key thing for RR is really Alacrity. He has to have that good time mid, and if he doesn't, he has to have those stacks in the jungle just to find that catch-up farm. I'm sure Carl will not make that easy. You mentioned it from draft, but you lose your refraction, And if you do get disarmed, then you're really just not doing anything in that lane.
It's rough. It's definitely going to be a bit hard here for Alacrity. Because you always have that jungle to fall back to, but we've seen over the past couple of days these position 4 Earthshakers. Players like Zephyr will just follow you across the map, just soaking XP and trying to steal your farm from that jungle. It's not going to be that easy either, as Alacrity. If you are forced to go into that jungle early on and just try to get farm and XP that way, Zephyr will probably make the rotations and just follow you down. And that does make it very, very difficult. If it does end up that way. So I do believe they are going to have to really help Alacrity win this lane. I'm kind of looking over the Hustler here on that Mirana, who I'd expect to make those rotations and try to land some nice arrows in that mid lane. Perhaps win the regen war here with Carl and just give Alacrity that bonus he needs to really secure the lane up against the Pangolier. Not that he can't do so anyway, right? There is a chance Alacrity does beat out Carl anyway, but it's just not that easy.
No, definitely not. It can be tricky. I'd say level 1, the TA should be fine. You have to contend with Swashbuckle, but you're not going to be bullied out super hard. It's by level 3, where it can be a lot tougher once you have a couple of levels in the Swashbuckle and the Lucky Shot up and running. So we'll see how hard that lane escalates as time goes on.
Okay, well, XY being a bit cheeky here down at the bot lane, trying to get some early harassment out onto Raven. Is copying a few tier 1 tower hits, but he'll just regen through them. Horn will sound. The bounty runes, of course. It looks like it's already going to be a 2-for-2 trade. As Geek Fam, they are going to go ahead and secure the top bounties. And the side of RR will do the exact same down at the bot lane. So 2-for-2 trade very, very early. Neither side really wants to fight this early on. Carl mid lane actually committing Swashbuckle already, just to be able to get in front of the creep wave again to get a nice block off. I love that little play. You know, most people don't really think about using Swashbuckle like that, but it does allow him to at least even out the lane, as Alacrity did have almost a perfect block off. And with that now, the mid lane will start up, and Carl is already taking a lot of harass out with this these side blades.
Yeah, it's still a range advantage for the TA, right? Like, Carl has to come up close to find last hits. It makes it easier for Alacrity to line up his own shots to bleed right through, and Carl is going to have to eat through his shared tangos really early.
That he will. That's the right way to play this, but bot lane, KYXY already ends up finding Wyman and does take his courier with him. A very, very early first blood, but I believe that was off the back of Hustler and a 5-second arrow. Very well played there in the off lane, and yeah, that's the thing, if they can keep that up, they can just do that over and over again. This off lane could be really, really successful here in mid lane. The Pango dropping very low. Carl barely surviving because he did eat a Fairy Fire, but up at the top lane, the Earthshaker now falling low. Zephyr. My goodness, everyone's just dying across the map. Drew almost falls as well as the Troll.
Yeah, I'm loving the aggression coming out from both sides, but RR is most certainly stepping up their laning phase. We have not seen them trade hits like this in a while, especially in that bot lane, but this early aggression should give them the space and momentum they need if they maintain it.
Carl is just taking so much harassment right now from Alacrity. He's trying to give it back. He is leading in terms of CS, at least for now, but just the regen he doesn't have. And he's trying to farm up a bottle, but he is about 500 gold away from that bottle, so he's going to have to play very, very carefully. Expect a rotation from Zephyr soon into that mid lane, but it looks like he's kind of occupied right now up at the top lane. It's like, you look at Cuckoo, he's been struggling a bit in terms of HP as well. And in all fairness, it's not that easy when you're up against an AA support. So you can just spam that chilling touch. Does do a fair amount of damage. In fact, poor old Zephyr's gonna have to cop some now.
Yeah, it's like, it's not easy, especially since Drew can trade hits as well with his ranged axe form. You can see Cuckoo just drop He has to go for Shadow Strike and Blink to maintain that lane, but you're not seeing that aggression that you tend to see from Cuckoo early on.
Dire's courier has
Zephyr,
been
nice
killed.
courier snipe there, gets the wand of Drew. Nuts was following him down, but doesn't quite end up reaching in time. Geek Fam, pretty much every hero on their side is low in HP right now. Hustler and KYXY chasing down Raven as well on that Morphling. Hustler, he holds on to the arrow, he won't quite throw it out. Was easily dodgeable. So far,
Yes.
lane domination is here for RR. In fact, a nice arrow there onto Whiteman. Of course, Whiteman does have the Icarus knife, so he will be safe. But mid lane again, Carl. Man, this man is really playing on the edge right now. He is forced to run back to the fountain, but he has bought his bottle. That's really all he wanted. And with that, he should be able to sustain himself in this mid lane.
Yeah, it should be easier for him to find that, well, find some regen at least. The biggest thing is that Alacrity is still finding the lane he wants. We talked about the Pango being a key counter pick to the TA, and it really doesn't feel like that. Alacrity's still finding that early farm.
Well, that's true, right? That was the whole point of the Pangolier pick in the first place, is to try and shut down the TA. That just has not been the case, and Alacrity, he just mans up. Carl does not get lucky enough with lucky shots early on, and Alacrity takes full advantage, and again those side blades. An absolute sniper here from Alacrity. Still, Carl will continue to sustain himself. No rotations coming in to help out this Pangolier as of yet. Meanwhile, top lane Cuckoo's going to be paced down here by Drew, but he does have the blink up. So Drew won't even bother chasing him down all the way. He'll leave nuts to that. You look at Cuckoo's farm on that Queen of Pain, he's currently sitting at only 11 last hits. Really just continuing to struggle, unable to find anything. And in all fairness, Zephyr on the ES just can't help.
Yeah, there's not much presence coming out from Zephyr. He can't go up to trade with a support because Nuts will just slow him down and apply a lot more magic damage on top. So our Shaker is probably not having as much impact as you'd expect, although it looks like Zephyr will rotate down mid just for a bit.
Is it too late though? Like Alacrity's level 6 now. He's gonna try Alacrity again, just dishing out so much damage with those side blades. My god, Carl. Again, we'll have to bottle up. You need that Rolling Thunder if you intend on trying to kill off this TA, and Carl was only level 5 at the time of that rotation of Zephyr. Alacrity now just thinking about going into the jungle for a bit, but looks like he will start putting traps down to secure those power runes. It's going to be very hard for Zephyr to actually break the gap without a smoke. So he just sticks around, tries to secure the power rune top. It will be an Invis rune, and that'll mean Zephyr won't be able to claim that. But it's not like he has a bottle anyway. Alacrity is just going for the treads into the blink, so he doesn't really need the power rune. It's just as long as the Pango doesn't get it. Meanwhile, at the bot lane, KYXY is also going to fall very low, but he will just living armor and go back into the lane.
Yeah, it's one of the great things about this off lane for Reality Rift is that even if KYXY is not completely farming here, it's never safe for Raven in that lane. There's only so much he can really pull out as a Morphling, because there's the threat of Hustler's Arrow or KYXY with a big right clicks and Raven.
Oh, Arrow connects, but he got the Strength Morph up in time. He'll be alright. Willie, he's still being chased down, Raven, but again, just the Strength Morph will keep him alive. Raven has still been securing quite a bit of farm on that Morphling, currently sitting at 33 and 7. But I've got to say, KYXY has been doing a great old job on that train as well. Currently sitting at 31 and 5, and now another arrow from Hustler doesn't connect this time around. They are really trying to slow down Raven the best they can, but now Zephyr's going to rotate in. Wyman Icarus snipes as well. Great Bishop block there onto KYXY, but he is Tree Protector. He'll just jump in the tree line, and now Wyman, he'll be in trouble with Hustler. Can't finish the job off. And with that, has to be careful. Zephyr is still willing to fight. Raven has waveform in 1 second, but now Nuts shows up. They'll turn back around. Arrow doesn't connect, but here comes KYXY with that Nature's Grasp. Cold feet as well. Zephyr falling low, but not falling low enough. Wait, Raven, however, going after Hustler, will actually leap in with that bottom form. Still KOX like keeping Nuts alive, and now Drew's joining in. Raven, he's going to be in big trouble. He has no way out of this, and he is stuck up. He will end up dying. Nice rotation there from Drew. They kill off that Pos 1 morph, and with that, they should be able to secure the Tier 1 tower.
I love that early rotation from Drew. Even though he's leaving a basically free farm lane, he understands it's really key to shut down Raven. We finally see punishment for that morph, and they're not letting off with the aggression.
Okay, well, XY, he just keeps going up to Whiteman, trying to force out that Icarus dive, and he does get it. Now, Cuckoo is going to rotate in with Carl. Drew's in huge trouble. He does have battle trance, but no!
Oh.
Zephyr with the enchant totem just stunning him up long enough, and now Nuts could be in huge trouble as well, and he will definitely die. Great rotations out from Cuckoo and Carl now. This has left Alacrity in the mid lane alone though, and he's been forcing in that Tier 1 himself. That's the trade-off. You protect that Tier 1 bot, and you take so much Tier 1 damage in the mid lane.
Yeah, and even if RR lost Drew there, Alacrity has just had so much time to free farm that he's inching very close to either his Blink or Desolator. It's going to be really good timing for him, and that just means he's going to be a lot more active on the map earlier than you'd expect, which means RR will be able to get off that aggression a bit sooner than you'd want.
Raven has TP'd up to the top lane, but Drew just going to fight. Try and get that morphling out of his jungle. Poor old Raven, he's just got that morbid mask with the 2 Wraith Bands right now, still trying to build into the treads. And his farm hasn't been too bad at all, but they are starting to lock him out of certain areas of the map. It does make it a little harder for this morphling. Bot lane. Trying to get aggressive there onto Nuts, but he will blink out. Now Carl will just swashbuckle in. Does miss most of the strikes. With that Geek Fam back into their own jungle.
The surprising thing for Geek Fam is just how slow of a start Cuckoo has had. His farm is severely behind even someone like KYXY's, and he did have a rough top lane, but this does mean our Queen of Pain is not going to be as itemized as you'd expect early on. So Cuckoo's farm has most definitely been pushed to the back, and this is concerning because you've got the Shaker. So at some point you will give Zephyr that time to farm as well. Ooh. It's unpaused now, but it's okay. It's a battle pass overloading it, Mike. Yeah, it has. Yeah, and speaking of item timings earlier, Alacrity does have the blink. So he is able to just jump in if he wanted to and start helping out his team. Not quite up there with the Desolator, but he is top of net worth anyway. So this is a very great start for our TA.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, this is an issue for Geek Fam. Their lineup doesn't push all too well. They're relying on the raw right clicks of Raven, and beyond that, they just don't have any inbuilt push capabilities of their own. So every single time RR goes for a play like that, they will be able to shove out just a little bit better. Yeah, and this should allow Geek Fam to pressure that bot tier 1, but you take a look down mid, Alacrity's setting up to push in that mid tier 1 as well.
Radiant's middle tower has been denied. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They've really taken over in terms of net worth as well. A 3 to 4k advantage coming out. A lot of that is riding on Alacrity, but that's exactly what RR wants anyway. Again, you're inching closer towards that Desolator. That just means a lot more damage flying out here, and it just makes it harder for Geek Fam to engage. They're still waiting on that blink from Sephiroth. As you mentioned, he is ever closer, although Alacrity.
Allies disappear.
Oh. Yeah, it's the servers have been loaded. A lot more people playing, of course. Want to build up and crawl through the cavern and such, so you would expect that. Still, Geek Fam, 200 gold away for the Blink and Suffer. You look at Raven, his farm has really been kept in check. We're much more used to Raven having that free farm, but he hasn't had the space. It's been really shoved out well by Reality Rift, and you take a look at those tier 1s as well, Mike. All of them on RR side are pretty much full HP, down to KYXY, just healing them up constantly.
Worthy tribute. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's really maximizing that Treant. The one thing RR hasn't been, well, pressuring as much. I mean, the farm of Raven's still kind of hurting, but it's still building up. So the Morphling is still somewhat keeping up in farm. Oh, yeah, that was a lot of commitment for that TA. I'm sure Reality Rift, they're not going to mind too much, mainly because Raven wasn't around there to feed off that kill anyway. So the big hero from Geek Fam doesn't get to benefit from that. And as long as that's the case, RR, if they trade a couple of cores for that, that's perfectly fine. They still find Carl in the end and keep him down. So still a substantial lead here for RR, and you already see Alacrity, of course, earlier on queuing up the BKB. So that's not going to be a major issue for too long now. Crash, right? Sometimes, yeah, just happens. Oh.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh. Oh, man.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, man. Geek Fam, blink reveal for their Shaker, not quite it. There was a lot of patience coming out from Zephyr. He did wait for... I mean, he was trying to wait for the creep wave. It's just that it kind of died before he could go in. So, a missed opportunity. And Geek Fam, the best thing that happened for them is that Raven wasn't caught up in that. So, he's still finding farm. He isn't going for the shotgun build. He's actually opting for the Ags and the right-click build with a Manta first, which makes sense. You've got the Shaker on your side. You might as well go for a bit more of a right-click focus. That does mean the build-up is going to be a bit slower. You're not going to see the Ags very quickly from Raven, considering that the map is shrinking.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Now, it's been consistently hard for him from the laning phase, which we expected the Pango to perhaps pull ahead a little bit. Just never happened. Alacrity, when he's given this TA, just makes it work every single time. Ooh. Oh no.
The temple. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be tricky for Geek Fam to defend now. They will hold the high ground, and they have pretty decent high ground fight. It's just that Drew already has a BKB. I believe Alacrity is just about 300 or so gold away from his own BKB. So these two big cores will have a way to ignore most of that control as long as they pop that BKB first. And Geek Fam's already been struggling without. Once those are up, it's just you just don't have the control anymore.
Dire are scanning. Vanish.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's structures are fortified.
No, it's just really tricky. They got the initiation before the BKB went off. Still not enough. And RR just, again, allowed to find a... It's just... Geek Fam needs to try to find space outside. They're just really not able to, and there are very few areas for them to be on the map. You know, they're stuck on the high ground for the most part. If they want to play in the opposite jungle, they could. It's just that, you know, if you run into an enemy core, you don't have any way of getting back up.
Double damage. Worthy tribute.
The prize is mine.
Yeah, it's that. Yeah, it's a little bit too much for Geek Fam to deal with. We've seen it multiple times with Drew in front. They just blow all their ults and it's never quite enough. So they just need to kind of outlast as well, and that will help massively, but you still have certain issues to watch out for. Like, you look at Whitemon on Phoenix, you tend to see a little bit more EXP going to that hero, but he's stuck at level 9 at 26 minutes in. So that's still a level 1 egg. Yeah.
Invisibility.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. We're at 26.5 minutes in, and all of these tier 1s are still up. They're not even making a dent. And this is exactly how RR just needs to play. They're playing the stall game. Sure, the Morphling's somewhat finding farm, and Raven is just about to finish up the Ags. Everyone else is suffering hard.
Dire's
You know,
top tower
it's still a
is under attack.
17k deficit for Geek Fam that the rest of the team just can't compensate for.
Radiant's
Oh,
bottom
yeah.
tower is under attack.
Ooh.
An easy shot.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh no. Oh man. That was supposed to be an Ags reveal. It just looked like a Morphling melting to me, Mike. Ooh. Yeah, where was this team the past month? You know, RR has been on a very long, rough streak, and it looks like they've finally broken out. This is a very great showing from them. And if they can keep it up, I don't see them losing this game. They've just got to be careful about losing a couple of kills, but Geek Fam has not been able to find that opening anyway. No? What?
That
Like he was just standing around for a bit. Like he literally wasn't doing anything for a while, not even moving or attacking creeps. So I'm not sure what was up with that, but that was definitely not a kill that RR should have been able to take.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's
Yeah,
top
and-
tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's just healing right through, and Drew finds another kill. You've got the blink up on KYXY as well, so he can just jump in. Oh no. Oh no.
Is under attack.
Oh. Oh, for sure. Like there's nothing stopping RR. They know they can blow up these heroes. They know they have the control. Again, you've got the blink in KYXY. He doesn't have the overgrowth in a while, but you've got the upgraded Orchid now, the Blood Torrent up on Liquipedia anyway. No? Oops. That's a strange spot for our A to be at, and that's enough to stop RR's push.
Then. The only mystery is how you lasted so long.
Yeah, it's they've got the numbers advantage this time. Out nuts, I think he can just kind of launch that Ice Blast from far anyway. That's probably all they need him around for. So you've got a lot of leeway now to force this push. Oh man.
Radiant's middle tower is under Radiant's middle tower is Dire's top tower is under attack.
Don't believe here.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's
Oh no.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's top barracks are under Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Yeah. Like either Megas or straight into the tier 4s. RR, they've got a lot of space to just get that done. They've got the Overgrowth up and running as well from KYXY for teamfight control. Make it happen, they're gonna go for the safer play and taking that last Rax first.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh!
Were you watching? That's how it's done.
Yeah, it's rather unfortunate for RR, but this does keep Geek Fam in the game. They've still got a lot to work through though. It's a 32k advantage for Reality Rift at 36 minutes in. And I'm sure Reality Rift will use this time to try to farm up, maybe look for certain items to be finished up. You do see the Dagon up and running on Hustler and a Hex on Alacrity. So additional control, additional damage coming out here for the Dire side. And Geek Fam,
Dire's middle tower
not
is
much
under
really
attack.
to build into just yet.
You never could keep a secret.
Oh man. Yeah, it's 37 minutes, and all the tier 1s are still up in full HP. This is just bad news for Geek Fam. Even if they find a couple of these fights, if they don't pick off KYXY, they're not going to find enough objectives to make up for it. Oh. I mean, there's the Roche as well. It's just gone. Ags on the deck. It's gonna be, who's Ags? Alacrity? Not KYXY? Okay. So the ninja. The ninja? Yeah, ninja. The ninja comes out. There you go. Oh god. And there's some pretty nice deep traps here if he wants to go for a very wacky play.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Oh.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Triple kill!
I admired you. Bring the pain.
Oh no.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Dire
50k net worth lead, all tier 1 still standing. This is the RR we've been looking for since Birmingham. You know, it's been a rough showing for them. They're finally back. We'll see if they can carry that moment.
FY, he's found himself No-Tail out on his own.
He's trapped him.
There's No-Tail. Is he going to get any sort of backup? No, there's 3 still dead on OG. It'll be a slow and painful death here for No-Tail as Zame comes in for the kill secure.
And I love the way that Chalice popped his BKB super early in that fight. He just knows, I just need to get my ulti off. And he cast it at a very safe range. He didn't wait for like the last second of his BKB. He's not very greedy. I think that's a lot of the reason why they've been winning these team fights. Seb has been struggling, still about 1,000 gold away from his BKB.
I mean, yeah, this Brewmaster is a display of perfection, really. It's the highest level in the game with his Bloodseekers.
And doing a ton of damage in the fight. It's one of the most damage in the game as an offlaner.
Now has full Shiva, so even more ways. He's pretty much itemized entirely just to be like, Ana, I'm ruining your game. I've got Radiance, I've got Shivas. You're going to struggle so much in these fights as Phantom Lancer.
Eric's did his best to keep Ana alive, and but Ana wasn't able to do damage because he was ruptured. He wasn't that low on HP, but still can't run around.
Seb.
Oh, Ame's coming into this here.
Got to be careful who shows up top. Indeed, Jerax. He's going out on his own. He doesn't expect Ame to have this invis rune. As Ame will show himself, Jerax goes across, but Somnus is there.
Somna's not messing around rupturing there.
No mercy. They're feeling very confident now at this point, getting these very advantageous team fights as well as getting kills on the split push too. Thompson though, will find X-Nova.
Seb, and as well, between the two of them, they'll take down the support edge. FY's going to come in though. He hasn't got anyone else with him at the moment. It is just FY, so
Yes.
just playing around with Seb.
He has no help around at all, and he's still just making Seb's life miserable.
He's just toying with him. He's just making him not be able to come back. Look, they're already starting to rotate this Brewmaster and Bloodseeker too, and FY, he's ready to look for Seb.
Seb's got to get out.
Oh, Seb.
As indeed FY, the patience keeping that control on Seb, buying time for Chalice to come in. Anna is going to look towards the Tusk. Chalice is now there, does have Primal Split available if he wants to look to take this fight. Somnus coming in as well. As Anna, Seb look to hide in the trees. Can they get out of it? Anna's got a TP available. He's into the trees. He's going to show himself in the lane though. They're going to continue to head over. They are going to see Seb make it out in time. They don't have a stun. Anna, can he get out as well? He can. OG will avoid that rotation from PSG LGD.
FY is just so obnoxious there, following Seb for over a minute, just stalking him, trying to have his team come over.
So that's about, a minute without Aegis being used for LGD. They have 2 minutes left, I would say, to capitalize on this Aegis. Oh man, looks like he is leveling the PL.
Pretty much back to a 50-50. PSG LGD 2-1 up at the moment in this best of 5 grand finals. 1 game needed to secure the championship title. And at this point, they are ahead here in game 4.
No-Tail hasn't had time to gather a full army of Ancient Creeks. Right now, he just has the Ancient Black Dragon. You really want those other auras when you're at a big disadvantage in these team fights already.
Yeah, it's tough though, because Jerax doesn't want to be following around his Chen, giving him the Aghanim, so. As Thompson, he does have a Lincoln Sphere picked up, and they should have the BKB finished on Seb too. So that'll give him a little bit easier time to get those Blink calls as he's been suffering to do so in the last few fights. And Somnus, I have Scotty picked up, about to be level 25 as well.
Yeah, they just need a couple more minutes on the side of OG before they're ready to fight. Wait for the Aegis to expire.
Seb, he's in, gets the call, the character's going to get FY. There with the snowball save, he's going to be fine, and now they turn to look towards the axe. The taunt's going to be out. Seb goes for the TP. They've got the stun to cancel though. Seb held back for now. Thompson trying to offer his best from the side to provide some sort of safety, as he will get Seb back. They're able to get Seb back to safety, and Thompson, he's running away. X-Nova's there with the wraparound, gets the slow off, gives the vision for the snowball. TP from No-Tail's coming in towards the stride, but Thompson, he's trapped.
That's twice in this series that X-Nova just comes out of nowhere. Like, he's just on a warding expedition, then he just ends up wrapping behind these people constantly.
Perfect time.
Perfect timing, and has the sense on creep to boot. And look at these deep wards that he's placed during that time that he was running around doing so. He now has full vision of OG. Yeah, he sees Ana farming these Ancients right now.
Oh, Ana. FY just giving so much information for the team. He's got eyes on him. Get the punch on the wrong target, but the snowball pass will catch Ana. Ana, he's in trouble. The blood bright silence connects. He's got the man to back up in a second, but can he really play his way out of this one? He cannot. Ana down for a minute and a half.
Just having all this vision. I mean, X-Nova throughout this whole tournament has had the best vision in every situation, even when you wouldn't expect it. They're just like, oh, they're fighting on the left side. They're not going to have vision over here. But no, X-Nova always seems to have those prepared in every situation.
And he has some incredible foresight to be able to have these wards that just lead to really clutch pickoffs. And Axe has not spent his money on BKB. He has the money, but he might be looking to save for buyback.
We'll see if any of the buybacks do get forced out. Thompson's still dead for 15. Ideally, he doesn't buy back it. They may have to buy back on Ana. He's gone for 50 seconds. The split coming out from Chalice. He's ready to push in, look for the stun on No-Tail to hold back the Chen as the mid-racks are exposed. PSG LGD, 40 minutes in, able to open into the base and clean out this mid lane of racks. Still Ana holding on to that buyback.
And they're going to keep going here. They really want to force this PL to come back here.
Stun onto Thompson. He will blink dodge it. But another tier 3 tower falling incredibly fast. They really don't want to use it. Seb jumps in, gets the call onto FY. There's the buyback. The Cataclysm isn't enough to do anything. It isn't. PSG LGD still fighting strong. Thompson getting focused by Somnus. Seb taken down by Arme. The triple buyback's now out as Ana in trouble. He's pulled back for this one. The deafening blast onto the 3 of them. Knocks the back, but Ana gets focused. Seb! He's in with the call. He has the control onto the morphing Somnus. Now being chased by Thompson. Blinks in with the cold snap. The PL army's on top of it. They get Somnus too. As OG, they have to expend 3 buybacks, but they hold on to the top rack. Somnus now down for 2 minutes. No buyback available on this Bloodseeker.
Yeah, he's 400 gold short of it. It's up in about 8 seconds. OG, they have to make so much happen here. They have to push out all their lanes. 2 of the side lanes are already gone, but I think trying to get some kills here, like on FY here, would be very ideal.
I mean, look how close the Brew is at 25. I mean,
So close.
With that primal split cooldown.
Oh, Thompson, he sees it FY. He's used the snowball, he turns with the combo FY with the self-fuels, but OG, they've surrounded him. Seb jumps in with the call, the blade mail, FY's gone.
Instant buyback from FY.
Still that scary, scary time for LGD. 75 seconds without Somnus. OG have the full 5-man pushing in all 3 lanes at the same time as they approach LGD's base.
I don't even know if I give a heads up in this team fight. The LGD are for the goal, but no Bloodseeker for 60 seconds. This could be disastrous.
He's got a full BKB on Seb as well.
Chalice really wants to hit level 25 before he pops that primal split. So close.
Just got to be careful, Seb. Looking for that blink initiation.
Chalice is stepping back. Grabs, they give him the tome. He needed like 5 experience, and they gave him the tome just to make sure that he gets it anyway. Just playing as safe as possible here.
Looks like OG don't feel that the window is big enough for them to push in whilst this Bloodseeker's still dead. They'll back away.
They can't count. They fought back 3 heroes. They weren't able to get any T3s, and there's no Roshan up yet. Big Daddy No Tail's praying for a Rosh right now so they can get that refresher, but it's not going to be up. And maybe we'll dodge a bullet.
At least they got a good amount of economy off that, right?
Yep.
It was up to a 15k gold advantage, and they chunked it down to 7. Same thing with experience. So they did get quite a lot out of that one, but they ideally wanted to get at least one of those sets of racks to get some momentum pushing in with those 3 buybacks used.
Absolutely, it is this really scary moment of the game now for OG. We're about 5-6 minutes still without those buybacks available. If PSG LGD can find that one team fight, it could be the team fight to win TI in this window of time that they now have presented to themselves.
Ana's gone full in for that butterfly too. As they pick up also an Aeon disc on Jeremy, so protected in O. DD did spawn, however, was killed.
It's also pretty scary for Maybe right now. He only has a 5-second BKB, and he does a lot of damage and will get wrecked by the X Blade Mail call if he finds him, especially with his BKB now. There's not that many ways to stop him.
So it's all about FY and Chalice, right? Just either saving or just getting into the midst of the fights and not allowing OG to get the picks.
And the smoke, it's going to be dispelled.
Let's get dispelled. But
He's in the trees, they're on the high ground, they've got the vision with the Shiva's covered, Anna's on his way over, they've got the snowball down, there's the counterplay, Seb jumps in, he's able to find the call onto Challenge, but Challenge already got the BKB out, the Sunstride's going to be down onto FY, but FY will survive. Seb pots the BKB, he'll try and stand his grab, but Seb, he's going to go down, no buyback on the axe, and Jarex as well, surrounded by PSG LGD, the Eon disc will proc, but they'll fight through it.
he has to buy back immediately.
Look at these creep track by these Force Spirits. On the bottom row, they have no creeps in the mid lane.
Sienna still holding on to that buyback on Jarex. But as Ben said, the creeps aren't here.
It's backdoor. And they breached through it. It's not looking like it right now. Maybe everyone hitting the same one.
That creep cutting, is it enough to hold OG in the game?
You see No Tail's already running to just, he doesn't care. He's going to throw his life for this. He needs to just keep these creeps out of the base to keep that back door up. He doesn't care if he dies.
Which he certainly will as they get upon him. They find his life.
5
1 minute now
seconds
without No
remaining.
Tail and without Seb. Thompson,
Dire
Anna, and
team
Jarex.
back.
The only
Radiant
3
team
heroes
back.
that can offer their defense
Dire
during
team
this
back.
final minute, this final stand.
Jarex is really trying to hold on to his buyback.
Radiant team
Spin, of
back.
course, up once again. They're finishing off this second
Dire
set of
team
racks. He's got
back.
the Cyclone holding Anna up in the skies. As this racks on the top lane will fall, the melee racks.
Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
I'm feeling great. You know, it's great to see Reality Rift finally find a playstyle that suits him. Unfortunately, though, going into game 2, Geek Fam banned the biggest issues in that draft. No Treant Protector, no AA, and no Troll coming out this game. So we'll see how Reality Rift hopes to bring back that kind of playstyle for themselves.
We'll see how they make it work. RR, for now, they're going to start off with that Phoenix pickup, so they're going to change things up a little bit. Of course, they kind of have to. At the very least, taking that Phoenix away from Geek Fam. We'll see what kind of pick Geek Fam does end up prioritizing here. In fact, I don't have to wait long. Of course it's the Ember Spirit. It wasn't banned up.
Yeah, and again, it's a highly flexible pick for both teams. In fact, for a lot of teams. So it's not always guaranteed to be mid and such. You do see the Mirana come out for Geek Fam as well. So it looks like they want that solid stun as soon as you get the Yules, and just kind of flexible and really strong laning presence coming out. So it's a solid start for Geek Fam. Not the most common combination with the Ember, I have to say. We are much more used to the Grimstroke and Kotl, but it looks like Geek Fam, they just really want to secure themselves that Mirana first.
Why the hell not? I mean, it's one of those weird things where Mirana hasn't been popular at all over those past couple days. We really only just saw it from RR, and now I guess Geek Fam just don't want to have to deal with it again. And in all fairness, Hustler was making it quite hard. Just having to worry about those arrows constantly flying out, being stunned up for 4 or 5 seconds, it can be quite devastating and really game-changing. So they're going to take it away from RR. Still now with this second pickup, RR, I wonder where they go, and we'll see the puck. Okay.
That's a interesting pick for RR. I don't think we've seen them pick that all too often. There is some flexibility here. You could still run this off, and we have seen a couple of teams run the puck off lane. I'm sure we've seen KYXY play that before, not recently, but it is an option for Reality Rift. So the flexibility is there as well. The team fight is looking pretty darn good. Dream Coil and Egg can do a lot of work for you, and of course both the Phoenix and the Puck are highly mobile heroes, so you've got a way to chase the Mirana down, maybe give a bit of a chase towards the Ember as well. Just a great kind of balanced opening for both sides.
Definitely is a nice pick here into the Ember Mirana, that's for sure. I wonder how they follow up here though. It's a very early puck pick to make. Right, it's not like a high priority hero that would have been banned anyway from Geek Fam, I don't think. But I do like the fact that they're running these kind of drafts where they're just willing to pick up anything straight away. They're not really scared about, you know, what position they choose in what order for the draft. They just choose whatever they want. Geek Fam, with their 5th ban out now, they're going to have a bit of a think about this one. I wonder as well how they run that puck. Because I don't really see it being run mid for Alacrity. In fact, I can't remember the last time I saw Alacrity play puck.
Yeah.
It may be an off-lane puck. It may even be a position 4 puck coming out from RR. I suppose only time will tell, but I highly doubt it will be mid puck.
No, it's definitely not one of the heroes you think off with Alacrity, although I'm sure it's a hero he has played a lot. You do see Geek Fam go back to that Morphling, so they're giving Raven back that hero. They did have the Shaker in game number 1. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to draft that combo in, and despite that, the timing was pretty slow for Raven game 1, so we'll see whether or not that's going to be an issue. At the least, you're not dealing with the Ancient Apparition because of that early ban out, so there is a lot more leeway for our Morphling to play on the edge here.
That there is. I suppose just being with the Ember Mirana can still be pretty nice though, right? Like you can take Sleight of Fist, you can take Flame Guard, even the chains for the Morphling is quite nice to have. You don't really have a solid kind of lockdown ability on that Morphling. And the Mirana Leap can be a pretty nice attack speed bonus. So I don't mind seeing it without the ES. RR, however, seeing that Morphling, how do you deal with it a second time? I mean, you've already got the puck there. The puck kind of deals with the Morphling decently thanks to the Dream Coil and Silence.
Radiant team pick.
All right. LC comes out for KYXY.
Yeah, this does make it a bit more flexible. Well, not flexible. It takes away the flexibility of the puck because we know for sure KYXY will be in the LC. That's really what RR does with that hero, and KYXY does play a really decent LC. He's aggressive early. You don't have the strongest combos here. You're not seeing anything like anything bursty to go with the duel or anything saving to ensure you don't lose the duel. So you don't have that, but it can make the laning phase for the Morphling a bit tougher just from the damage you can pump out with overwhelming odds. So I do like that option. It does make me wonder about the puck.
Dire team pick.
I just don't believe we've ever seen Hustler play it. Now, he has played stuff like the Ember 4, but the puck has not been something that games we've casted seen RR do.
Well, they bring out another interesting pick here for Geek Fam, the Ogre Magi popping out. We did see this a couple days ago. I believe it was quite successful. It is a very disruptive kind of hero to have. Of course, you are kind of betting on that RNG a little bit, but it's always a bit of fun watching this Ogre Magi. I think the Bloodlust buff is going to be very, very powerful for that Morphling. You morph into the Mirana, you leap, and have Bloodlust. Your attack speed is somewhat insane.
Oh yeah.
Even without the leap, you're already kind of attacking fast just with Bloodlust alone. But I love where they've gone with this for Geek Fam. RR, probably not going to be phased by this Ogre too much. But they are yet to make another support pick unless we'll see position 1 Ricky pop up. And that's really a nice pick here into the Ember Mirana Morphling. That smoke screen is going to be a problem.
Oh yeah, it really is. The silence just messes up what Morphling wants to do, what Mirana wants to do, and the Ember Spirit as well. So it's a solid pick for RR. The biggest thing here is timing. We've seen a lot of pos 1 Rickies fall behind if their laning phase doesn't go well. So you want to see some decent farm, maybe a good build up into the rate bands to start hunting early, decent timing into the Diffusal or the Battle Fury, and then you'd be pretty set. It's a question of Drew wants to play this, whether or not he'll go for the slower Battle Fury build or if he's going to go for the more aggressive rate bands into the Diffusal this game.
Find out. SF is now banned for the side of Geek Fam, so just respect banning out that Alacrity SF. Is, in my opinion, his best hero. Right?
Oh, yeah.
I think when he plays that SF, it really is a problem. RR looking to make their final ban out now. It appears we are still looking for a Cuckoo hero, unless he's going to run some kind of weird Ogre Magi off lane or an Ember or Mirana off lane, but I do believe it will be a Cuckoo hero we're looking for here. It wouldn't really surprise me though if he does run something like an off-lane Ogre Magi. It's something that a player like Cuckoo would do. It's sort of his style to run those more unique off lanes.
Yeah, and of course, if you do run the core Ogre, you can get access to a pretty good Midas timing to just kind of build up faster. So you can accelerate yourself in that sense if Geek Fam wanted to. They do ban out the Shaker from Reality Rift. They don't want to deal for more. Of course, it's just annoying. They beat it in game 1, but you don't want to risk it.
Well, final pickup now. This will reveal what that puck's up to.
10 seconds remaining.
Whether it's another mid pick or whether it is going to be another support pickup here for RR. They run the mid park, but I doubt that. 10 seconds reserved.
Radiant team pick.
Fam, they didn't stray too far away from the original draft as well. It's still centered on the Raven morph. So that's still the focal point of this draft. And Reality Rift, they've still got that Alacrity TA. So the core of each draft is still kind of the same. We'll see if the differences around it is enough to change the pace for Geek Fam. That's the biggest issue. As you mentioned, the last pick is looking like the Cuckoo Hero pickup, unless they run the offlane Ember for whatever reason. But again, up against a TA, you're probably just going to leave that matchup alone. The Queen of Pain hasn't been banned out, so maybe they give Cuckoo that again. No.
Okay. Slaughter, it makes enough sense. You're going into a Ricky TA. It's fair enough. You just go for that Slaughter. You have that Corrosive Haze. Overall, I really like both drafts. If I'm perfectly honest, I think this game could really go either way. It should be quite an explosive matchup.
Oh yeah.
But I think Geek Fam this time around will really ensure that Alacrity on that TA does not have a decent time.
Yeah. I mean, they tried it in game one. They had a Pango, they had a Quap. Alacrity still found what he wanted. So this time, just a little bit trickier for him to find that. Of course, the Ember Spirit up against TA, you're probably looking at level 2 to 3 when the Ember starts to be able to deal with the TA. Before that, if Alacrity plays his positioning right, to get some decent harassment on again. So you have to see Carl tighten up that mid and prevent Alacrity from finding that early snowball.
Well, he does have a much better matchup though, right? The Ember versus TA is much more standard than the Pango versus TA.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure he'll enjoy himself a lot more this time around. But RR don't have that delay ability like they had in game one, right? That offlane Treant Protector, just making it so no tier 1s went down at the end of the game. You're not going to have that same option there. So Alacrity won't have as much time to be able to farm up and get to that ridiculous 6-slotted point. And we'll see if Geek Fam can really just start applying a lot of pressure and actually give Raven more time. Raven didn't have a good laning stage, he didn't have a good mid game, and we didn't even really reach the late game for that game number one. So see if they can change things up a little bit here going into this game of this best of 2.
Yeah, I think the one thing for Geek Fam right off the draft is that they've got a lot tankier heroes this time around. So you're not going to have those issues that we were seeing earlier. Level 1, you just saw Zephyr get zoned out really hard. I don't think that's going to be happening while he's on Mirana, and Cuckoo as well on the Slardar is going to be able to cop a little bit more. So RR is not going to be able to shove these guys out from the start, and that does mean you're going to have to contend with a little bit more coming out from Geek Fam.
I haven't heard that voice line. That oh my god. Yeah. That's a new one for me, John. I probably can't afford to get to that point. So it's like level 1000 or something for the battle pass. Something like that, surely. Put all the good ones all the way at the end. It's not very nice at all.
That's how it is. Gotta support the prize pool for next year, Mike.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
Geek Fam roaming up top lane as 3. Of course, you have a lot of first blood potential here with this Mirana Ogre Slardar. It's almost like a Tusk, right, with these plus 4 Miranas. You just try and go for that early first blood if you can. And I imagine Zephyr might just make a rotation up top, ask for a stun, follow up with an arrow, and just secure an easy first blood on that Ricky.
Yeah, it's going to be really straightforward. They've got so many stuns this time. You've got Cuckoo around. Of course, you've got Whitemon around if he does opt for an early stun level. So a lot of potency in that trade, and it does look like RR will be rotating Nuts up top. So he is going to have to help Drew out, because the Ricky alone can have a good time.
Wyman's going to already show Drew what's about to happen here. Ask for a high five, Drew. Come on, Wyman, give him a high five. No, no high fives here. Fire Blast into the arrow. It was a very short arrow, though. Not going to lead into a first blood. And look if they won't actually try again. Whiteman's going to TP down to the bot lane on the Ogre. He'll make sure Raven has a decent old time. And ultimately, it looks like just getting Drew down to that half HP point is enough. In fact, Arrow again going to land there with the stun from Cuckoo, but Drew going to try and blink out of there. One more attack would have done the job, but they just don't have enough. Poor old Drew just really coughing it.
Yeah, he's gonna have to eat through a lot of his early regen fast, and this is a good shakeup for Geek Fam. We saw them on the opposite end in game 1, where Cuckoo was being zoned out, and where Zephyr just couldn't do anything. With this kind of shakeup in the pace, it's gonna be hard for Drew to find that early farm in this case.
And it will be. Over that mid lane as well. For now, everything is fairly even between the two. Just trading farm as we expect from a TA versus Ember matchup. Things will probably get a little more aggressive once we get to that level 3 or 4 mark between these two, but I think Carl is even going to be a little bit more hesitant how aggressive he gets on Lacrity, considering game 1 and how that ended up for it.
It's
with the Flame Guard, but Lacrity just gives him a Melt Strike back, and that's one of the key things. In fact, look at Lacrity, he hasn't actually got Refraction.
Oh man.
He hasn't skilled it up because he knows he wouldn't be able to use it anyway. That's genius.
I love it. He's still dominating this lane, and it still boils down to the fact that Alacrity doesn't care for the shield. The only thing that stops is his own shield, which, if you don't level up, that's not an issue. So every single time Carl comes in, he gets punished hard, and Alacrity, if he's not contested, is going to have pretty much the same timings as game 1.
This is the first time I've actually seen this. Like, actually maxing out Meld Strike before Refraction. And the beauty of it is, Meld Strike is only 50 mana, but it does so much damage. So Carl can't actually come in close to secure CS because he hasn't really gone for the Max Slider Fist either. And he must be wondering right now, where is this Refraction?
Yeah, he's got nothing to burn through, and his laning presence is sort of diminished. You're not seeing Alacrity pull up ahead as much, but you can tell that Carl is having to invest in a lot of regen just to stay in that lane.
Therefore, top lane, ran out of lead charges, and Nuts will secure the first blood on that Phoenix. Geek Fam, not off to the greatest start. I thought they would be doing a lot better in that off lane after the harassment they dealt out onto Drew, but Drew seems really unaffected.
Yeah, it does slow down his initial farm just a bit because he had to leave the lane, and that does give Cuckoo a little bit more to play with still. You will take that kill, although...
Radiant structures are fortified.
Did get the start off. There was an arrow there, now back to the deeps, but of course he has tricks of the trade. They just don't have the damage output quite yet to Drew. He'll just keep farming up, and he does have some insane base regen on that Ricky. Like, he does sit at 7 regen, although falling very low again. Zephyr won't go for the blind arrow. Jump spin for a blink strike to secure a creep, and now Nut's going to show himself back on the Phoenix. But that's one of the really nice things about the POS 1 Ricky. He has 7 base regen at level 4 with the tower regen helping him out. But with no tangos active, you already have 7 regen going. That's kind of ridiculous.
It definitely is. It's a bit too much to deal with, and that does allow Drew to play in the edge, although... yeah.
Well, as I look away, Drew does end up falling. Cuckoo does end up getting the kill, and Nuts will be able to soak some XP for himself. I was trying to have a look into that mid lane, because it looks like Carl is still having a bit of a struggle here, and... well, Carl right now is just stacking up his own jungle.
I mean, he has to. The side lanes can't leave to stack it up. You've been seeing that heavy contention up top, and of course, you want Raven to just have that good time down bot as well, so he's gonna have to take care of himself in the jungle. Issue is, you look at Alacrity, he's clearing out the Radiant side camps instead.
It's standard for a TA. As soon as you find out that there's camps to be taken on the other side, you just take them, and Carl, he is really starting to suffer. Finding himself 10 last hits behind. Arrow gonna fly in there. from Zephyr, but it does not land. Alacrity now level 6, while Carl is just about to hit that level 6 mark. But bot lane, KOXY going to be in trouble on the Legion Commander. He will be able to run away. On the brighter side for Geek Fam, you look over to Raven, he's not having too bad of a time.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, it's been good farm for Raven. He's not quite finding kills like Drew is though, so I'd say Drew is having a bit of a better start in terms of killing off that off lane, and overall, Reality Rift still having a bit of a slight lead in terms of net worth because of that.
That is true. Even KYXY, like, although we've seen him fall quite low in HP, he is dominating in terms of CS. Currently second only to his TA, and now Whiteman going to be chased down. They don't have the level 6 on the LC yet, so they can't opt for a duel. Raven is going for that very similar build we see on every Morphling player. Just the double Wraith bands into the treads, and probably the Morbid Mask after that. In fact, I believe he has poured out the Morbid Mask. It's going to be a matter of whether he can get past that point. Because we saw last game, he just struggled to get anywhere after picking up those initial core items for the Morph.
Yeah, it was a bit tricky for him last time. I don't think he's going to have as many issues here. The one thing is, with the much greater lineup they have, right? They've got a Phoenix that needs EXP, a Puck that needs XP, both on the support role. They still are finding that. Like, there's not enough pressure from Geek Fam to stop them from coming up to these lanes and still soak towards their level 6.
Carl is trying to go after Alacrity. Alacrity kind of baiting him in, it seems like. Although he is in trouble. Nice chains coming out, and Carl does secure the kill. I didn't think he was going to have quite enough, but he definitely did. There was a very far available there for TA, he just doesn't bother popping it. Meanwhile, top lane, Zephyr does end up killing off Nuts on the Phoenix. Another nice kill coming out for Geek Fam.
Yeah, and all
apply a bit more pressure onto RR.
All of these kills helping the cause. The biggest one really was on Alacrity. He was finding a bit too much down mid. So having Carl get that kill is a huge boon. Still, this is the point where Alacrity just goes into the jungle and stacks for himself and clears out those stacks anyway. Having that pace, Geek Fam, they should start shutting down that jungle unless they want to deal with another farm TA game.
Well, for now, Carl's just going to try and enjoy the mid lane while he has a chance. Alacrity is clearing out his jungle now. Does also get an Iron Talon, which is very, very lucky for a TA. Be a very nice feeling for him. Bot lane Raven going to be chased down. You still don't have that level 6 though on KYXY, so you can't really lock down the Morphling long enough. But Raven is certainly starting to feel that pressure as well. Like, he has been behind in net worth a little bit. Slowly catching up.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue for this lane is that Whitemon can't really do much to relieve this pressure anymore. Sure, he's a tanky ogre, but he can't really deal with KYXY. He just purges off the slows and DOT, so Whitemon is just kind of forced to walk around and maybe find stacks, maybe harass Alacrity a bit. Otherwise, there's not much you can really expect the ogre to do now.
Well, he's going to try and soak some XP there from Alacrity. Alacrity doesn't quite finish off the ancient stacks as he has got creeps by his tier 1 tower. Nuts will actually remain in that mid lane just to make sure that nothing happens to the TA. Carl has started to really get out of control here on the Ember. 10-minute bounty route. Overall fight breaking up.
Yeah, and that's
Either side really interested. They just want to keep farming up for now, it seems.
Dire's middle tower
yeah, and on top of that, Geek Fam did take the top outpost right before the timer hit. So they got both pieces of EXP, just a little bit of a boost for themselves. And considering the fact that their supports haven't really been able to soak as much, that's a huge help.
goes down mid lane. Carl, though, is falling low. Does have a runner coming up, though. Hustler is there with the Dream Coil, and Drew joins in as well. They will find that mid Ember. It's a very, very important kill there for RR. You lose the Phoenix, but you don't mind if you're going to get an Ember in return.
Yeah, it's a really nice win for RR. This is dragging Drew down mid, so they are leaving that top lane for Cuckoo to take for free. And they're kind of starving the Ricky of lane farm.
Yeah, but look at that mid lane, John. It's being forced in by Alacrity and Drew. Problem is that Siege Creep does end up dying thanks to Zephyr, and that will just stop the push altogether. Top lane, they jump onto Nuts, he will survive KYXY, he does have the jewel available. With that Sun Ray, they should have enough damage to burst down the Ogre, or maybe they don't. He is just way too tanky, but they will eventually kill him off. Now, Cuckoo. With the Moonlight Shadow going to start flying in onto Nuts. They do get a nice change off there from Carl, and with the follow-up stun, Nuts will end up dying again.
Yeah, and I love the aggression coming out from Geek Fam. Cuckoo's enabled to do this even without the blink, so it's been a lot more activity for him compared to game 1. The rotation from Carl helping out as well is keeping a lot of things from RR in check. The only person really farming up great is Alacrity, but you look at Drew this time around, his progression on that Ricky is not really that close to how Raven's doing. So Geek Fam has corrected the farming issue they were having in game 1, and Drew now is kind of suffering. They really are kind of depending on Alacrity to still hit that mid-game timing he did in game 1.
But they are. I mean, by this point, he had the Desolator off. I believe he had the blink up as well. He was farming very, very quick on that TA last game. Still, he is at the top of the net worth board now, so he has kind of caught his way back in. Does have the Deso very, very soon on that TA. Top lane is going to start being forced in here from Raven, though KYXY will threaten with his presence. You've got Cuckoo around as well, just keeping eyes on everyone with that Corrosive Haze. But Geek Fam will just bring more and more heroes up. Now Carl will join in. Double damage activated as well to make matters worse. And now KYXY can be chased down. Nice overwhelming odds. And Sunray is there in the back line. Nuts does have it. He will pop it. Where's the jewel? Not coming up. KYXY, he will just die. The egg didn't really do enough. Hustler, gonna get out of there, but Carl is not done. He wants to keep chasing here on that Ember, getting another nice chains off. Green Coil there, but won't really do much. As Cuckoo will also chase down Nuts. A great Sunray, but no, what a stun from Cuckoo. Off the map, but it won't matter. 3 heroes going down for the side of RR, and well, luckily Drew is still alive. He's gonna try and get Cuckoo here, and he does get the slaughter. In fact, he's going to go after Zephyr on that Mirana. Can he kill him off in time? No, not quite. The stun is there from Drew. Can't get in range to take out the Mirana, nor does he have the protection. But at the very least, he does defend that top tier 1 tower.
Comes at a really big cost, and Geek Fam are starting to apply that early pressure with their draft. They're just managing to group up a lot earlier. This is down to the fact that the Ember is really hard to deal with. He's got the Vanguard up. Not the most common first pickup on the Ember Spirit, but it does allow him a lot of much more greater presence. They have relied on him to be in front, and it has been paying off. There is still a slight lead for RR, but majority of that is on Alacrity. So the other cores of RR are suffering because of this.
Yeah, I actually don't mind that Vanguard pick. It is very unique, but when you've got so much physical damage there from RR, it makes enough sense. Chain's gonna come out, Drew getting caught out, that's gonna be a big pick off here. He's in trouble, he has help though. Green Coil gonna be there, Carl has been stuck, they will duel him up. Now the egg is flying out just in case. Wyman trying to take that egg down, but he will not. No, he does get it off. He does lose his life in the process, and now Zephyr also going to be chased down. He will just sweep away. Drew doesn't have any more blink strikes, and now Raven jumps in. Does almost find Drew, but he's still running away. Here comes Cuckoo now, the Slana. He'll go on to Alacrity, but he'll turn around with a Melt Strike. Now Hustler going back with the orb. KYXY as well, trying to rush Raven. He gets the double kill in the back. Alacrity and Drew both going down this Morphling. And now KYXY trying to run. Another great overwhelming on to try and turn back around to Cuckoo, but Arrow connecting from Zephyr, but the Sunray will be enough. Now Hustler jumps back in, Zephyr goes down, but here comes Carl. It's an absolute brawl going on in this mid lane. KYXY still trying to run away. Carl waiting for his chains to be back up off cooldown. Wants to keep going, but now Hustler is there with the silence. He almost has Green Coil back up. He might even commit it here. No, he'll hold on. There's no mana left on KYXY for the duel. In fact, he does have some now.
Death's bounty.
What a prolonged team fight from both these sides.
Yeah, it was a lot of back and forth. In the end, I want to say that really favored Geek Fam. They lost their mid tier 1, but you got 2 big kills onto Raven. This is going to speed up his progress towards his SNY.
That is a dangerous place to try and farm in, Mr. Drew. Cuckoo, of course, there with the Corrosive Haze will give vision, and it's just a very, very easy pick-off once again for the side of Geek Fam.
Yeah, you can't afford to farm that far forward on the Riki. They're just going to have detection everywhere from Geek Fam's side. That's because they get so much more value from each sentry. They're not just spotting the Riki, but also preventing Alacrity from having free reign. So, with that much value, they're just going to keep all of these sentries in key spots.
Nut's going to take over that hard farm there on the Phoenix. Trying to finish off that Spirit Vessel, which is going to be very, very important this game to try and combat Raven. Raven is seemingly going for a very similar build as the last game, trying to build into that Manta style. In fact, no, the Sergeant Yasha will be the option this time.
Yeah, he's been working on it for a while, does get finished up, and this gives him the extra bulk to stand there and fight. I think he realizes that they don't really need a shotgun. It takes a bit too long to build into it. They just need to find these fights.
What was that? Bot
Chain
lane?
stunts?
No, he was off the map, but I believe because he had no TP available. He just went back onto the map.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see that, yeah.
So usually you're used to kind of seeing a Sunray off the map with a TP, but he actually came back in a different position because he didn't actually TP off the map. Alright, well that's, you learn something new every day. Bot lane, Drew. Smoke screen gonna be there, he'll be okay. His Hustler gonna rotate in. He does have the Dream Coil. Cuckoo, oh, they spotted him out, they know he's there. Traps will also give vision. Cuckoo though, blinking towards the north. He will TP up. Dream Coil gonna be wasted from Hustler. Great juking there from Cuckoo.
Yeah, and with that, with all the commitments down bot, they go straight into the Roche pit. And with a Corrosive Haze, this does not take too long at all.
Yeah, add an arrow stun on top of that, just to really help out. And they must be aware that this is happening on the side of RR, as Alacrity is already running that way. He does have the Deso up. Roshan's still very low, but Alacrity with that trap giving vision. Roshan's still going down. Now the smoke screen being dropped with the Sunray. Roshan's so low, but Raven has picked up the Aegis. He is fine. Now Alacrity with the Null Strike. Egg in the middle of everybody. Nuts will just end up going down, and now Drew, he's been caught out again. Geek Fam, they are not done. They want more. Alacrity, TPing away. Carl did not have chance to cancel that off. But Geek Fam, they secured the Roche, they got the Aegis, and they got 2 kills on top of that. I think they are very, very happy.
Oh, they definitely are. RR are starting to bleed some ground here. They've got to tighten up their engagements. They can't afford have Drew get caught out like this consistently. He has no farm. He's still saving up for the defusal, and this is in stark contrast to how well he was doing on the troll in game 1. So a lot of this now is really just on Alacrity to find that momentum for the rest of his team to build off of.
I love the fact that Carl was actually built into a Crimson Guard. When's the last time you saw Crimson Guard Ember?
I want to say never. It's not something you see ever. It's just really nice to have. You know that Cuckoo can't possibly farm it up because he's not given farm for it, so you need it. And then Nuts
goes down. But this is really clever from Geek Fam. Like that Crimson Guard. I understood the Vanguard because again it's just so much physical DPS coming out from RR. But now with that Crimson, you just can't fight into Geek Fam. Like there's just no way to get any damage out if you are the Ricky TA. They're gonna smoke up. They'll run straight into KYXY here on the LC, and poor old KYXY only has 10 dual damage. Stun, not gonna land from Cuckoo. Silenced from Parker with a double green coil, but here comes Carl. Alacrity pops his BKB now. A duel is out onto the slider. He's taking no damage. He does finally go down. KYXY though should drop here to Carl as well. Gets chained up and does die. Now Wyman, he will fall to Drew, but Drew is trying to run away from Raven, who is just chasing him down. They commit the egg, but Raven is not done. He wants the Phoenix dead, and he will find it. Now Carl comes in onto Alacrity. That TA is gonna melt, and Drew is the only one left. He is surrounded, but do not tell me no one has dust. No, Zipper has dust. It's just on cooldown, but Drew will get away.
Oh man. That was still a really bad fight for RR. They're not finding the kills they want. They forced the buyback out from Cuckoo though. So it's a bit of a consolation prize, but you do see Geek Fam finally pull ahead in terms of net worth. 4K advantage, 20-11 at 22 minutes in. And RR, they've got to play a lot less recklessly. They need to be able to brute force their way through that Crimson Guard. They need a lot more farm in Drew. This is the biggest issue they've had. Drew cannot find farm fast enough. It's a Ricky he's playing. It just doesn't flash farm. Not like the troll. So their pause 1 is just not carrying that weight for them.
Trying. It really does go back to that Crimson Guard though, doesn't it, John?
Yeah.
You saw that last team fight. RR had the advantage. They had the high ground, the initial stun missed, but when you came to that duel point onto Cuckoo, he literally just took no damage.
Yeah, the Crimson Guard's doing a lot of work. I think on top of that, it's the fact that the fights are super splintered. RR is just kind of scattered around every single time. They don't manage to clump up as well, and they don't have to punish a clump up. Like the best they have for AoE is the puck and the egg, and even then Nuts has not been able to fully channel that egg anywhere. So you're losing out on a big 5v5 engagement just by not having that control.
Geek Fam, another smoke coming out. I believe that was underneath an observer ward though, and it was. So RR should be very, very safe. Nuts. Gotta be faster than that, Nuts. Come on now, you saw the smoke happening. You've got to just Icarus dive out ASAP. I guess for him, he was just going to stand behind to make sure that Alacrity doesn't get caught out on the TA. He doesn't currently have a blink dagger, so he doesn't really have that mobility. Has to take the gank from the team.
Yeah, it's not the worst loss. That does reveal Raven's E-Blade as well. So they're fully aware it's up. They do have the BKB on Alacrity to counteract that, but no one else is really kind of safe from that. I guess you could try to dodge it as Ricky, but everyone else is going to be pretty susceptible to that combo. And oh, KYXY.
Yeah, he's been caught out. They can't get the adaptive strike off in time, but it won't really matter. He is in a corner, and there it is. Raven does get the kill eventually. Geek Fam now going to start TPing into the mid lane. They saw Drew there on the Ricky. Carl with the Moonlight Shadow going to roam in. Drew's in big trouble. He does get 5 blasted into an arrow and he just dies so quick. Now Nuts trying to run away, but Cuckoo is on the chase. Luckily for Nuts, those TA traps are going to slow down the side of Geek Fam.
Are fortified.
Whiteman is still trying to keep up.
Radiant's top tower is under
Cuckoo does have the blink and he will eventually get it. Nuts will knock it out.
It's just
is under attack.
slowly RR is just losing heroes one by one. You see Drew staying in the lane when no better by now. There's just sentries everywhere he would want to farm. And Geek Fam has been consistent about that. He needs to find maybe safer jungle farm. That's where they have some vision control. That's the best you can hope for that Ricky. And you take a look at Geek Fam, again, they're just kind of out of control. You look at Raven, 9-0 this time. In stark contrast to game 1, he is doing amazingly well on this morph. He doesn't even have the shaker to turn into.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
On top of that, Carl is going for a Radiance now. So he's just feeling himself.
Radiant's top tower
Very, very happy with how he's done this game, and I can't blame him. However, top lane, Drew. Gets there, but great dream call out with a huge smoke screen from Alacrity. They need to get out of there. They'll lose 2 straight off the bat. Although Cuckoo jumps in with a 4-man stun, but it is not going to matter. He will die. Wow. Okay. 3-man dream call to a 3-man smoke screen. That will turn the tide any fight. And apparently now Carl is still around in the mid lane. He has 3 remnants available. Drew was not able to get the smoke screen off in time.
For a lesson.
And that was a big, big play from Hustler.
Oh yeah, it's what they need. They need control in these fights, because if they don't land it, they're just gonna get overwhelmed by Geek Fam. And as long as Hustler can keep doing that, you're gonna see a lot of good results. He's got the Blink Dagger up and running as well, so it's gonna be easier to consistently do that. It's just that Geek Fam, I'm sure, now that they're aware, are gonna be a lot more disciplined about that spacing. And the best RR can do right now is to try to take out that tier 2 bot.
is under attack.
They'll protect 1 range creep, and that'll be enough to start forcing this in, but Moonlight Shadow out from Geek Fam. They're more than happy to try and team fight. They won't really get involved. Not quite yet. Now, Zephyr could find a nice arrow to start off, but no. They're just going to try and de-ward their jungle. Trying to get control back their way.
Yeah, that should help out a bit. You still got a lot of room to grow, especially on Drew. Like, his farm has just slowed down so much. He's still trying to finish up the Manta style, which it's still useful, but Dust is your least worry now. Even the Corrosive Haze is the least of your worries. There's just so many other sources of vision that Geek Fam has really been applying, and I think you start to look to Drew to maybe really wait out the BKB first before forcing those aggressive moves. You see Carl finishing up that Radiance you were talking about, and this does give him a lot more presence in the fights. Just constant damage coming out, a bit more tankiness overall with the mischance. That's gonna hurt Alacrity a fair bit.
Oh. Remember now, KOXY would love to find that jewel, but I kind of doubt whether they can get through the all the defensiveness of this Ember right now. Zephyr trying to look for a ult, does get it onto KYXY. Now the arrow follow-up is there, but where's the rest of it? Looks like the rest of RR were right behind. Now Alacrity jumps in. Does get 5 blasted up, and Geek Fam are just unwilling to fight right now, it seems. So, Carl does get caught out with the Dream Core. They're going to try and jump in on the Ember. He does have his team to back him up. They'll just control up KYXY. Now Raven coming in. They blow off the LC. They blow up Drew on the Ricky. The tips coming out immediately from Cuckoo. And now Alacrity, he's been left alone. He will also die.
What did you learn?
That's what they were waiting for, Geek. They wanted to pay back the side of RR for giving those tips over to them earlier on.
Oh man, RR, that was not the way to engage. Like, sure, you catch out the Ember. You need to catch out 3 of your heroes every single time, not just one. It's not enough to just pin down Carl. The follow-up from the rest of Geek Fam is a bit too much, and with that, Geek Fam, they get to shove in a mid-tier 2. The Roche is up and running. You're just gonna go secure that objective first.
Why not? Easy Roshan to be taken here once again. This will be the second Roshan Geek Fam does play this game. Get bigger and bigger as time goes on, these guys. Ravens are very close now to that Eye of Sky pickup. Can afford that secondary ultimate orb. But for now, just hold on to that Aegis. Give the cheese away to Carl. Onto that dire triangle where Hustler does scout them out. Drew may not be so lucky though. Cuckoo is right after him, though maybe they just settle for KYXY. They get the stun off. Arrow to follow up as well, and poor old KYXY is going to get a shotgun blast right to the front. Back into the mid lane where perhaps now they try to force high ground.
Yeah, they certainly can. You see Hustler trying to cut through. Does clear the previous wave, so they're only going to have one wave to work with.
Chains. That was a stun on the path, but he will be okay.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That tier 3 tower is definitely not going to be alright though. Chains out on the Phoenix with the arrow, and again Zephyr this time around picking up the kill on the Mirana.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Bot lane Cuckoo will back off. Does actually find Drew out here on the Ricky. Drew trying to get himself out of there, but he's currently being chased down with the Corrosive Haze. He does defuse with Blade, the Slaughter. Cuckoo unwilling to let him go.
Didn't see that coming.
But Drew is making it very, very difficult for Cuckoo. Now, still finds a stun. He does have that gem up. And with that, Drew just can't get back to the base. He'll bring Zephyr in now. Mules up into the arrow, and this should mean a dead Ricky. And it will be. While all that's happening, the side of Geek Fam does take the mid rats, and now we're up onto the top rats.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh man, RR, it's just going to be really hard to defend, although.
They jump in, a lot of that is being dealt with that Ogre, a duel out on the Carl, but they are doing no damage to the Ember. And again, KYXY will get blown up, and he calls the GG. They haven't got buybacks left on any of their cores. And this time around in game number 2, take a very dominant victory.
Yeah, it's a great back and forth overall from both teams, but RR this time around could not hit the timings we
FY, he's found himself No-Tail out on his own.
He's trapped him.
There's No-Tail. Is he going to get any sort of backup? No, he's not. There's 3 still dead on OG. It'll be a slow and painful death here for No-Tail as Zame comes in for the kill secure.
And I love the way that Chalice popped his BKB super early in that fight. He just knows, I just need to get my ulti off, and he cast it at a very safe range. He didn't wait for the last second of his BKB. He's not very greedy. I think that's a lot of the reason why they've been winning these team fights. Seb has been struggling, still about 1,000 gold away from his BKB.
I mean, yeah, this Brewmaster is a display of perfection, really. It's the highest level in the game with his Bloodseekers.
And doing a ton of damage in the fight. One of the most damage in the game as an offlane.
Now has full Shiva, so even more ways. He's pretty much itemized entirely just to be like, Ana, I'm ruining your game. I've got Radiance, I've got Shivas. You're going to struggle so much in these fights as Phantom Lancer.
Eric's did his best to keep Ana alive, and but Ana wasn't able to do damage because he was ruptured. He wasn't that low on HP, but still can't run around.
Oh, Seb.
Oh, Ame's coming in this here.
Got to be careful who shows up top. Indeed, Jerax. He's going out on his own. He doesn't expect Arme to have this invis route. As Arme will show himself, Jerax goes across, but Somnus is there.
Somnus is not messing without rupturing.
No mercy. They're feeling very confident now at this point, getting these very advantageous team fights as well as getting kills on the split push too. Thompson though, we'll find X-Nova.
Sep, and as well. Between the two of them, they'll take down the support edge. FY's going to come in though. He hasn't got anyone else with him at the moment. It is just FY, so just playing around with Sep.
He has no help around at all, and he's still just making Sep's life miserable.
He's toying with him. He's just making him not be able to come back. Look, they're already starting to rotate this Brewmaster and Bloodseeker too, and FY, he's ready to look for Sep.
Sep's got to get out.
Oh, Sep.
As indeed FY, the patience keeping that control on Sep, buying time for Chalice to come in. Ana is going to look towards the Tusk. Chalice is now there, does have Primal Split available if he wants to look to take this fight. Somnus coming in as well. As Ana, Sep look to hide in the trees. Can they get out of it? Ana's got a TP available. He's into the trees. He's going to show himself in the lane though. They're going to continue to head over. They are going to see Seb make it out in time. They don't have a stun. Ana, can he get out as well? He can. OG will avoid that rotation from PSG LGD.
FY is just so obnoxious there, following Sep for over a minute, just stalking him, trying to have his team come over.
So that's about, a minute without Aegis being used for LGD. They have 2 minutes left, I would say, to capitalize on this Aegis. Oh man, looks like he is loving the PL.
Pretty much back to a 50-50. PSG LGD 2-1 up at the moment in this best of 5 grand finals. 1 game needed to secure the championship title. And at this point, they are ahead here in game 4.
No-Tail hasn't had time to gather a full army of Ancient Creeks. Right now, he just has the Ancient Black Dragon. You really want those other auras when you're at a big disadvantage in the team fights already.
Yeah, it's tough though, because Jerax doesn't want to be following around his Chen, giving him the Aghanim, so. As Thompson, he does have a Lincoln Sphere picked up, and they should have the BKB finished on Sep too. So that'll give him a little bit easier time to get those Blink calls out as he's been suffering to do so in the last few fights. And Somnus, full I've Scotty picked up, about to be level 25 as well.
Yeah, they just need a couple more minutes on the side of OG before they're ready to fight. Wait for the Aegis to expire.
Sep, he's in, gets the call, the character's going to get FY, there with the snowball save. He's going to be fine, and now they turn to look towards the axe. The taunt's going to be out. Seb goes for the TP. They've got the stun to cancel though. Seb held back for now. Thompson trying to offer his best from the side to provide some sort of safety, as he will get Seb back. They're able to get Seb back to safety, and Thompson is running away. X-Nova's there with the wraparound, gets the slow off, gives the vision for the snowball. TP from No-Tail's coming in towards the Shrine, but Thompson, he's trapped.
That's twice in the series that X-Nova just comes out of nowhere. Like, he's just on a warding expedition, then he just ends up wrapping behind these people constantly.
Perfect time.
Perfect timing, and has the Centon creep to boot. And look at these deep wards that he's placed during that time that he was running around doing so. He now has full vision of OG. Yeah, sees Ana farming these Ancients right now.
Oh, Ana. FY just giving so much information for the team. He's got eyes on him. Get the punch on the wrong target, but the snowball pass will catch Ana. Ana, he's in trouble. The Blood Bright Silence connects. He's got the Manta back up in a second, but can he really play his way out of this one? He cannot. Ana down for a minute and a half.
Just having all this vision. And X-Nova throughout this whole tournament has had the best vision in every situation, even when you wouldn't expect it. You're just like, oh, they're fighting on the left side. They're not gonna have vision over here. But no, X-Nova always seems to have those prepared in every situation.
And he has some incredible foresight to be able to have these wars that just lead to really clutch pickoffs. And Axe has not spent his money on BKB. He has the money, but he might be looking to save for buyback.
We'll see if any of the buybacks do get forced out. Thompson's still dead for 15. Ideally, he doesn't buy back it. They may have to buy back on Ana. He's gone for 50 seconds. The split coming out from Chalice. He's ready to push in, look for the stun on No-Tail to hold back the Chen as the mid-racks are exposed. PSG LGD, 40 minutes in, able to open into the base and clean out this mid lane of racks. Still Ana holding on to that buyback.
And they're gonna keep going here. They really want to force this PL to come back here.
Stun onto Thompson. He will blink dodge it. But another tier 3 tower falling incredibly fast. They really don't want to use it. Seb jumps in, gets the call onto FY. There's the buyback. The Cataclysm isn't enough to do anything. It isn't. PSG LGD still fighting strong. Thompson getting focused by Somnus. Seb taken down by Arme. The triple buyback's now out as Ana in trouble. He's pulled back for this one. The deafening blast onto the 3 of them. Knocks them back, but Ana gets focused. Seb! He's in with the call. He has the control onto the morphing Somnus. Now being chased by Thompson. Blinks in with the cold snap. The PL Army's on top of it. They get Somnus too. As OG, they have to expend 3 buybacks, but they hold on to the top rack. Somnus now down for 2 minutes. No buyback available on this Bloodseeker.
Yeah, he's 400 gold short of it. It's up in about 8 seconds. OG, they have to make so much happen here. They have to push out all their lanes. 2 of the side lanes are already going, but I think trying to get some kills here, like on FY here, would be very ideal.
I mean, look how close to Brew is at 25.
So close.
With that primal split cooldown.
Oh, Thompson, he sees it FY. He's used the snowball, he turns with the combo FY with the self-fuels, but OG, they've surrounded him. Seb jumps in with the call, the blade mail, FY's gone.
Instant buyback from FY.
Still that scary, scary time for LGD. 75 seconds without Somnus. OG have the full 5-man pushing in all 3 lanes at the same time as they approach LGD's base.
I don't even know if I get the edge of this team fight. I mean, LGD are up in goal, but no Bloodseeker with 60 seconds. This could be disastrous.
He's got a full BKB on Seb as well.
Chalice really wants to hit level 25 before he pops that primal split. So close.
Just got to be careful, Seb. Looking for that blink initiation.
Chalice is stepping back. Grabs, they give him the tome. He needed like 5 experience, and they gave him the tome just to make sure that he gets it anyway. Just playing as safe as possible here.
Looks like OG don't feel that the window is big enough for them to push in whilst this Bloodseeker's still dead. They'll back away.
They can't count. They bought back 3 heroes. They weren't able to get any T30s, and there's no Roshan up yet. Big Daddy No Tail's praying for a Roche right now so they can get that refresher, but it's not going to be out. And maybe will dodge a bullet.
At least they got a good amount of economy off that, right?
Yep.
It was up to a 15k gold advantage, and they chunked it down to 7. Same thing with experience. So they did get quite a lot out of that one, but they ideally wanted to get at least one of those sets of racks to get some momentum pushing in with those 3 buybacks used.
Absolutely, it is this really scary moment of the game now for OG. We're about 5-6 minutes still without those buybacks available. If PSG LGD can find that one team fight, it could be the team fight to win TI in this window of time that they now have presented to themselves.
Ana's gone full in for that butterfly too. As they pick up also an Aeon disc on Jeremy, so protected and DD did spawn, however, was killed.
It's also pretty scary for Maybe right now. He only has a 5-second BKB, and he does a lot of damage and will get wrecked by the X Blade Mail Call if he finds him, especially with his BKB now. There's not that many ways to stop him.
It's just all about FY and Chalice, right? Just either saving or just getting into the midst of the fights and not allowing OG to get the picks.
And the smoke, it's going to be dispelled.
Let's get dispelled. But
He's in the trees, they're on the high ground, they've got the vision with the Shiva's covered, Anna's on his way over. They've got the snowball down, there's the counterplay, Seb jumps in, he's able to fight the call onto Chalice, but Chalice already got the BKB out. The Sunstride's going to be down onto FY, but FY will survive. Seb pots the BKB, he'll try and stand his ground, but Seb, he's going to go down. No buyback on the axe. As Jarex as well, surrounded by PSG LGD. The Eon disc will proc, but they'll fight through it.
he has to buy back immediately.
Look at these creep track by these 4 spirits. On the bottom rune, they have no creeps in the mid lane.
Sienna still holding on to that buyback on Jarex. But as Ben said, the creeps aren't here.
It's backdoor. Can they breach through it? It's not looking like it right now. Maybe everyone hitting the same one.
That creep cutting, is it enough to hold OG in the game?
You see No Tail's already running to just, he doesn't care. He's going to throw his life for this. He needs to just keep these creeps out of the base to keep that back door up. He doesn't care if he dies.
Which he certainly will as they get upon him. They find his life. 1 minute now without No Tail and without Seb. Thompson, Anna, and Jarex. The only 3 heroes that can offer their defense during this final minute, this final stand.
Jarex is really trying to hold on to his buyback.
As Chalice split of course up once again. They're finishing off this second set of racks. He's got the Cyclone holding Anna up in the skies. As this rack's on the top lane will fall, the melee rack's gone. PSG LGD playing this carefully. As they'll go down towards the bottom as well. Arme, doppelgangers, he's losing a fair bit of mana into the PL. Still able to shift back into that morphling if needs be. As OG, they will lose their top racks, but they won't lose the game. PSG LGD are playing it safe. They know how close they are to victory, and they will not throw it away.
And they know that the Roche is probably respawning pretty soon, and it actually is up, so that is that refresher shard. They already have pretty much infinite primal splits up anyway, but they feel very confident here.
They weren't able to de-ward that ward in the mid lane, so it looks like they are going for a Roche fake out.
Check. Anna is on top of X-Nova. The Ghost Step's going to get the set. He's in. The call, the EMP, the cannon, but F5 is in. He's able to get the save off in time to keep this man alive. But he's got it up. Chalice is down. Buyback from X-Nova and Chalice. FY with the Invis. Somnus looking to get involved. Pods the BKB to get over the ice roll. They get on top of Seb. Seb's in trouble. Seb's gone. The axe down once again for 90 seconds. As now FY giving them the vision, but they see him. Got the doppelganger to jump away from the snowball. The snowball over to Thompson. The self-fuels. FY trying to buy time for the rest of LGD to come in. Again, up into the air. Arme straight on top of No-Tail. FY will fall. Arme looking towards No-Tail. No-Tail pops the hand of God, but No-Tail beaten down by Arme and Somnus. Chalice gets the primal split off as Anna. He's been left behind in Thompson. He's got to do something incredible in terms of the combo. Can he find the angle? Jerax coming in, keeping Anna alive. Anna with the doppelganger. The deafening blast comes out onto the two of them. Anna trying to go in, looking for the kill. Can he find it in time onto X-Nova? He's on top of him, trying to beat him down. Anna again with the doppelganger, now retreating back towards the base. As X-Nova will survive. Jerax back in, the combo. Meatball down onto Chalice, but Chalice is so tanky. Pops the Shiva's gone. He's on top of Jerax. Jerax is gone. Anna as well. Can he really fight back against the Somnus, and X-Nova are so low? As the buyback for Jerax comes in, he's healing Anna back up. That buyback could set them up for the kill on X-Nova. The cold snap down onto the charge, and they find him. Arme, he's out of Anna. He's starting to shift into the strength, but he's surrounded. OG, can they find the ball? They can! OG are still in the game. Arme buys back immediately. But now it's PSG LGD's turn to be without two of their supports. Seb's going to be back up in 8 seconds.
Oh my god, that buyback from Jerax onto that shrine, being able to save Ana, but Ana also toying with them with that doppel. He sent the illusion. They thought that was the real one. They actually couldn't finish him off, even though they got the thirst vision of him for a second.
With the level 25 talent on the doppelganger, it's really hard to kill him.
Seb.
Yeah.
He's looking straight for the play. Can he find Somnus? He's hunting. Somnus. He's there, Seb. He'll see him. Oh! Doesn't get the call, though, and now Seb. He'll be ruptured. They're looking at him, but Anna, he's straight in on top of Somnus. Somnus puts the BKB. Anna again with the doppelganger. They see Cataclysm coming out. And Somnus still alive. Anna will be able to force him away. They've got the hex. They've got the control. They're on top of him. Can they kill him in time? They can. Chalice got for 2 minutes. And Seb, he's finding, looking for Arme. Big Daddy No-Tail gets the penitence out. Only onto the illusion, though. Arme able to waveform up to the high ground. As Arme should be fine here.
Thompson's got the ghost one. He's got Hex
maybe
up soon too.
Oh, the doppelganger Arme's over the trees. Can he hide his way out of this?
He's back. Real one.
Goes for the waveform. Seb tries for the call, but he's already out of there. Nice play from Arme.
And he buys so much time too for his team there. The Brewmaster was dead for 120 seconds, now only 90.
Still a big window for OG. They're only without Jerax for the same amount of time. And that lead the PSG LGD had, it is going down a little bit. Only 4K, 5K at the moment with these last few fights. Obviously the 25s now coming out on OG. Thompson's into the pit.
What a timely DD coming out for him too. I don't think they expected to be taken out as fast. He's almost able to solo it with the help of these summons. And that's a refresher shot. There's no way to get this. There's no way LGD can.
Oh, and the Seb level 25 too. That extra Berserker's Call AoE. It catches people out. They don't expect it.
It does not feel like OG T-Rex now.
Yeah. The Berserker's Call now is, I mean, the AoE is really massive now when you have that talent.
It's so hard to play against. Can PSG LGD do it? They've got the Basher now for Somnus. For just a 2K lead with those last big comeback plays from OG. Still 30 seconds without Chalice.
Double Hex coming out now. Thompson and these 5-second BKBs. Yeah, I mean, they were crushing with their BKBs.
Being spotted out.
He's got the vision. They're on top of him. Thompson, he's in trouble. The Nullify comes up, but he got the Ghost Walk off as well as the Hex in time. Now, Somnus turns off. The blood runs down. Thompson! He's dead for 100. Has got the buyback available. PSG LGD will certainly look to force it out of them.
FY just with a shadow blade. As soon as they split up, he finds the perfect opportunity there on Thompson.
You got to be careful going out on the map when FY's alive. There's every chance in the world that he's going to be watching you from the trees.
And at this point, I think for Ame, it's actually going to be very worth it for him to actually just try and burn all the mana from the Phantom Lancer, so we can't doppelganger all the time. That's causing huge issues in the team fights. And I see that Chalice is using his Dispel Magic every single cooldown on these Phantom Lancer illusions, but there's still way too many that are causing havoc in these team fights.
It's too constant. Like that doppel cooldown being 3 seconds just allows him to always be able to play around a little bit around the brew. They don't really have like this crazy AoE when you look at LGD's lineup to just clear out those illusions. It's really a lot based off them just trickling them down slowly, like the Shivas and the Radiants, and knowing exactly which one it is.
Yep, he doesn't have the crit talent, but now he does have crit from that Bloodthorn coming out.
It's a lot of damage that Anna can offer to the fights now.
And Brewmaster without BKB, very vulnerable. Cold Snap, Bloodthorn.
Fanatics turn to ban.
So they can prevent him from getting that ult.
He just commits it from the back.
Radiant
Just be
team
Make sure they
ban.
can get it off and get some damage in onto the tier 3s. Anna's going to start to try and fight against these Primal Split Brewlings. He'll be able to find one of them. He has been silenced. He'll take down the Wind Panda 2 as well by the looks of it. There's only the Earth
Fanatics
Panda
turn to ban.
prevails. Seb jumps in, he gets the...
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
스캔 돌려야 돼요. 스캔 돌려야 된다고요.
Fanatics turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Fanatics turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Fanatics turn to pick. Radiant team pick.
Imba spirit.
Radiant team pick.
Void incarnate.
Fanatics turn to pick.
Grimstroke.
Ten seconds remaining. Fanatics turn to ban.
I speak for the trees.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Fanatics turn to pick.
No druid.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Fanatics turn to pick.
Earth Spirit.
Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Fanatics turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Fanatics turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Morphling. 10 seconds remaining. Choose your hero.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
스캔 돌려야 돼요. 스캔 돌려야 된다고요.
Prepare for battle.
Your anger is useless here.
Это такая тушка. 골드볼 못해. 골드볼 못해. 나이스. 왜 개면이 나이스.
30 seconds to battle. The battle begins.
With me. The tide has turned. No, don't stop you.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Vision turbulence.
스캔 돌려야 돼요.
Never refuse
스캔
good.
돌려야 된다고요.
What surge is this?
Set in stone.
For my coffers.
Perfect location.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
My life fade from memory. Lies beyond. My people die.
Behold is the answer to all life's questions.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. scanning.
Warriors of the world. Backwash.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This is a success. My ink falls.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Place who most helpful.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Let's go.
Double damage.
What surge is this?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Spirit is loosed.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's turret has been killed.
I die to serve.
Warriors of the world. Your final gasp serves as bellows to the whirlwinds of destruction.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Well, well.
Yo, this guy has no chill, man.
Bounty. Earth's bounty. Never refuse gold given.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dead life, now dream deep of death.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Bury him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Unstoppable. Taken by the undertow.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Spirit alone continues.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
FY, he's found himself No-Tail out on his own.
He's trapped him.
There's No-Tail. Is he going to get any sort of backup? No, he's not. There's 3 still dead on OG. It'll be a slow and painful death here for No-Tail as Zame comes in for the kill secure.
And I love the way that Chalice popped his BKB super early in that fight. He just knows, I just need to get my ulti off, and he cast it at a very safe range. He didn't wait for the last second of his BKB. He's not very greedy. I think that's a lot of the reason why they've been winning these team fights. Seb has been struggling, still about 1,000 gold away from his BKB.
Yeah, this Brewmaster is a display of perfection, really. It's the highest level in the game with his Bloodseekers.
And doing a ton of damage in the fight. It's one of the most damage in the game as an offlaner.
Now has full Shiva, so even more ways. He's pretty much itemized entirely just to be like, Ana, I'm ruining your game. I've got Radiance, I've got Shivas. You're going to struggle so much in these fights as Phantom Lancer.
Eric's did his best to keep Ana alive, and but Ana wasn't able to do damage because he was ruptured. He wasn't that low on HP, but still can't run around.
Seb.
Oh, I'm as ninjas here.
Got to be careful who shows up top. Indeed, Jerax. He's going out on his own. He doesn't expect Zame to have this invis route. And Zame will show himself. Jerax goes across, but Somnus is there.
Somnus is not messing around rupturing.
No mercy. They're feeling very confident now at this point, getting these very advantageous team fights as well as getting kills on the split push too. Thompson though, we'll find X-Nova.
Seb, and as well, between the two of them, they'll take down the support edge. FY's going to come in though. He hasn't got anyone else with him at the moment. It is just FY, so just playing around with Seb.
He has no help around at all, and he's still just making Seb's life miserable.
He's just toying with him. He's just making him not be able to come back. Look, they're already starting to rotate this Brewmaster and Bloodseeker too, and FY, he's ready to look for Seb.
Seb's got to get out.
Oh, Seb.
As indeed FY, the patience keeping that control on Seb, buying time for Chalice to come in. Ana is going to look towards the Tusk. The Chalice is now there, does have Primal Split available if he wants to look to take this fight. Somnus coming in as well. As Ana, Seb look to hide in the trees. Can they get out of it? Ana's got a TP available. He's into the trees, he's going to show himself in the lane though. They're going to continue to head over. They are going to see Seb make it out in time. They don't have a stun. Ana, can he get out as well? He can. OG will avoid that rotation from PSG LGD.
FY is just so obnoxious there, following Seb for over a minute, just stalking him, trying to have his team come over.
So that's about, a minute without Aegis being used for LGD. They have 2 minutes left, I would say, to capitalize on this Aegis. Oh man, looks like he is level up PL.
Pretty much back to a 50-50. PSG LGD 2-1 up at the moment in this best of 5 grand finals. 1 game needed to secure the championship title. And at this point, they are ahead here in game 4.
No-Tail hasn't had time to gather a full army of Ancient Creeps. Right now, he just has the Ancient Black Dragon. You really want those other auras when you're at a big disadvantage in these team fights already.
Yeah, it's tough though, because Jerax doesn't want to be following around his Chen, giving him the Aghanim. So. As Thompson, see, he does have a Lincoln Sphere picked up, and they should have the BKB finished on Seb too. So that'll give him a little bit easier time to get those Blink calls as he's been suffering to do so in the last few fights. And Somnus I've Scotty picked up, about to be level 25 as well.
Yeah, they just need a couple more minutes on the side of OG before they're ready to fight. Wait for the age to expire.
Seb, he's in. Gets the call. The character's going to get FY. There with the snowball save. He's going to be fine, and now they turn to look towards the axe. The taunt's going to be out. Seb goes for the TP. They've got the stun to cancel though. Seb held back for now. Thompson trying to offer his best from the side to provide some sort of safety, as he will get Seb back. They're able to get Seb back to safety, and Thompson, he's running away. X-Nova's there with the wraparound, gets the slow off, gives the vision for the snowball. TP from No-Tails coming in towards the stride, but Thompson, he's trapped.
That's twice in the series that X-Nova just comes out of nowhere. Like, he's just on a warding expedition, then he just ends up wrapping behind these people constantly.
Perfect time.
Perfect timing, and has the Senton creep to boot. And look at these deep wards that he's placed during that time that he was running around doing so. He now has full vision of OG. Yeah, he sees Ana farming these Ancients right now.
Oh, Ana. FY just giving so much information for the team. He's got eyes on him. Get the punch on the wrong target, but the snowball pass will catch Ana. Ana, he's in trouble. The blood bright silence connects. He's got the man to back up in a second, but can he really play his way out of this one? He cannot. Ana down for a minute and a half.
Just having all this vision. And X-Nova throughout this whole tournament has had the best vision in every situation, even when you wouldn't expect it. They're just like, oh, they're fighting on the left side. They're not going to have vision over here. But no, X-Nova always seems to have those prepared in every situation.
And he has some incredible foresight to be able to have these wars that just lead to really clutch pickoffs. And Axe has not spent his money on BKB. He has the money, but he might be looking to save for buyback.
We'll see if any of the buybacks do get forced out. Thompson's still dead for 15. Ideally, he doesn't buy back it. They may have to buy back on Ana. He's gone for 50 seconds. The split coming out from Chalice. He's ready to push in, look for the stun on No-Tail to hold back the Chen as the mid-racks are exposed. PSG LGD, 40 minutes in, able to open into the base and clean out this mid lane of Rack. Still Ana holding on to that buyback.
And they're going to keep going here. They really want to force this PL to come back here.
Stun onto Thompson. He will blink dodge it. But another tier 3 tower falling incredibly fast. They really don't want to use it. Seb jumps in, gets the call onto FY. There's the buyback. The Cataclysm isn't enough to do anything. It isn't. PSG LGD still fighting strong. Thompson getting focused by Somnus. Seb taken down by Arme. The triple buybacks now out as Ana in trouble. He's pulled back for this one. The deafening blast after the three of them knocks them back. But Ana gets focused. Seb! He's in with the call. He has the control onto the ball. Big Somnus now being chased by Thompson. Blinks in with the concept. The PLR is on top of it. They get Somnus too. As OG, they have to expect 3 buybacks, but they won't drag Somnus. Now down for 2 minutes. No buyback available on this Bloodseeker.
So much happened here. They have to push out all their lanes too. Some things are already going, but I think trying to get some kills here, like on FY here, would be very ideal.
I mean, look how close the Peru is at 25. I mean,
So close.
With that primal split cooldown.
Oh, Thompson, he sees it FY. He's used the snowball. He turns with the combo FY with the self-fuels, but OG, they've surrounded him. Seb jumps in with the call, the blade mail. FY's gone.
Instant buyback from FY.
Still that scary, scary time for LGD. 75 seconds without Somnus. OG have the full 5-man pushing in all 3 lanes at the same time as they approach LGD's base.
I don't even know if I give a head for that in this team fight. The LGD are been gold, but no blood taken for 60 seconds. This could be disastrous.
He's got a full BKB on Seb as well.
Chalice really wants to hit level 25 before he pops that primal split. So close.
Just got to be careful, Seb. Looking for that blink initiation.
Chalice is stepping back. Grabs, they give him the tome. He needed like 5 experience, and they gave him the tome just to make sure that he gets it anyway. Just playing as safe as possible here.
Looks like OG don't feel that the window is big enough for them to push in whilst this Bloodseeker's still dead. They'll back away.
They can't. They bought back 3 heroes. They weren't able to get any T30s, and there's no Roshan up yet. Big Daddy No-Tail's praying for a Roche right now so they can get that refresher, but it's not going to be up. And maybe we'll dodge a bullet.
At least they got a good amount of economy off that, right?
Yep.
It was up to a 15k gold advantage, and they chunked it down to 7. Same thing with experience. So they did get quite a lot out of that one, but they ideally wanted to get at least one of those sets of racks to get some momentum pushing in with those 3 buybacks used.
Absolutely, it is this really scary moment of the game now for OG. We're about 5-6 minutes still without those buybacks available. If PSG LGD can find that one team fight, it could be the team fight to win TI in this window of time that they now have presented to themselves.
Ana's gone full in for that butterfly too. As they pick up also an A on discount Jeremy, so protected in O. DD did spawn, however, was killed.
It's also pretty scary for Maybe right now. He only has a 5-second BKB, and he does a lot of damage and will get wrecked by the X-Blade Mail call if he finds it, especially with his BKB now. There's not that many ways to stop him.
It's just all about FY and Chalice, right? Just either saving or just getting into the midst of the fights and not allowing OG to get the picks.
And the smoke, it's going to be dispelled.
Let's get dispelled. But it's
He's in the trees, they're on the high ground, they've got the vision with the Shiva's covered, Anna's on his way over, they've got the snowball down, there's the Catapult, Seb jumps in, he's able to find the call onto Challenge, but Challenge already got the BKB out, the Sun Strike's going to be down onto FY, but FY will survive, Seb pots the BKB, he'll try and stand his ground, but Seb, he's going to go down, no buyback on the axe, and Jarex as well, surrounded by PSG LGD, the Eon Disc will proc, but they'll fight through it.
He has to buy back immediately.
Look at these creep track by these Force Spirits. On the bottom rune, they have no creeps in the mid lane.
Sienna still holding on to that buyback on Jarex. But as Ben said, the creeps aren't here.
It's backdoor. And they breached through it. It's not looking like it right now. Maybe everyone hitting the same one.
That creep cutting isn't enough to hold OG in the game.
You see No Tails already running to just, he doesn't care. He's going to throw his life for this. He needs to just keep these creeps out of the base to keep that back door up. He doesn't care if he dies.
Which he certainly will. As they get upon him, they find his life. 1 minute now without No Tail and without Seb. Thompson, Anna, and Jarex. The only 3 heroes that can offer their defense during this final minute, this final stand.
Jarex is really trying to hold on to his buyback.
As Chalice split of course up once again. They're finishing off this second set of racks. He's got the Cyclone holding Anna up in the skies. As this Rax on the top lane will fall, the melee Rax gone. PSG LGD playing this carefully. As they'll go down towards the bottom as well. Arme, doppelgangers, he's losing a fair bit of mana as the PL.
5 seconds remaining. Fanatics turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Fanatics turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Second game of this Best of 2 series between T1 and Fnatic. It is MLP Donor, and of course John Xfire. John, game 1 didn't go very well for T1. It was a rough experience, of course. Fnatic, they had their Morphling, they had their DP, they had their Nature's Prophet, and they destroyed T1 in game 1. What do you think needs to change from their side of things to be able to at least draw out this series?
10 seconds.
I think a couple of bans have to come out here, Mike. I think you've got to see the Morphling banned out for Savage. We see him do a lot of work on it every single time Fnatic's able to pick it up. And it hasn't been banned yet. So that is still an option on the table for Fnatic if T1 ends up not banning it out. I think a couple of things as well for T1. Their early aggression did not pay off. I think they've got to work on the execution of that. If they want to run that aggressive trialing, they have to commit to it. If they had all the tools there with Grimstroke, Darkseer, and Earth Spirit, and they just couldn't find those early kills, which you have to find when you have that Earth Spirit.
10 seconds remaining.
Had it been any other position 1 on the side of Fnatic, and they probably would have actually found multiple kills on Savage, but that Morphling just always proves a bit too hard to kill, especially considering he can just juggle his HP whenever he wants. He didn't care for the Iron Shell, he didn't care for the role of the Earth Spirit. And we'll see, because T1, they haven't really banned out those heroes either.
10 seconds.
Right,
remaining.
they've gone back to the same bans. This time around, they did get rid of the Ember.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm afraid they might leave the Timbersaw in for Fnatic, because if you leave the Timber in, Ice is probably going to go ahead and take it. But they do have one more ban. So it's either going to be Timber, maybe a Respect Morph ban. We know Fnatic, you've got to be worried about the Alchemist. They do love running that Alchemist on Savage as well. Yeah. Fnatic, they will ban out the Centaur for now. T1. Like, what would you even prioritize? Would you get rid of the Morphling here? Would you just say screw the Timbersaw? I guess you could ban the Morphling later if you really want to.
10 seconds remaining.
I'd say priority, I'd honestly say the Morphling. Just Savage is just such an integral part of why Fnatic wins that we've seen him struggle in different heroes, but we've never really seen him struggle on that morph. So you just take out that consistent factor. I think there are some chinks in the armor you could exploit if you force Fnatic to pick a different pause one. We've seen that. In fact, the moments we see Fnatic at their weakest is when Savage does not get that good start. So that is one way for T1 to kind of punish this lineup.
Right. Well, they are taking quite a lot of time for this this fourth ban now.
Fanatics.
Really having to think about it, and it's actually going to be the Lycan. Last game around, we saw them 5th ban the Lycan, I believe, or it was either 5th or 6th ban the Lycan. This time around, in the first ban phase. So now Fnatic, they can go back to the Prophet, they can go back to the Phoenix. Again, the Timbersaw's there for Ice if he wants to play that. Hell, they could go back to the offlane trio if Ice feels like it.
Yeah.
It's really up to him. The sky's the limit right now for Fnatic, and they're going to spend a bit of time here to decide what they want to start with, and of all things, it's going to be a tiny pick.
Yeah, that is pretty potent. I believe whenever Fnatic picks that up, that tends to be the DJ hero. I'm not sure if they're going to run it as a core. There is the flexibility for that as well. But it's just such a strong pick to have, right? You have the early aggression that can come out here. The damage output this Tiny brings is pretty ridiculous. And it allows you to throw an initiator in if that's going to be one of the things Fnatic looks for. So it's a very solid opening. Doesn't reveal too much. T1, they take the Nature's Prophet themselves. They want that disruptive offlaner with push potential and global presence. I can't blame them. Whether or not this is going to be for Forev or if it's going to be for Paulson is a different question. There is flexibility in that pick as well.
Yeah, no, there absolutely is.
10 seconds remaining.
T1 can have a think about their second pickup now. That Prophet really just always feels like they're denying that away from Ice, just in case you wanted to go back into that. Of course, the Tiny Prophet combination can be quite dangerous as well. Like Avalanche Toss, and then you have a TP in from the Prophet to finish off the job.
Oh yeah.
It really can be devastating.
Turn to pick.
T1, however, going to the Tusk. I don't mind this. I like seeing that, but that does really reveal where this Prophet is going. Well, somewhat. It's either a pos 5 now, or it's going to be a pos 3. More than likely a pos 3.
Yeah. And it's all right in that case. Tusk Prophet is something we've seen a lot of. I love the response from Fnatic though. They pick up the Jabs Winter Wyvern here, and it just clears out the Nature's Prophet wall, deep pushes the lane quite nicely. It gives you great team fight on top of that, and the only thing T1 really has to counteract that is the snowball. So you've got a lot of potential with Fnatic's draft. I think there is a lot of ways to make this one work for them. And T1, it's a solid opening. It doesn't look as scary as their initial opening last time. You know, they had a lot of potency with those early support picks. This time around, it's just kind of stable, but not too explosive.
That Wyvern does kind of give the indication that we could see something like that Pos 1 Morphling coming back out. So Wyvern Morphling
sure.
is really, really dangerous in lane. Essentially meaning you just never kill the Morph.
No.
Just go
There's just
full
no way.
Agimorph. Yeah, he just fully Agimorphs, you cold embrace him. He feels like he goes to full HP again. And you just rinse and repeat over and over again. If you are Fnatic.
Radiant team.
T1, of course, do have the opportunity to make the ban right now, and Fnatic, they will ban out the Riki. It's absolutely fair enough. T1.
You've got to ban a Morphling. Like, the Riki ban out is so indicative that they want that Morph. You know, it's like, that's one of the heroes that messes it up because of the silence, and if you allow Fnatic to take it, well, that's on you. You know, that is on them. They've got to be ready for the Morph to come out if they don't ban it here.
That is true. I mean, you can prep for the Morphling, and oh, okay, Timbersaw will be the ban out now.
Alright.
Maybe they feel like they can go to the last ban phase before getting rid of that Morph, if they do believe it is still going to be a problem. For now, they don't want to have to deal with some Timbersaw from Ice, which is also fair enough, because that would be somewhat devastating if you don't have the answers towards that Timber. T1.
10 seconds remaining.
We'll show us some cores here, I believe.
5
Suppose we
seconds
could see a position 5 hero. It's hard for T1 though, right? Like, this is your first series in the BTS Pro Series, and you end up going against arguably the best team in SEA right now. So it's a very, very hard match to start off your tournament.
Yeah, it's a big test for them. I think they have some access to a couple of their more, well, favored picks. Again, that Venomancer is something we've seen 4F play a ton. I'm not sure if you're going to draft it this early though for T1, but it builds into your push with the NP nicely, and it's also somewhat of a way of dealing with that Morph they wanted to. Nope, they go for the Keeper instead. You don't have the best combinations here for the Keeper. You're not seeing the Ember Spirit in the pool. You're not seeing the Bristleback come out just yet, although you could maybe draft that in here for T1. It's a bit of an awkward spot for it, but you could. And it's still potent, right? Like, you've still got that sustain in lane. You've still got the Will-O-Wisp for team fights. That can do a lot of work. I just want to see more follow-up to it. There's really not much to build off of that.
Right. Right. That 4th pick may reveal a bit more for T1 for us. We'll have to wait for Fnatic to make their 3rd pick. Arguably should be the Ice hero now.
Radiant team.
They have been taking a bit of time here for these picks, but no, Savage will pick up the Troll Warlord for himself, and that's not really what we were expecting, but there you have it.
Yeah, I think it's still pretty darn good here. It does give you early fight potential as well. Again, we've seen Savage play this one a lot, and he does have a lot of success in it, so I don't blame Fnatic for that. Would be interesting to see what he does opt for a build. If he goes for the Battle Fury, or if he goes for the Diffusal or something earlier. T1, they do pick up the Spec, so they want to maybe stall the game out, grow big in the Spectre, just be a menace. I have a couple of issues with this pick though. You've already got the Tiny Winter Wyvern, which can kind of punish that. And the Troll, depending on how Savage builds it, can come online a bit faster.
10 seconds remaining.
So I'm not sure if there's enough time for the Spectre to really grow big here.
5
Yeah,
seconds
we've seen the
remaining.
Troll vs Spectre multiple times, and every time we've seen it throughout this Pro Series, the Troll has won the matchup. Just seems like the Spectre never really gets to that point where it just becomes a powerhouse. Well, Fnatic now. The one pick we always see up against Spectre is the Necrophos, and of course, there it is.
Yeah, straightforward.
It's such an obvious pick for Ice in that off lane.
Yeah, it's
That scares me for T1.
It makes it harder for them to buy that space for the Spectre. And now the momentum you're seeing from Fnatic, I think it all lines up really well. All of these heroes don't take too long.
Remaining.
Only the Troll really takes some build up, but you can mitigate that for going for a faster set of items, a much more fighty build for Savage, which is an option. I think you're going to have to see something come out here from T1 for their mid. That is a lot more disruptive. That can give them that space, because you look at an NP, Tusk, and Keeper, not really, you know, the kind of aggression you want to see to buy space for Spectre. It's not quite enough. They need a mid that is equally as fast to help them get that space going.
Just like one of those, you know, avoid spirit game. Just some really fast-paced kind of lineup for the side of Fnatic. Of course, they do ban out the DP, so they won't have that option. But you could really just go something like a Void Spirit, Pugna. Pugna would actually be decent because you have the Necrophos, you don't want it to be countered by the Pugna. We'll see. Fnatic ban out that Queen of Pain now, so potentially a TA as well could come out here from this Fnatic side. That could also work. So many options for Moon.
Radiant team pick. Mirana.
Oh.
And of all things,
yeah, that's quite the way to close out the draft. It's open at the end. It's really open at the end. Like, which one does get the core role, whether or not it's the Mirana or the Tiny, is up in the air, because we've seen DJ play the Mirana a couple of times as well, and he does fantastic work in the hero. So a lot of options for Fnatic. This gives them a slight advantage because they can toss around their roles right after T1 makes their choice for mid to find that favorable matchup. And this does play into the fastness of Fnatic's draft. So there's a lot of early aggression that can come out here, not a lot of farm required. And you look to Fnatic to try to close the game out before that Spectre can really take over. It's going to be a rough one for that Spectre.
Does it ever take over though? You've got to read the side there. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky to get to that point. You can. It's just such a long investment, and that last pick.
Okay.
An IYD Invoker. Okay, yeah. It's,
that's a funny hat on the Invoker. I'll get the full screen. What is that? Doesn't match at all.
No, but it's the wizard hat. It's the wizard hat. You gotta have it. And out from T1 gives them that potency for early aggression. Right? There is a way for the Invoker to buy that space. It just doesn't feel like it's gonna be enough. And you look at Fnatic, they actually do run the Moon Mirana. So it is DJ on the Tiny. And Mirana against Invoker, that should be fairly even until the Invoker starts to get some spells up. You look to T1 whether or not they're going to go for those early Sunstrike kills with the Nature's Prophet Sprout. There's potency there, it's just that you don't really tend to see that investment in Invokers early on for that spell. So T1 have to buy that space. Even if you're up against a Necrophos, the Spectre will still need a lot of space. Whether or not it's going to be enough is a different question. I do agree with you. Fnatic's draft, it just has the answers.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough game for T1. I would say this game's much tougher than the first game, just based on drafts. There goes your Keeper of the Light. That is just a very, very strange hat on the Invoker. And they all fall down.
They all... I love it. You're just done.
I thought that people would do when they put this into the battle pass, just everyone would just go for the die option.
I know, I mean, you have this playground that everyone instantly mutes and hides anyway as well.
Speaking of, I haven't hit it yet. Just wanted to see who's playing, and we have a tiny Mirana matchup, it seems like. Moon and DJ going at it for the last seed. Who wins it? It is Moon. Congratulations, Moon. That's enough.
Good job. Great job. And T1. It's hard to say whether this draft is better than Game 1. I would actually say no. I think I did like that Game 1 draft a bit more. Because you did have the potency of the Darkseer, although it never kicked in. But you had that potency with the Darkseer, Earth Spirit, and Grimstroke. In here, there are ways to make this work. It's just, it's not easy. Okay, so IYD crashes again. Oh, just gotta wait out a bit more.
Oh, this is the one thing I look forward to when we got told we were casting this this Pro Series. Just all the spam of the voice line.
Oh yeah.
Nothing like SEA when it comes to Battle Pass.
Oh yeah. Definitely. I think Savage is enjoying those Korean lines a bit much. He mentioned in game 1.
The Korean lines are the best. Honestly, they are. Like them and the your people. The Filipinos, right?
Lon and Duno, my two boys.
Right.
Yeah, great guys. It's a pleasure working with them. Really cool. But yeah, I think Savage mentioned this was his dream last year, so props to him for finally getting to the whaling point. We're not going to report that to any whaling authorities, of course. It's perfectly fine here. Oh, another crash. Of course.
Another crash, another playground.
Indo cost. Forev. Come on.
I don't understand what's going on, sir.
Oh, Forev's just playing Indonesian computers, apparently.
That's not nice.
Come on, Forev. He's your teammate. He's your teammate. You know? Oh man. That was long enough that they've got their all chat again, you know? Yeah. It's that long that they got their chats up again.
Goodness gracious. Who needs casters anymore, right? You just let the players do that job as well.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, there you go. That's it. We can just take a backseat here and observe. That's it.
Surprised you haven't asked any of the players in lobby what their favorite noodle type are, John. You haven't had that conversation today.
Your favorite what? Sorry, it chopped off.
Noodles, John.
Oh! This time, I know. I just felt the aura of the lobby, and it seemed pretty serious. Except for Savage throwing an emote out, but that was it. That's all the interaction. Maybe later on, maybe when the droid's there, we can have some trash talk for a bit, for fun, you know? Just to keep you guys confused. I love it when you and Zex are confused in the lobby. It's always nice to have everyone else not understand.
Fair enough. Paulson. Get DJ on that tiny. They probably won't make the jump. Like, you do have the potential there, just first blood on that tiny, but I'm sure Paulson will just want to wait until you get to that point where you're in the laning stage and just try to go for the early first blood with that tag team. Having a bit of a dance. Nothing wrong with that.
You've got jabs as well.
Day, John, disco balls actually existed. These days, I don't see any disco balls anymore.
Well, I wouldn't know. I haven't been out in 3 months, so I haven't seen one.
Don't lie, John. You didn't go out before that anyway.
The sad thing is I can't say that's false.
Dramatic, they end up finding 2 bounty runes. T1, they find 2 for themselves. Another great even start. And yeah, they are going to start off with this tri-lane. Really mean an easy first blood here for the side of T1, because you will have the tag team from Polison. Unless DJ makes an amazing toss on the task. Could stop all that from happening.
Yeah, it's nice to see this coming out from T1 again. They have been trying these tri-lanes. Polison
goes in, wants the Necrophos though, but there's the toss.
Boink. Oh boy.
DJ knew. They knew it was coming.
Yeah,
if I knew, they knew.
Oh yeah. And this is really gonna hurt their level 1 aggression. I mean, they're trying again, but the cost is gonna be up.
Yeah, DJ, he's not gonna let them get close to Ice. Of course, the weakness of the Necrophos is these early levels. Before you get that Ghost Shroud up, that's really the only time he's susceptible. It's like, after the Ghost Shroud's there, you just can't kill him anymore. They certainly don't have much magic damage. In fact, a nice toss back onto Miracle. Leading to nothing, just DJ trying to get an extra ticket damage up onto that Spectre. Mid lane, in your dream on that Invoker, going to be up against Moon on the Mirana, which is not exactly the lane matchup I thought we'd be seeing in the second game.
No.
Who do you think it favors?
Well, it looks like Moon is having the better time so far. 6-3 up against IYD's 4-1. Just a bit of an earlier start. Again, the Invoker takes a few levels to really kick in. Maybe by the time he's 5, he can start to leverage that additional set of stats he gets, but earlier on, Moon's just gonna be fine. He just has better range, has really decent base damage, should be able to clear out these waves consistently.
Your Dream, of course, going for the Quas Wex build, which is very, very standard these days, but that does mean we're not going to see any real early Sun Strikes. Imagine, should be going for an early Spirit Vessel as well, as you tend to do with this build, which will help, of course, up against the Necrophos. Uh-oh, bounty has been placed. Eyes are on Polison now. The other day we did see a 5-man bounty being placed on a Pangolier. I believe it was Hustler. They did get it. Polison? Well, there's a bounty.
Oh.
You can't stay there, sir. He is going to die. Of course, Savage is going to claim the bounty for himself.
Oh, man.
When Fnatic puts a bounty out, you cannot stay around. They will always chase for it.
Oh, certainly not. And first blood in the bounty? Savage must be feeling pretty fantastic. You do see Forev in that offlane on the NP. It's not applying enough pressure on Savage, and there's really not much you can expect from the NP in this case. You know, it's going to have to be a farming lane.
Joe Camp's in trouble, but Ice may have gone too far. A great shards out from Polison with the tag team, and now Ice might end up going down here. In fact, no, they can't finish the job off. DJ looking to go back in now. He does have toss though.
Oh.
This is Miracle. Gets a creep instead. And both sides will go back and lick their wounds.
Yeah, it's surprising that Jabs makes that early rotation though. It looks like they really just want to apply that pressure onto Miracle, realizing they could leave Savage up. They just want to match this aggression from T1.
That mid rotation, trying to see if he can find In Your Dream out of position, but he'll also stack for his Mirana. Power Rune coming up. Regen Rune it is for DJ, but it will get cancelled immediately. Paulson, of course, making sure that they don't give that refresh over, or the regen over to the Mirana, because that wouldn't be very, very nice. Not the In Your Dream.
No, although Ice.
Trouble. Still doesn't have the Ghost Shroud up. He does have some stick charges. Will be up. Now Miracle getting low. The toss is there. It's not quite enough yet, but the Cold Embrace. Jabs will ensure that the Necrophos will survive, and the Spectre will ultimately end up dying.
And it's almost like game 1. We saw T1 try to run a tri-lane. It didn't pay off then. This time they're losing their Spectre while maintaining the tri-lane. Not the best bit of news for T1. They're losing out on a lot of EXP to get this done, and you're still losing your Spectre.
Nobody's actually up in the off lane right now for T1 either. Savage has got a completely free lane. Every time the Nature's Prophet does return, he just kind of gets forced out. Paulson bot lane trying to go back onto Ice. Just not the greatest of ideas, and unfortunately for the side of T1, Ice is about to hit that level 5 mark, where you usually will see the Ghost Shroud being leveled up. If he feels that it's necessary, he may just go into the Death Pulse, just instead because he can. But he just seems unstable already.
Yeah, they don't really have the answer anymore for Ice. Like, every single time they start to commit, Ice already has a fair bit of wand charges just to sustain himself, and DJ's always there with damage, in fact.
Paulson, you've got to run away, so DJ is turning around now. Those TP going to be there. They should have the damage, and they do. Joe Cam, with the quick Illuminate, will be able to finish off that Tiny. Paulson does barely survive with his life intact.
Some great punishment from T1, just forcing DJ out when he should not have really stayed around for that long, and does give them just a bit more to play with. It still doesn't fix what Miracle's going through though. Still having to contest with Ice, and he's finding some last hits, but not as much as Ice is.
Try going on to that Necrophos. In your dream rotating over. Ghost Shroud being leveled up, but he has no mana to use. And that will mean he is going to die. It took 4 heroes, but they do finally get him.
I'm not sure about that commitment. That's so much to give. Like, you look at mid, it's free for Moon. You look at top, Savage is going on that tier 1 already. So you find that kill, but all the other cores from Fnatic are still finding a lot more. In fact, Savage chasing 4F.
He wants the kill. He needs to get lucky with the snares though. He's not really getting there. Now the tree blocks are really nice from Forever. He will save himself. However, Moon, mid lane, does end up finding Policy. They do lose DJ in the process. Moon still wanting to go back onto In Your Dream. But eventually will retreat. Nice little 1-for-1 trade on those position 4s in that mid lane. Now Moon could be in a little bit of trouble as In Your Dream. Thinking about turning around onto that Mirana. But Moon just feels so safe with those leap charges.
It's just really hard to pin Moon down. They rotate again, 3 heroes down mid, but they're not going to find anything.
Miracle having to haunt out because he was going to get Reapered back towards, but Ice saw that. Can he get Vision?
No.
Miracle a bit stuck right now. He'll be okay. Jabs doesn't have Arctic Burn either, so he can't really fly over that tree line and scout him out. In your green now with a nice tornado into the EMP. Ice, no mana, and the Nature's Wrath. It's a lot of damage, and Forever, he will pick up a double kill. Now snowballing into Jabs. Sprout him up, throw some ice there as well. He will call it Embrace, but ultimately Jabs should definitely just be dead. He's only level 3. And those rotations were actually very, very nice from T1.
Yeah, it's starting to pay off with these movements in. They save their spec. They find a couple of good kills. It's starting to balance it out just a bit, but even if there's 6-3 right now, you're still having a lot of farming issues. Fnatic still maintains a 1k lead, and Savage and Moon are still above everyone else on the side of T1.
That they are. And that's the real problem here. Like, you're focusing on Ice, which is going to be important, but we've seen this over and over again throughout multiple games with Fnatic, where most teams will really just focus on trying to shut down Ice, but you leave the mid and the top lane alone, and Moon just get out of control. They'll go again In Your Dream. Gonna show up down at the bot lane. They drain the mana of Ice with the Cold Snap, but the Moonlight Shadow will be able to save this Necrophos this time around. And I'm not sure how worthwhile it is making these rotations any longer. Like, you've still got Savage farming up so nicely on this troll. In fact, where is Savage? There he is, farming the jungle now. He is going into the Battle Fury build as well, so with all this free farm, he just feel like he can afford to.
He definitely can. Like, there's just no contestation. You'd expect T1 to try to punish, get some deep rewards out, but they're forced to ward defensively because of how aggressive Fnatic has been. And even if they're finding a couple of these kills, it's still not enough. Fnatic is still finding that farm. You look at Miracle, and he just finished up those power treads. Gotta save into something big here.
Savage joining his team now. In fact, never mind. He's gonna go back towards his ancient stacks and start farming that up instead. I thought he may join them for a T1 tower push, but perhaps the presence of In Your Dream on that Invoker is going to be enough to force them back. Moon is still sticking around, however. Ice also there just behind. Fnatic. Yeah, they'll just take their time. I think just keeping In Your Dream here down at the bot lane is already going to be effective enough, right? Because you've got this Invoker that's soaking XP with 2 other supports right now. T1, this is not what he really wants to be doing. Instead, they'll try on to Ice again. Snowball, EMP gonna be there, but Ghost Run has been popped. Forever will TP in as well. And again, the Necrophos probably will die.
Flesh vitiates.
I don't know if it's really well worth it though.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I don't
not.
think it is.
It's really not, because he's not the problem. Ice does not care. He's giving space towards his more important cores, and they still find that tier 1 bot anyway. So they find the objective in exchange for that Necrophos. Even if you're at 7-3 right now for T1, you're still behind 2k. That means your Spectre is just not finding as much farm.
Miracle is still trying to get that farm up on that Spectre. He hasn't fallen too far behind. He's at 4k net worth right now. Really just focused on that jungle farm. No quick buy items yet, so we don't really know what kind of item build he's going for. But mid lane, there is a jump there on Joe Camp. Moon gonna get snowballed, but does leap away now. Miracle gonna join in, but Moon will just leap away again. And we'll give Miracle a tip as well.
What the f just happened?
T1 are really just sticking as a team. Like, they're constantly 4 heroes in a lane, just making sure no T1s are going down. Which is all fine, right? Because you can just allow the Spectre to keep free farming in the jungle as well. And just run a 4 protect 1. It's just that we've already seen that before. And the Reaper side kind of deletes that idea anyway.
Yeah, the biggest issue here is that it's not very efficient for all of them to group up. You look at Fnatic, they've been getting steady farm and EXP onto Jabs. They've been able to give some space towards DJ as well. He's saving up for his blink on the Tiny. Ice is the only one to fall behind, really, but he's the guy taking the risky farm. And he's been the bait to lure T1 in away from everyone else. So you're still finding a lot more here on Fnatic because of just how much T1 is committing to stay together to push that top tier 1. I don't know if this lane is going to matter too much, although it looks like Fnatic is around to try to defend.
We do have a pause coming out. Fnatic was smoked up, they were looping around, but again, you have to fight into 4 heroes. So Fnatic may not really want to take this fight. I don't think Ice is too interested in jumping in with his team right now. I mean, they already found the bottom tier 1 tower on the side of Fnatic. There's no need to try and defend this one. It ends up being a trade.
Yeah. It's a pretty dead lane for Fnatic as well. They've not been farming in that area for a while. They've only sent Jabs up there in that lane to secure those lane creeps, so not the biggest loss, but they do actually drop this one.
Tornado gonna fly through. DJ's still just standing there behind a tree line, but understands there's no point being there, so he will just leave. And that T1 tower will drop for the side of T1. But I look over to Savage, and he's about 800 gold away from finishing off that Battle Fury now on the Troll. Just needs that final Mithril Hammer. T1, they're going to just keep going up that top lane. They want to continue trying to apply pressure and take over that Dire side jungle, because they know that's where Savage is farming. But you're going to need that mid T1 tower to really do that. Otherwise, you haven't really taken over full control.
Yeah, it's not going to be quite enough. I do like the wards they've dropped down. So it looks like they want to really shut this part of the map down. Should allow them much more aggressive moves later on, but again, you look across the map, Moon has been applying pressure towards that mid, and Tornado does not latch on.
Biding their time. Miracle does end up going for a Yar shot into the Manta style now, so not going to go for that Radiance Rush, and I can't quite blame him. I think he will need those added stats to really be able to try and survive any kind of incoming ganks. It's going to be pretty hard though, even with that Manta.
Yeah, it's not quite going to be enough. It gives him a little bit more leeway, at least in these fights, but I think when it comes down to it, it's not going to speed your farm up by too much as well. So there are certain factors to consider when going into the Manta build. It does signal a bit more fight from T1 though. So once that's up, expect them to try to group up and play with their Haunt. We've not seen that just yet from Miracle.
Have you seen the build Moon's going for? It's got a crystal sub.
I like it. It's an old right-click Mirana. It's been a while. But when you can get it started, you know, it can do the work for you.
very, very, feels like it's been at least a year since we've seen that. Moon could be in trouble mid lane. He does take a fair bit of damage, but they don't really have the lockdown for it. He's just gonna pop his haste rune and he plans a regen.
Oh.
That's gonna be nice.
What is that? Luck.
It's luck. Jabs now has the media hammer up on the Winter Wyvern. He's been taking a lot of lane farm.
That's a lot of stacks.
Has some ancients with a Battle Fury Troll. Never hurts to take them.
That's just a...
Ice also start to catch up really nicely as well. He's got the Yule Scepter up now, getting even harder to kill off.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be really helpful for his job of being a distraction. So it will stall out those fights a little bit more, and just gives him a lot more presence. You look at the progression from T1, you do have the Spirit Vessel up and running in IYD. It's just that he has no charges because, well, they haven't found a kill recently, so they're gonna need to build up on that. The support's not really progressing too much in anything. Still looking at Phase Boots coming out for Paulson and the Glimmer Cape for Jokam. Our NP Forev does have the mech. They can give themselves a bit of a burst heal. I don't know if that's going to be enough considering just how much Fnatic has. Is working towards the pipe next, so pipe should mitigate the magic damage you are seeing coming out from DJ.
Absolutely. The mid tower, Moon does end up taking it out. T1. Still trying to really find their footing in this game, just trying to secure more farm up.
Dire's top tower is under
Seems to be a delay game here, just keep giving the Spectre space. Slowly working towards that Mad style still. Savage as well as we're going for a Sergeant Yasha on that Troll Warlord, and mid lane there could be a fight breaking out. They have jumped onto Moon. Moonlight Shadow going to be there. Moon's still very low. He actually went invis there for a second, but ultimately does end up going down, and Miracle immediately gives him the tip.
See you later, nerd.
It's a really nice pickup for T1. A bit aggressive for Moon to be that deep in. Just want to clean up Jokam and couldn't quite get that job done, so good punishment from T1. Still.
Toss back into the media. Devastating. Devastating combination.
Oh man.
Yeah, he's gonna have to sit there and think about what he's done. And here we go. Bounty has been set. Fnatic, all eyes are on the Spectre. Nice preemptively giving him the tip.
Just to get ready. Oh man. Yeah, Miracle. Still 8-4 T1, finding a bit more in terms of kills, but not really making that count for a net worth advantage. Savage still maintaining a substantial lead above everyone else and is working towards a very fast BKB.
Slice, tornadoed up, EMP, not going to land thanks to Yule's of Light Slice, but now he's surrounded. DJ gets in there, however, with a nice avalanche, and now Savage looking to try and fight. There is a horde being popped. Ghost Form isn't helping Ice Slice too much, but he's still alive. Now he does go down. Savage, he popped the battle trance, but the blinding light is going to make it so he does no damage, and now they may be able to turn back onto Savage, but no they don't. With the curse comes out of DJ, tosses them into the curse. They will burst down Paulson. Here comes Moon with the Starfall, taking down In Your Dream as well. Miracle trying to go after Jabs at least. They should be able to secure the Wyvern, but DJ, what are you doing? He's going for an avalanche toss onto the Prophet. Arrow to land. Forev will survive Moon. He wants to go for the Starfall. It does land, but Forev is too tanky with that Hood of Defiance. He will get out of there, and DJ trying to run. He will make it up, but Moon will also walk out. And Bounty is yet to be claimed.
That's a bit messy from Fnatic. They don't manage to find the big kill they want on that spec, and they lose out on Savage as well. Just really risky to pop that battle trance right then. And DJ?
He skipped the creep wave. He thought he could hide behind the tree. He had his blink off cooldown, but it looks like it took him too long to decide where to blink to. Nice pick up there for T1. Well, T1, you know, they are still 5k net worth behind, but they just showed how they do intend to deal with the draft. And as long as Ice gets removed from these team fights before they even start, then Miracle on the Spectre doesn't really even feel like he's in danger. And quite frankly, he's not really in danger at all.
No, and now a free Roche going to be taken, goes down really fast with that alacrity you can give, and it's just gonna melt.
Aegis over to the Spectre, he's gonna be feeling a lot safer. This game suddenly got a lot closer now. Fnatic, they're letting that network lead they had slip away just slowly but surely. And I wonder, what do you build into the Spectre now? Like, you've got that Manta up. What do you want next?
Heart, just straight up heart, just to bulk yourself up. It'll take a lot more. It still beefs you up a lot. Like, you need to drop her down proportionally, and the damage isn't quite up there yet from the rest of Fnatic, besides Savage. So, is a way to kind of mitigate that risk.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Fnatic. Avalanche toss gonna be there on the Tolleson. Tolleson does try to block him out with shards, and now a nice snowball into jams, but ultimately will end up dying. Still just buying more and more time for Spectre. Not all bad news, just losing that pos 4 like that. Fnatic may start feeling like they need to start applying pressure. The Moon, Sunstrike actually ended up missing, but it doesn't matter. That's a great kill there for Miracle. Suddenly, T1. I don't know about this for Fnatic. Savage is trying to go by himself with that battle trance. BKB TP, not gonna work.
No. What?
Oh boy.
Ooh. That's a big loss for Fnatic. The fresh 10-second charge gone. Big core gone, and T1, they're starting to bounce back in. They still are playing at the deficit, but Miracle is going to be an issue now. Like, he has just been allowed too much space. Fnatic has not been able to punish. Got to find a way to keep Ice alive. That's the key thing. He needs to be able to get that sight off, or otherwise there's no answer.
T1 go down that T1 tower. Nice deny out from DJ. A lot of tips going out to DJ for that deny. Very, very nice indeed. Fnatic is still on the back foot here. I say back foot. They've got 4k worth of a net worth lead, but in terms of momentum right now, it's definitely the way T1. Miracle, he actually puts the Radiance in the quick buy, so it looks like he is going to go back for the Radiance. He does have a lot of gold sitting on him right now, so I can't quite blame him.
Yeah, I think there's value in it. Just gives you a lot more durability up against the troll, and the mischance is something both Savage and Moon have to consider now. It's just going to be constantly there, and again, as long as you take care of Ice before anything major breaks out, you don't really have too much to worry about anyway on the spec. So just a lot of things now starting to line up for T1. Fnatic, and they've got to find a solution to Miracle. They just need to be able to isolate him and sight him up. That's all they need.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Savage gonna start going down to that bot lane. Miracle is defending. Arrow barely gonna miss, so now toss back. There is gonna be a Reaper cycle to Jokan. They just secured the keep of the Light Kill, and now they look for a way onto that Spectre. The problem is you did use that Reaper Scythe. Still, they have plenty of damage to try and dish out with the Troll, but Fnatic, they look to just accept that kill and back off, and now the new bounty is going to be applied onto In Your Dream.
Are scanning.
Yeah, it's, I know about all these bounties though. They haven't been claiming them. Although they are claiming the actual bounty runes.
Well, that's good. It's probably pretty important to get those ones.
Yeah, the one thing for T1 right now is, you look at IYD, he is inching closer towards that Orchid. And once that's up, should give him an easy time to burst down one of these squishy supports, or even just Ice. Well, as soon as Ice uses the Garching Greaves and Yules, it's going to be a sitting duck to that Orchid and should allow a lot more control coming out from T1. You look at Forev as well. He did finish up his pipe on top of the mech earlier on, so now you've got a lot of durability to mitigate the magic damage coming out from Fnatic, and he's going straight into the Disarm, the Heaven's Halberd, to stop a lot of the damage from Savage or Moon from coming out.
Seems like a pretty good way to go. Forever, he's been doing quite nicely in terms of item progression. However, definitely going to help the cause for sure. Fnatic just grouping up together right now, protecting Savage, it seems. The Fnatic are actually going to intend on building a Silver Edge on this Troll Wall to deal with the Spectre. I thought they'd initially just go for that Reaper site, but they may feel like they need to use it for somebody else. So at least you have the Silver Edge there up against the Spectre for later on. If you do get to that point, of course.
Yeah, it just takes away a lot of damage she does do with Dispersion, so just gives you a way of not having to deal with that, makes her a lot squishier as well, and should allow a faster time for Ice to just get the Reapers off. That's the key thing. Without that, it just takes too long to whittle down Miracle, considering the farm he has. So it's just a pretty nice pickup. You do see Savage finish the SNY first, though. Pickup onto that, but just gives him more stats to play with, and then I suppose the resists are nice.
It seems that way. Savage. You farming up. Miracle does have the Radiance up now, so he's looking great, going into that Abyssal Blade up next. And Abyssal, once you get that timing, it becomes very, very scary to go up against the Spectre. But we do have a Moonlight Shadow coming out now from Fnatic. Get spotted, Paulson, nice dust out. Arrow does connect on In Your Dream, however, and a lot of pings are flying out now. DJ gets a toss off from that Invoker. He will force off away. Tornado there as well, but Moon is doing so much auto attack damage. He will take him out. Now the team fight does really start. They are chasing after that Mirana. Haunting as well. Who are they going to make the jump on? It will be onto Jab's though. The switch up is there. Miracle just not really making his decision, and now the Winter's Curse is to fly out for Jab. Avalanche, Toss, Meteor Hammer, all being thrown up, but a great snowball save from Paulson. None of it hits. And with that, Forev will end up dying, but Jabs does also die. Now Savage is going to turn around. Paulson will be the one to take the Reaper site. And DJ is still making the chase onto Miracle, but he won't quite have a toss target. So instead, they will go ahead and secure the bottom tier 2 tower.
It's not the ideal set of targets for Fnatic. You know they really were looking for Miracle, but they do still win out in the end, widening their lead to 9k on the gold. And they are starting to bounce back in terms of map control. Just 2 tier 2s left for T1 before it starts disappearing, and just gives them a lot more control in that bot jungle. So just waiting for the opportunity to jump onto Miracle, and there are still tools there for T1. You saw that Snowball save, of course, just highly disruptive if they don't manage to isolate that Tusk. And that's always going to be a consistent worry now for Fnatic.
Seeing Moon now as well, trying to pick up a Desolator on that Mirana. Trying to really amplify that right click damage. Kind of close to it as well. He can almost afford to just buy it outright. Miracle was essentially untouched during that last team fight, which was really great for Team 1.
Yeah, it's just really hard for Fnatic to go all in on Miracle, and that fight was pretty split up as well. Savage was on the low ground, trying to isolate out Forev for a very long time, while everyone else was up high chasing Miracle. So they need to maybe reel in the fight, make it a bit tighter. They do have better control on the wide AoE thanks to the Winter's Curse, but you do have to still consider Jokam's Will-O-Wisp. So after perhaps the Will-O-Wisp is out.
You've got an MKB now on Savage, you've got a Deso coming out on Moon, and you've got a Pipe on Ice Ice Ice. So really big item progression, and
Miracle?
Miracle doesn't get over that little ditch, but it won't matter.
Yeah, and now you've got the disarm as well onto Forev. So you have some solutions to these issues, but it's still looking pretty scary. I think Moon with the Desolator, though, makes it a lot stronger for both Savage and Moon. The minus armor is just going to do so much work when they rely on these right clicks and immediate smoke up with these item pickups.
I don't blame them for that. They are going to run to the Radiant side triangle to try and get that big team fight they want. You could also just go into the Roshan if you don't find anybody. Roshan is just sitting there waiting to be taken. Fnatic really want that team fight. So Moon, he's going to try and bait in the side of Team 1. They aren't going to find anyone, so instead, Jabs does scan out the Rosh. Fnatic still seem unwilling to take it. There are pings now coming out for that Roshan pit. They will eventually go back for it.
Yeah, and again, you've got that Desolator, you've got a Troll. It's not going to be up for too long.
Even the Orb of Destruction is there from Moon. There is so much minus armor.
Oh, man.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, it's just that's just kind of ridiculous. It's basically 11 armor lost. Straight up, that's more than Assault Cures would give you.
Savage gonna start rotating up towards that top lane again. T1 looks like they won't really be willing to defend this. They may just let it go down.
Yeah, I mean, that is falling a bit too fast, and T1 will just have to surrender it. There is still one tier 2 left. I don't think Fnatic will leave that lying around for too long. And once that's cleared out, of course, the entire map is just opened up for Fnatic.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You look at Ice 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 as well, Johnny. He's gonna have that Agony Scepter coming up. And that's that point where it becomes really hard for the Spectre. It just buffs up so many debuffs for Ice 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 to have, all of which are gonna work up against the Spectre very well. And I think you just prioritize this, like just go for the Ags first. You essentially become unkillable. That Heartstopper aura doing 5% damage a second or something like that is kind of ridiculous.
It's it just makes it harder for T1 to stay in that long fight, as you mentioned, and T1 recently hasn't been able to shut Ice down. Like, Ice for the most part is forced to sight up supports, but they're still finding those kills. So it's starting to become an issue here for T1. And again, despite having the kill lead, it's now a 13k gold advantage for Fnatic. They've just used this map space really well, and T1 are still starving out. You have decent farm on Miracle, but he's still saving up for the Abyssal, and even then, the Abyssal's not going to stop the onslaught from Fnatic.
Bounties are coming out. Fnatic want to try and force a big team fight again. They may go high ground with this Aegis now. Just hard to find a way to initiate with this kind of draft here from Fnatic. You're kind of relying either on Moon or DJ to get that initiation in. Maybe even jabs on that Wyvern. In your dream, we'll push out the top lane as well, so you kind of got to go back and defend that. So jabs will take care of it. Just going to continue to buy more time for Team 1. Looks like the side of Team 1 will also smoke up now, but they run straight into Moon with that Moonlight Shadow, trying to burst him down, and he does go down. Savage gonna run in with his BKB, trying to go after Polison. Polison being quite good at hiding away from the Stroll, but now the BKB's worn off. Still, Savage doesn't really have a target. And Ice 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 getting controlled up. He's creep blocked right now. He is completely surrounded by creeps. He's just stuck. Now the Sprout there as well. There is a huge kill, though. Miracle ends up going down to Savage. And Paulson trying to go after DJ. Savage still dealing with In Your Dream. They do take him out. That is really bad news for the side of T1. And they will chase for more. Joe Camp is going to be the... no, never mind. They don't hit with the slow.
This is really bad for T1. They got sighted on IYD and he doesn't have buyback hold, so he's going to have to sit through this extended respawn timer.
DJ, Avalanche is not going to be there. He's delayed things out with the blinding light. Not going to be delaying things too often though. DJ trying to find a toss back. Avalanche going to be there onto Paulson, but Fnatic will ignore him. Well, if they can sprout the racks up like that, but Savage does still have the battle fury to come through the tree line. Does eventually get that mid-rack, now on to the bottom, although great toss back from DJ. Paulson now forces the snowball, but where's he going? He is going onto the Tiny, all the way outside his base, and he's going to be surrounded once again. He does pop his BKB charge, and a nice shard out from Paulson as well. He does get away, but look at Savage. He's not even chasing the task. He's going after that T3 bot tower. To make matters worse, Ice now has the ads. Toss back into that Necrophos. Ice just sitting there AFK right now. Did he DC? He's sitting there. There we go. He starts moving again. Snowball is onto Savage. He is still just fighting. He's a fountain of the Radiant side. They are really falling quite low. Now the ensnares come out from Paulson. He does end up going down. The Aegis has expired though on Savage. But that probably won't force them back.
No, definitely not. You've got the Daedalus up on Moon as well. Additional damage coming out. And they're still going to try to defend. Ice is done. Ice is just standing
there AFK. I have Heartstopper Aura. I'm doing my job. Reaper Sight will come out. Forever doesn't take too much damage out of that. Savage will just keep going. Now the Horn from Miracle onto that Troll Warlord. Can you actually deal with Savage? It looks like they can. He does go down now. And the rest of Fnatic will have to back out. They'll also lose Moon on the Mirana. Toss back onto Perez. But Ice is kind of stuck right now. He'll keep Ghost forming up. He's got it on a 10-second cooldown. Hold and brace there from Jabs. Can you actually kill this Necrophos? Snowball on the DJ. Now Forever getting stunned up. Sunstrike not gonna land. They do get the silence on Ice. Guardian Grease, but does eventually die. Now this curse though. It will be onto Miracle. He does end up dying to his own task. And all the tips come out for Jabs. Even in your dream, you're aiming the tips.
That was the play coming out from Fnatic, and they got wiped except for Jabs, but they find the objectives anyway. Maybe messed around a bit too much with Ice just standing there for the most part. He's not even in range for the Heartstopper, you know? He was so far back. He was just there. It's a bit silly, but Fnatic now have a Rax advantage. 15k net worth lead. T1, Miracle, a bit too much there. He needs to live through all of this damage, and you look at the net worth, Mike. Miracle's about 6k behind, and even then, he's only about 1k ahead of Ice. Ice, who kept dying early in that game. So there's a lot of things that still needs to be done here for T1. Although 4F does manage to build up the Monkey King bar, so he can dish some damage out onto the Troll, especially when the axes come out. It's just damage isn't that impressive anywhere.
Just need every bit of damage you can get right now if you are T1, it seems. We are still getting closer to that Abyssal. He needs the recipe on the Spectre. We'll be able to farm that up soon, and I'm sure they'll try to just get that completed before they go in any further with team fights up against Fnatic.
Shadows take us.
Moonlight Shadow, though, has been used. Savage gonna run straight into the Coddle with the first hit and snare, but DJ, nice toss into Joker. The 4 stars does not matter.
No, definitely doesn't, and just one more kill on the kill board for Fnatic. You take a look how they're itemizing as well on Moon. He's going straight for that Moon Shard. The machine gun Mirana build making a reappearance. Have to say it's pretty fun to watch. No Maelstrom this time though, but Who needs that when you can just melt right through him?
Yeah, why not? Both teams may also just wait out the Roshan. Like, Fnatic may be unwilling to go high ground again without that Aegis. I say that, but look at Jax. He's kind of just doing takes up. Curse gonna be there onto Miracle with the Meteor Hammer and the Arrow as well. Now DJ will jump in. They do take out a lot of HP, but Snowball in from Paulson. Mort being popped as well by the Spec, just trying to juke them out right now. DJ, are you going in or out? He wants to get out, but Moon does dish out a lot of damage, so Miracle, he's actually going to hide in the Roshan pit. What are you coming out though? They do catch him up, but Moon misses the arrow. Miracle is trapped up right now between some ice shards and does end up dying.
Come feast for the flesh fly.
No buyback.
No
He doesn't
buyback.
even finish the Abyssal and no buyback. 400 away. This is
fought
going to
the
be a
back door.
really hard defense. Oh no.
Yeah.
It's going to be such a hard defense. I don't think you can even defend. Like, Savage just runs up there. Towers are all gone. Last rack's going to be gone.
Well, there's an Ags up on in your dream now, so
Top tower has fallen.
maybe he could do some crazy invoke and stuff.
Are fortified.
But pretty hard though.
个刷钱机器。
That top rack's gonna melt quite quickly. Good. Just eats the cheese. Gotta be Megas. Meanwhile, Ice. Just stand there AFK again. Just doesn't really care. Now walks away with the Ghost Crowd, heals himself up. DJ does try the Sunstrike damage. There is going to be the Will-O-Wisp being dropped down. Moon going after Paulson. Paulson with the Glimmer Cape though will survive. Jabs will smoke everyone up. And just try and run though. Great Winter's first back onto Paulson, but now a Tornado on into Wyvern. Savage getting started onto Joe Cam. There goes your task. Nice force up there on the Coral, but 23 Savage, he pops that Battleground. Disarm out now from Ferem. Just protecting himself. Savage may actually end up dying and does do so, but now in your dream, getting tossed back by DJ. It won't matter though if you don't have the damage, and well, DJ's just stuck in the trees right now, needs to get out of there. So does Moon, but they will both die. On the bright side, that they got Megas before they died, but this is a chance for T1.
Yeah, did you see Ice? He just bailed out early.
Yeah.
He just left. He just left him. Instead of staying to heal up, maybe pop the pipe. Nah, he's done dying. They did their job. No more commitments. He just wants to farm. Oh, he has a 25 as well.
Oh, good.
What's he opting for?
I guess
Which talent do you go for? There you go. Yeah. Witty Ags in the Ghost Shroud. That's not fun. Not fun to fight into.
You don't really want to give up this Roshan if you're Fnatic. That's I mean, they're feeling confident clearly. They do have Mega Creeps. But this one, you know, giving an Aegis away like this can be problematic, and it does have a refresher shard on top of that. But now, they are making their way there. They're bringing only Jabs. He does commit the curse to get himself out. But Ferem has secured the kill now, the Prophet. And with that Roshan definitely going to die. Their tier 4s are being pushed in at the moment though.
Dire's turret has been killed.
Still going to be pushed in. That Roshan's still not dead. They will eventually end up taking it out. And Courier? Did it get anything? No, Ice's Courier was trying to steal some stuff, but doesn't get away with it.
Yeah, and that's a nice turn for T1. You look at that net worth advantage, Mike drops down to 3K. For the side of T1, but it's tricky. You're still up against Megas. You can't quite reach those tier 3s, and Fnatic, they're respawning. Slowly just gonna be building up once more before committing to that high ground.
What does Dota Plus say right now? Oh, it actually went up substantially after that last team fight in Roshan. It was sitting around 95% but for the side of Fnatic, but now it's actually at 87%. So T1, 13% chance of winning this game. It's not too bad considering the circumstances.
Yeah, it's still pretty slim, but there are opportunities here. This is still a Spectre that is being given time and space. Grow big, so you are starting to see Miracle build up, but Fnatic, Moonlight Shadow. It's only DJ though up in front.
Yeah, they'll just moonlight for the bounties, it seems.
The prize is mine.
They're also trying to buy time for Savage to buy his own Abyssal Blade now. He'll have that up pretty soon, assuming he actually doesn't save for buyback. I imagine he will. So Science pops the Ghost Shroud, just walking into the mid lane. Moon now on the side, Paulson does spot him out with the Sun Strikes coming in, and they are going to find the kills. Now, the snowball into jabs as well. This is a huge team fight for the side of Team 1. They do get the curse off, but they have lost too. And Miracle can keep trying to chase here onto DJ. Sharp's going to be there with the Walrus Punch from Paulson to finish the job off. Fnatic, you can't count your chickens before they hatch, Sean.
That was costly.
No, definitely not. No buybacks on the two supports. This is a big opportunity for T1 to push down an objective. They certainly can, although it does look like Savage will try to make that as hard as possible by kind of getting a split push of his own.
Karev is already in base, ready to defend though. But I guess if Savage just commits all the way, you kind of don't want to be up there with the Nexus Prophet up against Troll. Like Savage will just TP out anyway. He's going to come back in for the defense.
Dire's middle tower.
Nullify is also up on Miracle.
Dire's structures are fortified.
The repair kit.
It's going to be
always going to be a nuisance for the person trying to chase that high ground push.
Yeah, and they're just kind of forced back. They can't really go for the push now. Supports are respawning in a bit. And T1, they actually drag that net worth lead to their side. Miracle, with that nullifier, it's a lot harder to deal with now on the spec. Really starting to pump out that damage and the control. So, Fnatic, they need to get that sight on the Spectre. They just need to toss Ice there, sight him down, burst him down, and seal out the game for themselves if that's what they want to do. But multiple connection problems for every side means that we have a bit more of a wait.
Yeah, we do. And with that wait, nobody's playing Playground. There are Meepo's popping up on the screen. Oh, there we go. Moon's got it. He does win. They were just kind of left there. He just took the W for the team. We'll get back into it. Everyone's back.
You know, there is a bit of concern here with Fnatic. You're at the point now where the Spectre is just a bit wild. The potency of Moon on the Mirana feels like it is slipping a bit away, especially when he is isolated. So you can't afford to have Moon too far forward now. And you most certainly want some buyback gold to be up and running on Fnatic. They've put themselves in a bit of a perilous situation, just bordering on the edge of bleeding out this game.
Well, Fnatic, they're going to start roaming in through the mid lane. Single file. Do get spotted out, but they'll get a D ward out there onto the Dire Triangle, the Radiant Triangle. Miracle is still very far forward, just farming. Trying to bait for his team, it looks like. Who has a refresher shard, by the way? Did they ever use it?
I never noticed that one. Maybe they just gave it to...
They have it on the column.
Yeah. Just a Will-O-Wisp. Really nice spell to have, and a nice scan out from Fnatic.
Smiles upon me.
Very long route to take here for Team 1. Just going to run all the way around their own jungle. Fnatic. Smoke up again. They give up the high ground, but they're going to go for... They're going to try and sneak the base, it looks like. They're going to take the Radiant high ground, and your Great does break the smoke now. Horns coming out with a great Will-O-Wisp, and now the Cataclysm. It's going to be a lot of damage. What a combination, but it may not matter. Savage hops for DKB, starts going. It's currently a 2-for-1. But there is a buyback now. And Savage getting low, does get the battle trance off, but he's been tornadoed up. Refresh, another Will-O-Wisp is there. Miracle, he does find Savage. He doesn't have buyback roll. Ice now going to be in trouble with DJ as well. And Fnatic, what have you done?
Oh boy.
There's a defense going on here just by Forever as the Ancient was exposed. But they did clear out pretty much everyone. DJ is still trying to run, but Miracle is on the chase with Jocam. More daggers flying out. They're not finding the Tiny. And Ice has the One Punch Man apparently.
DJ? What are you planning on doing?
Oh. Where is he?
Jocam?
He's still hiding in the tree line. As much else is there. He's in the tree now as well. DJ goes to the ghost form. He's gonna no, you can't. Imagine he got away with that. That would have been disgusting.
That would have been wrong. That would have been so wrong if he got away. And Fnatic, boy, are they trying to throw this one out. I have to say that that is just a bit silly of them. They tried to make it work, not quite enough. That refresh really worked against them there. And fortunately for Fnatic, T1 just cannot push fast enough. The respawns are coming up. And this is going to give Fnatic enough time to come back in for the defense. It's so odd that T1 is just hanging by their Ancient. Single fight that stalls out just a bit too much can work against them because the creep wave will just go straight to the titular Ancient. Yeah, it's just that's it. T1 holding on by the skin of their teeth, and man, the edge for them.
Yeah, there's nothing else blocking them. There's going to be a refresher orb.
Oh no.
Jocam. So you've got double Will-O-Wisp. There's a lot on the line here as well for that next Roshan, because you're going to have a refresher shard there as well as an Aghanim Blessing. Wait, does refresher shard work on refresher orb?
Yeah, you know what?
Because you could have 4 Will-O-Wisps going on at the same time.
I have no clue. I would be very terrified of that possibility. That does not sound fair.
The line's being drawn out through the mid and top lane. The T1, that is.
And you look at Savage. Look what he's building up next. He's just trying to go for the Divine. Just go all in. I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's enough. They've been controlling him really well. The disarms coming out. The stuns after his preemptive BKBs. It's just not enough for him to stand there. And Fnatic needs to toss someone else in to start these fights besides Savage. He just cannot be kited around.
They smoked up.
Radiant are scanning.
Hitting very hard right now with that DD rune. Jam's though going to break the smoke dust spot out, curse up the task. There is going to be a haunt though. Miracle gets a bit bladed up. The Witherwing has been dropped. Savage uses the BKB and battle trance, but can't really find a target for himself. This could be bad. They got him back up. Now Avalanche flying out as well, but really nobody's dying yet. There is the Reaper sight being committed on Forever. He doesn't die either. Now the Cataclysm, they do kill off Savage. Forever does go down. Moon almost falling as well. Miracle trying to go after Necrophos and Ice. He will go Shroud up again, but Miracle is really dedicated to trying killing this man off. Ice with the TP does actually get on time, but they did also lose Moon on that Mirana. Now the chase is on for DJ. They do get the Lawrence punch. Snowball doesn't land, but Miracle should be able to kill off his kill, and Jabs also dies. But back at the Radiant base, there are creeps coming in. There's no creep waves for T1 to be able to push into. So they can't give time for Fnatic.
They can't push. They win the fights and they just can't push the objectives. They just can't go for them. I think we're gonna hit the point where T5s come out. And that's gonna be the great equalizer in this game. It's just tough. Like, there's been no progress for Savage towards that Divine, and again, I'm really not sure if that's the answer here. You saw how much he was being kited around. It's it's getting tricky for him to find a target, and it looks like he is queuing up the nullifier instead. Could potentially help. You look at Moon, queuing up the Satanic as well. There's just no gold. There's really no gold right now in these cores. They've bled it all away from these constant deaths. They need to find some space to at least save for the buybacks, because there is a lot of pressure now from Tier 1. Like, look at that. 13k advantage all of a sudden. And you look at the win probability, Mike. 55% for T1.
Oh, that's not
a massive bounce. It's a massive bounce. The Roche is up as well. T1 could easily go for it, but they're just kind of shoving out the waves for now.
There's a hard up now, Miracle. It's looking very, very tough to deal with now on that Spectre. Of course, look at how many couriers are around the Roshan pit right now. Everyone's courier from the Dire is at the Roshan pit. They've literally got all their couriers there having a picnic at the Roshan pit, and they know it's up. Push into the mid lane, of course. Fnatic have a repair kit and there's backdoor protection, but Barrett, he's hitting hard.
Fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're gonna go back for the Roche. All couriers flying out now. They just kill off Moon's courier. The T1's almost guaranteed to get this Roshan. It's just going to be a matter of how much the couriers can take off them. They aren't going to make it in time to fight this out. They're trying to get there.
No.
Courier.
Nothing.
Nothing. Okay.
No.
Meanwhile, Colson getting caught out. Reaper's side. Arrow is there. Reaper's side on a 4 HP target, mind you. Winter's Curse comes out now. Colson is going to die. Oh, these pauses.
See you
My
later,
goodness.
nerds.
So many crashes going on for Team 1.
See you later, nerds.
Yeah, it's, well. Yep. EJ. Got a point. Play some Dota. Come on.
No reconnect.
It's a bit tricky. Who got the blessing? Yeah, there you go. Thank you, fellow caster. It's the NP Ags blessing.
Nice.
So more damage on the rat, and of course, potential for greater treants coming out. That's one way to get the push out.
Yeah, the greater treants may actually be able to defend against the mega creep somewhat. Not entirely, but it does definitely help for Ev, who has been on defense duty this whole time.
Ready for a comeback.
Everyone just gonna get out of there. The casual gem has just been left on the deck. Nobody cares. No space left, really. We are at the 55-minute mark. Do you just wait for 60 minutes now, if you're Fnatic?
I'd say yes. Just pick it up. Just get those tier 5 items up and running. Right now, Miracle is just uncontrollable. Every single time Ice is forced to Reaper someone else, they just need to, if they catch Miracle out, that could potentially be it. Wow.
Oh, the range text with the Princess Knife.
Yeah, with the tree grab toss. That's that is
ridiculous.
Silly.
That is ridiculous.
Oh.
Here we go again. He's gonna just toss another tree in. Here we go. Miracle. No, it was an illusion this time. DJ got the wrong one. Miracle is just Michael on Moon right now. He has the Abyssal and they'll jump in. Because he's gonna be there, not really landing on much. In fact, that was just a Sunstrike. Both teams just gonna attempt to avoid each other for now.
Yeah, it's slow build up, although Moonlight.
They really want that Spectre. Arrow gonna land. It's a 5-second stun. Ice has spin up at the top lane. He's not actually joining his team. He's finally gonna walk over now.
Oh man, It's a tricky fight for both sides. It's a tricky game for both sides. You look, the win probability bounces back to Fnatic. 52% chance they win, so I don't reckon our AI knows what's up anymore, Mike.
Neither do I, John. Brim has a moonshot up. Gonna go for a satanic afterwards.
Yeah, he hits like a truck. Might as well kind of go for it, and there is a smoke from Fnatic. Savage does break it, so I'm oh no, it was just the it was just a ninja gear, I suppose. 4 jabs. Of course, what you'd expect from the Winter Wyvern.
Savage is still trying to go for that silver edge. We were talking about that about 20-30 minutes ago now. Just decides he might need it this time around. So it looks like he will go back.
What's he replace though?
Maybe
like it gets a bit tricky. Yeah, just swap out the S and Y, swap it back in the fight. It is starting to be difficult with all your slots up still. Another Moonlight. Do have the 25 talent Moon.
So you can just spam Moonlight over and over again now.
Dire are scanning.
In your dream, you're gonna run into jabs and look at the Spirit Vessel.
Yeah, the Ice getting jumped in. Will-O-Wisp is there. All the control in the world. Savage jumping onto 4F. Not quite enough. 4F does get to go away, and Miracle now catching out. Second Will-O-Wisp. They do manage to freeze up 4F. He's still alive. They get the sight off onto the Tusk. Paulson taken out. Savage left behind. Is dead. Does have buyback.
Alright. Thank you for that, John. Looked like a pretty big team fight, but now DJ, he jumps in on that tiny. Cold Embrace going to be there. Spirit Vessel on top of him. Now Will-O-Wisp being dropped as well. DJ going to fall quite low here as Miracle continues moving forward. They toss him backwards, but DJ will die. He'll buy back immediately as Jabs comes in as well. Now Ice with the Ghost Trap, trying to jump onto that Spectre, and they are starting to surround him slowly but surely. Savage jumps in with the Abyssal Blade now. Miracle's going to start getting very, very low. Arrow as well. This should be the death of the Spec, and it is. He does have buyback.
It's going to be a back and forth. This is probably the last engagement. Everyone kind of expending their big buybacks there. Especially in Fnatic's side. That was literally nearly every single hero except Moon. So you are seeing this. Yeah, perfect timing right when T1 isn't quite able to go out of base as well.
So 4 Spooks are there on the Necrophos. Ice. Take those for himself. The rest of Fnatic look like they're done waiting for this, and well, they just jump in with the battle trap for Rev. We'll be able to walk out of there for now. Just trying to protect that action. If they are going on to Miracle, he's in big trouble. Cataclysm is there. Now the Winter's Curse as well. A secondary Cataclysm. It is not going to matter. The Ancient, it's under siege. However, in your dream jumps with a huge disarm with a deafening blast. He does kill off Savage. Ice is still around with jabs. They are rushing the Ancient. It is not mattering though. They're killing them off. Ice now needs to back off with the toss. Flying in, not enough. In your dream does die, but Moon also dies. Ancient remains safe. Just barely. Or does DJ? Still get the Hex off with that tree. He can actually deal damage to the Ancient with come back in now. They're gonna just kill them by torturing them here with the tosses.
Radiant's Ancient is
slowly but surely.
Oh man.
Gonna get controlled by that Hex. More tosses flying in. Move, ignoring the Ancient does toss. And then eventually finish it off.
Oh, what is that? What was that?
That was dramatic, John.
FY, he's found himself No-Tail out on his own.
He's trapped him.
There's No-Tail. Is he going to get any sort of backup? No, he's not. There's 3 still dead on OG. It'll be a slow and painful death here for No-Tail as Zame comes in for the kill secure.
And I love the way that Chalice popped his BKB super early in that fight. He just knows, I just need to get my ulti off, and he cast it at a very safe range. He didn't wait for the last second of his BKB. He's not very greedy. I think that's a lot of the reason why they've been winning these team fights. Seb has been struggling, still about 1,000 gold away from his BKB.
I mean, yeah, this Brewmaster is a display of perfection, really. It's the highest level in the game with his Bloodseekers.
And doing a ton of damage in the fight. One of the most damage in the game as an offlaner.
Now has full Shiva, so even more ways. He's pretty much itemized entirely just to be like, Ana, I'm ruining your game. I've got Radiance, I've got Shivas. You're going to struggle so much in these fights as Phantom Lancer.
Eric's did his best to keep Ana alive, and but Ana wasn't able to do damage because he was ruptured. He wasn't that low on HP, but still can't run around.
Oh, Seb.
Oh, Ame's coming in this here.
Got to be careful who shows up top. Indeed, Jerax. He's going out on his own. He doesn't expect Ame to have this invis rune. As Ame will show himself. Jerax goes across, but Somnus is there.
Somnus is not messing around rupturing.
No mercy. They're feeling very confident now at this point, getting these very advantageous team fights as well as getting kills on the split push too. Thompson though, we'll find X-Nova.
Seb, and as well. Between the two of them, they'll take down the support edge. FY's going to come in though. He hasn't got anyone else with him at the moment. It is just FY, so just playing around with Seb.
He has no help around at all, and he's still just making Seb's life miserable.
He's just toying with him. He's just making him not be able to come back. Look, they're already starting to rotate this Brewmaster and Bloodseeker too, and FY, he's ready to look for Seb.
Seb's got to get out.
Oh, Seb.
As indeed FY, the patience keeping that control on Seb, buying time for Chalice to come in. Ana is going to look towards the Tusk. Chalice is now there, does have Primal Split available if he wants to look to take this fight. Somnus coming in as well. As Ana, Seb look to hide in the trees. Can they get out of it? Ana's got a TP available. He's into the trees. He's going to show himself in the lane though. They're going to continue to head over. They are going to see Seb make it out in time. They don't have a stun. Ana, can he get out as well? He can. OG will avoid that rotation from PSG LGD.
FY is just so obnoxious there, following Seb for over a minute, just stalking him, trying to have his team come over.
So that's about, a minute without Aegis being used for LGD. They have 2 minutes left, I would say, to capitalize on this Aegis. Oh man, looks like he is level the PL.
Pretty much back to a 50-50. PSG LGD 2-1 up at the moment in this best of 5 grand finals. 1 game needed to secure the championship title. And at this point, they are ahead here in game 4.
No-Tail hasn't had time to gather a full army of Ancient Creeks. Right now, he just has the Ancient Black Dragon. You really want those auras when you're at a big disadvantage in these team fights already.
Yeah, it's tough though, because Jerax doesn't want to be following around his Chen, giving him the Aghanim, so. As Thompson, see, he does have a Lincoln Sphere picked up, and they should have the BKB finished on Seb too. So that'll give him a little bit easier time to get those Blink calls as he's been suffering to do so in the last few fights. And Somnus, full I've Scotty picked up, about to be level 25 as well.
Yeah, they just need a couple more minutes on the side of OG before they're ready to fight. Wait for the Aegis to expire.
Seb, he's in, gets the call, the characters, but again FY, there with the snowball save. He's going to be fine, and now they turn to look towards the axe. The taunt's going to be out. Seb goes for the TP. They've got the stun to cancel though. Seb held back for now. Thompson trying to offer his best from the side to provide some sort of safety, as he will get Seb back. They're able to get Seb back to safety, and Thompson is running away. X-Nova's there with the wraparound, gets the slow off, gives the vision for the snowball. TP from No-Tail's coming in towards the Strive, but Thompson, he's trapped.
That's twice in this series that X-Nova just comes out of nowhere. Like, he's just on a warding expedition, then he just ends up wrapping behind these people constantly.
Perfect time.
Perfect timing, and has the Centaur creep to boot. And look at these deep wards that he's placed during that time that he was running around doing so. He now has full vision of OG. Yeah, he sees Ana farming these Ancients right now.
Oh, Ana. FY just giving so much information for the team. He's got eyes on him. Get the punch on the wrong target, but the snowball pass will catch Ana. Ana, he's in trouble. The Blood Bright Silence connects. He's got the Manta back up in a second, but can he really play his way out of this one? He cannot. Ana down for a minute and a half.
Just having all this vision. And X-Nova throughout this whole tournament has had the best vision in every situation, even when you wouldn't expect it. You're just like, oh, they're fighting on the left side. They're not gonna have vision over here. But no, X-Nova always seems to have those prepared in every situation.
And he has some incredible foresight to be able to have these wars that just lead to really clutch pickoffs. And Axe has not spent his money on BKB. He has the money, but he might be looking to save for buyback.
We'll see if any of the buybacks do get forced out. Thompson's still dead for 15. Ideally, he doesn't buy back it. They may have to buy back on Ana. He's gone for 50 seconds. The split coming out from Chalice. Is he ready to push in? Look for the stun on No-Tail to hold back the Chen as the mid-racks are exposed. PSG LGD, 40 minutes in, able to open into the base and clean out this mid lane of racks. Still Ana holding on to that buyback.
And they're going to keep going here. They really want to force this PL to come back here.
Stun onto Thompson. He will blink dodge it. But another tier 3 tower falling incredibly fast. They really don't want to use it. Seb jumps in, gets the call onto FY. There's the buyback. The Cataclysm isn't enough to do anything. It isn't. PSG LGD still fighting strong. Thompson getting focused by Somnus. Seb taken down by Arme. The triple buybacks now out as Ana in trouble. He's pulled back for this one. The deafening blast onto the three of them. Knocks them back, but Ana gets focused. Seb! He's in with the call. He has the control onto the morphing Somnus. Now being chased by Thompson. Blinks in with the cold snap. The PL army's on top of it. They get Somnus too. As OG, they have to expend 3 buybacks, but they hold on to the top racks. Somnus now down for 2 minutes. No buyback available on this Bloodseeker.
Yeah, he's 400 gold short of it. It's up in about 8 seconds. OG, they have to make so much happen here. They have to push out all their lanes. 2 of the side lanes are already going, but I think trying to get some kills here, like on FY here, would be very ideal.
I mean, look how close to Brew is at 25.
So close.
With that primal split cooldown.
Oh, Thompson, he sees it FY. He's used the snowball, he turns with the combo FY with the self-fuels, but OG, they've surrounded him. Seb jumps in with the call, the blade mail, FY's gone.
Instant buyback from FY.
Still that scary, scary time for LGD. 75 seconds without Somnus. OG have the full 5-man pushing in all 3 lanes at the same time as they approach LGD's base.
I don't even know if I give a head for that with this team fight. The LGD are up in goal, but no blood take over 60 seconds. This could be disastrous.
He's got a full BKB on Seb as well.
Chalice really wants to hit level 25 before he pops that primal split. So close.
Just got to be careful, Seb. Looking for that blink initiation.
Chalice is stepping back. Grabs, they give him the tome. He needed like 5 experience and they gave him the tome just to make sure that he gets it anyway. Just playing as safe as possible here.
Looks like OG don't feel that the window is big enough for them to push in whilst this Bloodseeker's still dead. They'll back away.
They can't count. They bought back 3 heroes. They weren't able to get any T30s, and there's no Roshan up yet. Big Daddy No-Tail's praying for a Rosh right now so they can get that refresher, but it's not going to be out. And maybe we'll dodge a bullet.
At least they got a good amount of economy off that, right? Yep. It was up to a 15k gold advantage, and they chunked it down to 7, same thing with experience. So they did get quite a lot out of that one, but they ideally wanted to get at least one of those sets of racks to get some momentum pushing in with those 3 buybacks used.
Absolutely, it is this really scary moment of the game now for OG. We're about 5-6 minutes still without those buybacks available. If PSG LGD can find that one team fight, it could be the team fight to win TI in this window of time that they now have presented to themselves.
Ana's gone full in for that butterfly too. As they pick up also an Aeon discount Jeremy, so protected and DD did spawn, however, was killed.
It's also pretty scary for Maybe right now. He only has a 5-second BKB, and he does a lot of damage and will get wrecked by the X Blade Mail call if he finds him, especially with his BKB now. There's not that many ways to stop him.
It's just all about FY and Chalice, right? Just either saving or just getting into the midst of the fights and not allowing OG to get the picks.
And the smoke, it's going to be dispelled.
Let's get dispelled. But
he's in the trees, they're on the high ground, they've got the vision with the Shiva's covered, Ana's on his way over. They've got the snowball down, there's the counterplay, Seb jumps in, he's able to fight the call onto Chalice, but Chalice already got the BKB out. The Sunstride's going to be down onto FY, but FY will survive. Seb pots the BKB, he'll try and stand his ground, but Seb, he's going to go down. No buyback on the axe. As Jarex as well, surrounded by PSG LGD. The Eon disc will proc, but they'll fight through it.
He has to buy back immediately.
Look at these creep track by these 4 spirits. On the bottom room, they have no creeps in the mid lane.
Sienna still holding on to that buyback on Jarex. But as Ben said, the creeps aren't here.
It's backdoor. Can they breach through it? It's not looking like it right now. Maybe everyone hitting the same one.
That creep cutting, is it enough to hold OG in the game?
You see No Tail's already running to just, he doesn't care. He's going to throw his life for this. He needs to just keep these creeps out of the base to keep that back door up. He doesn't care if he dies.
Which he certainly will as they get upon him. They find his life. 1 minute now without No Tail and without Seb. Thompson, Ana, and Jerax. The only 3 heroes that can offer their defense during this final minute, this final stand.
Jerax is really trying to hold on to his buyback.
As Chalice split of course up once again. They're finishing off this second set of racks. He's got the Cyclone holding Ana up in the skies. As this rack's on the top lane will fall, the melee rack's gone. PSG LGD playing this carefully. They'll go down towards the bottom as well. He's losing a fair bit of mana as the PL. Still able to shift that into that Morphling if needs be. As OG, they will lose that top race, but they won't lose the game. PSG LGD are playing it safe. They know how close they are to victory, and they will not throw it away.
And they know that the Roche is probably respawning pretty soon, and it actually is up, so that is that refresher shard. They already have pretty much infinite primal splits up anyway, but they feel very confident here.
They weren't able to deward that ward in the mid lane, so it looks like they are going for a Roche fake out.
So Ana is on top of X-Nova. The Ghost Step's going to get the set. He's in. The call, the MP, the catapult, and F5 is in. He's able to get the save off in time to keep this man alive. Get it up. Chalice is down. Buyback from X-Nova and Chalice. FY with the Invis. Somnus looking to get involved. Pots the BKB to get over the ice wall. They get on top of Seb. Seb's in trouble. Seb's gone. The axe down once again for 90 seconds. There's now FY giving them the vision, but they see him. Got the doppelganger to jump away from the snowball. The snowball over to Thompson. The self-fuels. FY trying to buy time for the rest of LGD to come in. Again, up into the air. Arme straight on top of No Tail. FY will fall. Arme looking towards No Tail. No Tail puts the hand of God, but No Tail beat it down by Arme and Somnus. Chalice gets the primal split off as Ana. He's been left behind in Thompson. He's got to do something incredible in terms of the combo. Can he find the angle? Jerax coming in, keeping Ana alive. Ana with the doppelganger. The deafening blast comes out onto the 2 of them. Ana trying to go in, looking for the kill. Can he find it in time onto X-Nova? He's on top of him, trying to beat him down. Ana again with the doppelganger, now retreating back towards the base. As X-Nova will survive. Jerax back in, the combo. Meatball down onto Chalice, but Chalice is so tanky. Bombs the Shiva's gone. He's on top of Jerax. Jerax is gone. Ana as well. Can he really fight back against the Somnus? And X-Nova are so low. As the buyback for Jerax comes in, he's healing Ana back up. That buyback could set them up for the kill on X-Nova. The cold snap down onto the charge, and they find him. Arme, he's out of mana. He's starting to shift into the strength, but he's surrounded. OG, can they find the ball? They can! OG are still in the game. Arme buys back immediately. But now it's PSG LGD's turn to be without 2 of their supports. Seb's going to be back up in 8 seconds.
Oh my god, that buyback from Jerax onto that shrine, being able to save Ana, but Ana also toying with them with that doppel. He set the illusion. They thought that was the real one. They actually couldn't finish him off, even though they got the thirst vision of him for a second.
With the level 25 talent on the doppelganger, it's really hard to kill him.
Seb.
Yeah.
He's looking straight for the play. Can he find Somnus? He's hunting. Somnus. He's there, Seb. He'll see him. Oh! Doesn't get the call, though, and now Seb. He'll be ruptured. They're looking at him, but Ana, he's straight in on top of Somnus. Somnus puts the BKB. Ana again with the doppelganger. They see Cataclysm coming out. And Somnus still alive. Ana will be able to force him away. They've got the head. They've got the control. They're on top of him. Can they kill him in time? They can. Chalice got for 2 minutes. And Seb, he's finding, looking for Arme. Big Daddy No Tail gets the penitence out. Only onto the illusion, though. Arme able to waveform up to the high ground. As Arme should be fine here.
Thompson's got the ghost, so he's got Hex
maybe
up soon too.
Oh, the doppelganger Arme's over the trees. Can he hide his way out of this?
No, back, real one.
Goes for the waveform. Seb tries for the call, but he's already out of there. Nice play from Arme.
And he buys so much time too for his team there. The Brewmaster was dead for 120 seconds, now only 90.
Still a big window for OG. They're only without Jerax for the same amount of time. And that lead the PSG LGD had, it is going down a little bit. Only 4K, 5K at the moment with these last few fights. Obviously the 25s now coming out on OG. Thompson's into the pit.
What a timely DD coming out for him too. I don't think they expected to be taken out as fast. He's almost able to solo it with the help of these summons. And that's a refresher shot.
That
There's no way to get this. There's no way LGD can come.
Oh, and the Seb level 25 too. That extra Berserker's Call AoE. It catches people out. They don't expect it.
It does not feel like OG T-Rex now. At all.
The Berserker's Call now is, I mean, the AoE
It's
is
massive.
really massive now when you have that talent.
It's so hard to play against. Can PSG LGD do it? They've got the Basher now for Somnus. For just a 2K lead with those last big comeback plays from OG. Still 30 seconds without Chalice.
Double Hex coming out now. Thompson and these 5-second BKBs. Yeah, I mean, they were crushing with their BKBs.
Thompson's being spotted out.
He's got the vision. They're on top of him. Thompson, he's in trouble. The Nullify comes out, but he got the Ghost Walk off as well as the Hex in time. Now, Somnus turns up. The blood runs down. Thompson! He's dead for 100. Has got the buyback available. PSG LGD will certainly look to force it out of them.
FY just what a shadow blade. It just, as soon as they split up, he finds the perfect opportunity there on Thompson.
You got to be careful going out on the map when FY's alive. There's every chance in the world that he's going to be watching you from the trees.
And at this point, I think for Ame, it's actually going to be very worth it for him to actually just try and burn all the mana from the Phantom Lancer, so we can't doppelganger all the time. That's causing huge issues in the team fights. And I see that Chalice is using his Dispel Magic every single cooldown on these Phantom Lancer illusions, but there's still way too many that are causing havoc in this team.
It's too constant. Like that doppel cooldown being 3 seconds just allows him to always be able to play around a little bit around the brew. They don't really have this crazy AoE when you look at LGD's lineup to just clear out those illusions. It's really a lot based off them just trickling them down slowly with like the Shivas and the Radiants and knowing exactly which one it is.
Yep, he doesn't have the crit talent, but now he does have crit from that Bloodthorn coming out.
It's a lot of damage that Anna can offer to the fights now.
And Brewmaster without BKB, very vulnerable. Cold Snap, Bloodthorn, Berserker's Call. There's a lot of ways that they can prevent him from getting that ult.
He just commits it from the back, just to be careful.
Make sure that you can get it off and get some damage in onto the tier 3s. Anna's going to start to try and fight against these Primal Split Brewlings. He'll be able to find one of them. He has been silenced. He'll take down the Wind Panda 2 as well by the looks of it. There's only the Earth Panda prevails. Seb jumps and he gets the call onto the Panda, popping the BKB as well, so they won't kill the Brewlings off. They do force PSG LGD away long enough that Thompson does not have to expend his buyback. Thompson back in the game.
And then they're utilizing the PL very well too, by replicating him, sending illusions to get some extra damage on the tower. It's just one Rax left that's holding LGD away from Mega Creeps.
And they're straight out. They're ready with the aggressive play, OG. Thompson, can he find a catch? He's close to having vision onto X-Nova.
Should be able to find X-Nova. He is stalking him. He got sights of him for a second. He was a bit far away though.
Oh, the tornado. It's got him. Thompson drops the combo down upon him. The stun comes out though. Oh, the counterplay. Jarek's in there though with the heal, the tether. Keeping Thompson alive with the Abyssal Blade down. Candace here with the hand of God comes through. Thompson still alive, but Chalice gets the primal spit out. He's been stunned. Thompson, the cheese, he's fine. Thompson, he goes down. They get the kill onto the Evoker. No tail. Being chased by Arme. The bash is coming through, but the blade mail was already out from Seb. He tries to get the call off. The bash of the Cataclysm isn't enough to find the kills. Anna leading forward. The Bloodthorn onto FY. Gets the kill onto FY. FY buys back straight away. Anna looking towards Somnus again. The doppelganger. Arme on top of Thompson. Thompson being saved by Jarek. Jarek with the tether. Arme turns into General General. There's the call. Seb, he catches Arme. Arme dead for 2 minutes. The Hex. They've got Somnus as well. Oh, gee. Double kill for Seb. The clutch buybacks coming into play. Nobody has a buyback available right now. As OG stand with 5 alive on the map, 100 seconds without the Morphling.
This Doppel talent is just destroying LGD. They have no way to actually find Ana. Like Ben said, the Brewmaster's constantly using the Dispel, but it's so hard to find the real PL amongst all these illusions in all this chaos of the fights with tornadoes and chaos meters and everything falling all over the place.
And look at this. The tier 3 tower falling. Anna frontlining it all. What's he scared of? The Blood Bride will come out. Chalice with the Shiva's Guard trying to initiate. But Anna, he's poking, prodding, beating down, and on the side, Thompson jumps in. Chalice gets in with the BKB with the call. Seb, he's got the disable on the Chalice. Do they have the damage? They got on top of the Chalice. He's into the snowball. FY buying time for him, but now he's vulnerable. Who's gets Hex? He gets Bloodthorn. Chalice plays back. Straight back into the game. Anna tries trying to find his attention onto X-Nova. Chalice leading forward, the Tornado going to be off the market, only catches out the Bloodseeker, but Seb, he's looking for the follow-up, jumps in, gets the call, the BKB was out in time, the Bananas on top of it, now Seb's got the blade on FY, with the snowball again, Thompson, Jarax, focusing the racks, Thompson gets the Hex up onto X-Nova, Seb, healed up by Jarax, and is still full health at the moment, as the Brewlings are pushed back to the base. OG get the bottom melee racks. As still 30 seconds to play without the Morphling in the game. They move towards the mid lane. OG, can they really get it all here? The mid racks falling. They've taken a full second sets, 15 painful seconds for LGD.
They're gonna keep going, they want to claim their megas.
Another tier 3 falls. OG onto the final set of racks that LGD have left standing. Azana, he gets kicked back. He's separated from the team, but he has the double gagger. He's been ruptured. He needs help, but he needs it now. Jarek in with the tap of the hand of God. Give it that double heal. The relocate as well. Jarek gets him out. As OG will successfully disengage before that Morphling's back in, as they found both racks. Jerax will die for this one, almost certainly, as he looks to tether across, but the nullifies upon him. He has buyback though, and OG just took so much away from PSG LGD, as they only have a lone range track standing on the top lane.
I can't believe it's coming this. There's only 3 racks left in this game, and one of those is range racks on the side of LGD. Buyback status. I saw X that was buyback, it was only like 600 or 700, which is crazy, but Jerax also kind of in that same net worth territory, looking at a very cheap buyback, but 2 in the game left. IO and the PL. The PL is almost unkillable at this point. Like, even without the Wisp, it's still really difficult. With the Wisp, just don't even try.
We'll see this again. It's a save here from Jerax.
The control is just not there, and they don't have the way to kill all these illusions constantly. And of course,
5
look at Jerax
seconds
coming
remaining.
in, starts that relocate channel, and is able to get it off. No one gets the control.
Radiant team ban.
Keeping it cool at the time that it means the most, but he's still able to crack a smile here in Game 4, the TIA Grand Finals. OG making a stand, now leading 9K.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Coming.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Welcome back. We are for another series. This time around, Adroit against T1. Of course, T1 just coming off an 0-2 loss up against Fnatic, who, you know, in all honesty, John, they were trolling quite a bit in that game of the two. Not only in their draft, but, you know, obviously at the end, they wanted to get creative with the way they won the game, so they decided tossing creeps at the Ancient would be the way they win. Series number 3 of the day, Adroit versus T1. Adroit's not one of those teams that likes to mess around. If there's any team that likes to finish ASAP, it is this team. For them, it's a race. I don't think it's going to be that easy up against T1. I think T1 did show us some moments of brilliance in that last series. It was just a very, very hard opponent in the form of Fnatic. But is there anything you'd like to see T1 change from that previous series we just watched?
I think maybe something for Forev. The NP was nice. It just didn't feel like it was contributing too much early. It was doing a lot of work by the end when they had a lot of farm. But I think if you had an offlaner that had more activity, like say his Darkseer, you might have been able to get yourself a bit more space. Still, draft is on hand. Want to point out something. Adroit banning out that spec. You don't tend to see that ban out. But they have done their research. They know Miracle plays it a lot. They take it after pool. They start with the Ember Spirit, T1. They go back to the NP along with the Shaker. So they've got this control coming out, right? The Shaker, it's a soft deny from Adroit as well. They can't pick that up for Boomy. So you don't have to worry about Adroit having that hero. You've got the NP as well for push. The Ember Spirit's still going to have a good time here. Is excellent in wave clear. Flexibility is still there for Adroit. But with the Jakiro pickup, kind of tells us that perhaps that Ember will just be a core.
It should be. We don't know 100% yet. You can run the Jakiro POS 5. It's just not quite as... It's still fairly popular in comparison to the POS 4 Jakiro. On the other hand of things, Team 1, with that Earthshaker pick, could potentially open themselves up for a Morphling pick later on, which we have seen multiple times over the last couple days. People have been going back to that Morphe-esque combo that we used to see last year. It is still very, very potent. It still does work quite effectively, assuming you get to that stage where you have the Ags up on Morphling, and then he just starts doing, you know, Morph ES things. Still, T1, third pickup now. Looking for a POS 5, if it's not going to be the POS 5 Prophet. I wonder what they go into here. I mean, we could see something like the Wyvern has been very popular in this current.
I think a couple of heroes that they have, like perhaps the Grimstroke makes an appearance again. That's pretty decent in conjunction. They go with the Ench instead, so they're building up in their push. They're building up in their laning presence here. You don't have the best of holds for the Ember. Shaker Fisher is probably your best bet. Beyond that, the Ember is going to have a pretty decent time in being zippy. It's really down to being aggressive with the Ench from the laning phase for T1.
I mean, the Enchantress basically guarantees you the lane though, right? Like, as a POS 5 Enchantress, you essentially just almost guarantee the win in that safe lane. There's no way to contest. Maybe if you have something like a Lone Druid in the off lane, it could be a bit different, but I do believe that should be a safe lane Druid. So going back to that Lone Druid we saw them pick up the other day, again, it is a team that loves to just push down towers and finish the game very, very quickly. Lone Druid's one of those heroes, John. It does tend to love doing that as well. Mind you, they have picked it into an ES, right?
Yeah.
Generally speaking, you know, you're essentially giving the man a free Echo Slam just between you and your bear, but Adroit don't seem to really care about that.
Yeah, I think they can still pull it off. It's the tricky thing here is timing. We have seen Lone Druids maybe take too long to farm up. That can hurt the pace. Adroit, as you mentioned, does like playing fast, so they have to ensure the Lone Druid has that good lane. They can really build off of this one, though. You might see something like Pugna coming out just to help you push, punish the ES as well. We've seen a lot of ES combos be broken up by that Nether Ward. You know, by the moment you cast the Fissure, you can't go in for the slam. So that's something for Adroit to consider as well if they want to continue with a push-oriented draft.
Yeah, absolutely. Does work quite nicely up against that Enchantress to boot, right? Because you don't really want to go into that physical damage up against that POS 5 Enchantress, but the Pugna just tends to blow her up easily. But for now, T1 will go into a Pangolier. Now, you do still have the option here for Adroit, if you so wish, to go into a Grimstroke pick. It does kind of mean you have a bit of a weak support duo, but you do have a Lone Druid, you've got Inkswell, and it's a natural counter towards that Pangolier with Soulbind. So I wouldn't really blame Adroit for going down that route.
We've seen a lot of Pangoliers get completely ruined by that Soulbind. So it's a great way to mitigate the team fight T1 wants to bring out. They are going pretty all in the fights. Like, you've got the Rolling Thunder, you've got the Shaker here for control. So it does look like they want to set the tempo with these early engagements. I think there is a lot of value in that Grimstroke. You mentioned the Lone Druid combination. Really easy to run up with a bear. You get a root off, or even if you don't, just keep chasing to get the Inkswell off, and it's hard to fight against that, especially early on. So that could tie in to the aggression Adroit looks to bring here.
Adroit, they're going to have a think about this fourth pick now. Again, the Grimstroke Jack isn't really that strong of a combo, but it can work.
Dire team banned.
It's not too bad. No. into that Boomy Enigma. I believe it should be a Boomy Enigma.
Yeah.
Could still be the offlane Enigma as well, but we did see Adroit running this yesterday, and it was very, very devastating to watch. They are very effective with this hero, and I love how Adroit never really wait for those big black hole moments. Whenever they see that moment where they can pick off a pos 1, or even the mid lane of the pos 2, you just black hole. You don't think about it.
Yeah, they're just always aggressive with hero. You tend to see some teams be really conservative, but not Adroit. They tend to build, what is it, Necronomicon 1 into Blink. That just tells you the pace of the game Adroit wants to pump out there. Of course, this does mean that you're probably sacking Ben Soy's lane. He's just gonna be alone. We've seen Adroit do this a couple of times, where they just prioritize Boomy a lot more. We'll see whether a T1 can punish that or not. If they can, then this will slow Adroit down by a fair bit.
I mean, you say sacking Ben Soy's lane, but in some weird way with that position for Enigma, you do deny a creep off every single time the wave comes. It's not necessarily sacking his lane, like it makes it hard for Ben Soy, but you do give him that natural creep equilibrium advantage, I think. So you could make the argument that really he's going to be alright. Of course, depending on what kind of offlane hero they give him.
10 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
He won't have the Beastmaster as an option though, which I'm sure that Adroit would have
5
loved to go
seconds
for.
remaining.
It will be banned out now by T1. I wonder what else they could really go for here. You could go for something very self-sustaining. I was about to say the LC, but the LC is also banned out, so you won't have that option.
They've picked Dazzle a lot, especially the Enigma. They've given Ben Soy that kind of hero. They could go for it again. The nuke potential with all the Eidolons there is pretty scary, so it could be pretty nice for Adroit if they wanted that.
It was very effective the last time.
5
That's
seconds
for sure.
remaining.
He would have 2 natural Necro Bull carriers. It really hurts. Like it's
Oh yeah,
always good to have
just
2
really
books lying
fast
around.
push.
Yeah.
Yeah, the library strat you like to call it.
Yes.
And it can really start to snowball the objectives. Still gonna have a long think about that one. It is a bit risky because you tie yourself into a very early timing. They go with the Phoenix instead. So there's a lot of flexibility with how to run these lanes. It's very big in teamfight though, Mike. Black Hole and Supernova. I mean, those are 2 opposites, but they work really well together here.
Absolutely. Where there's light, there must be darkness, John. Right? Adroit currently have both of those.
10 seconds.
T1, how do we respond to this? They've got some decent teamfight potential of their own with that
5
Echo and
seconds
Rolling
remaining.
Thunder right now. They are still lacking a decent pos 1 here. They need some real damage to come out from this T1 side. They do have the Troll as an option. You've also got that PA that's been relatively popular as of late. I believe the Ricky is still... No, Ricky was banned out. But the PA is also decent, right? Because you can jump onto the actual lone druid and try to burst him down ASAP. Of course, he would need a BKB, though, in a game like this, but that is already fairly standard to go for.
Yeah, it's PA's decent. It's a bit tricky because Miracle's best here really is that spec. They go with the Naga, so that's one way, right? Like that's one way to counteract the Black Hole if you don't catch a Naga. It farms really well. It does stall the game out though. T1's gonna have to give Miracle a lot of space. And the laning phase doesn't look like it's going to be easy for T1. There's a lot of aggression here that you can expect from Adroit, so we'll see how much they can give Miracle. Otherwise, both drafts looking fairly even, I'd have to say. Like, even last time they met, T1 did actually beat Adroit. So it's been a 50-50 between the 2 of these teams throughout this year. Granted, that's just 2 series. We'll see whether or not T1 can do it again here.
Well, that's actually... that's definitely good news for the T1 supporters out there. Should be a closer matchup than one would expect.
5 seconds
Adroit, however,
remaining.
currently just sitting at the top group stage right now. I believe they're in this current BTS Pro Series 2, and yeah, that is the case. See if T1 can take one game at least off Adroit and force a loss for this Radiant side. No other team proving to be able to do that thus far.
It's it is a bit worrying with Detroit though. Like they went really greedy in terms of the EXP they'll need in their supports. So Jakiro wants to hit 6 for the macro power. Boomy, of course, wants to hit 6 and find gold for his Necrobook and Blink. Bensoy is going to need to sustain his lane by himself because Boomy's more than likely going to be in the jungle. There's a lot there for T1 to punish, and their lineup can get that done as long as they move in the right spots. We've seen a lot of Shakers just chase around the Enigma. Paulson, in this case, shouldn't be giving Boomy too much room to breed in that jungle. Get that punishment out for the greed. It can be hard for a droid to find that space as the game goes on.
That it can be. Game number 1 between these two. See how well T1 can go up against a droid who have been looking pretty much unstoppable over the past couple days.
Yeah, it's been really consistent from a droid as well. And keep in mind, this is them playing without Bach. They're subbing in Bensoy, so they don't even have their full lineup.
Bensoy's been doing a great job though. I've got to say, like, it hasn't really seemed to affect the chemistry at all of the droid. They've just kind of melded very well together.
Oh, here we go. PLDC. There were calls for that last night, you know? Signal and execration. Oh, nice to see that.
Fix their,
No, you can't go. Bensoy's not up. Don't go. What, Mac? What are you doing? This is such a pin. It's like a pobincy. Your friend not back best. Oh, can go. I love that. IYD's learned a bit of the slang.
No,
well, apparently they're not melding very well together with Bensoy. They just want to go with that. More Bensoy's come back now, like, oh, thanks for pausing, guys.
Is this is this discrimination? It's like, I know a droid's an alt Cebuano stack. I'm not sure if Bensoy's from the area as well.
What is that?
From Cebu, from a certain region of the Philippines. Oh no! Well, we're not pausing for you, Mike. We're not pausing for you. Yeah, no one's gonna watch it because everyone's disconnected.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, it's better now. Better have it now when everyone's just kind of dancing around, just taunting around, you know, just posturing.
The battle begins.
Yeah, it's a 3-for-1 start. A much more favorable start for a droid. There's something we didn't talk about from the draft though, Mike. It's gonna be a mid NP for IYD. That's not exactly the hero I think of when you think of him. Oh!
First blood! Death of a fawn.
Definitely so. Just a bit of a boost there for T1, finding that first kill, and I'm gonna be very happy with that result. Still, Miracle's lane is shoved in pretty deep, so it's not the best of times for Inaga, but should be able to recover well enough. No, this is really one of the benefits of IYD starting with that Blightstone. Mac does not have a lot of base armor. So just having one right click off punishes Mac really hard in these exchanges. Will take him a couple of levels in Sleight of Fist to match up. Yeah, it's gonna be a slower start. That does mean Natsumi should find that early farm, and he's certainly matching up with Miracle's farm up top, so overall pretty even start for both of these carries. Yeah. No, really isn't, and this is hurting Boomy's progression in that jungle. You are seeing the pressure from T1 to punish that read, and it's gonna be a bit of a slower start for his Enigma. Standard. Been day 3 of the lag series for our teams, unfortunately.
How close was that?
No, not this time. No, because I think we talked about it with Adroit, and it was only Geek Fam that really responded. Adroit only responds to me when I asked him about Bensoy. It's like, hey, where's Bok? It's like, no. Yeah, it's alright. I'm not sure what noodles are popular in Cebu actually, but I'm sure whatever is popular there is what they'd prefer. Which, I want to say it's pancit, but I wouldn't know. That's fair. I deserve it. Oh. Yeah, it's again that aggression coming out from T1 to try to punish. Not slowing Adroit down too much, although Mac is contested in his jungle just a bit. Oh, Boomy?
Is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
No, they don't have the EXP to stand up against this. This is the effect of leaving Bensoy alone. He's just not able to maintain a presence in the lane, so
Tower is under
just take
attack.
over. It looks like they will just get a free top
Radiant
tier 1.
structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is falling. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Twin engines of your destruction. Come.
Where are you going?
The tree.
Yeah, it's just went in for the refill, wants to sustain himself still. T1 with the aggression, trying to punish a droid. It's really working on that top lane, but Natsumi is going to be a constant issue. So you're trading, shutting down the Enigma Phoenix for keeping that LD as free farmed as your Naga, and that might hurt them in the end, although Natsumi...
Pull roots and run.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, again, they've been on point with that aggression this game. Really showing us just how much they can pump out with an aggressive draft like this. A droid, they're still needing a lot more time to cook up. You're not ready on the lone druid just yet, despite having that pretty nice early start. Mac is getting ready to rotate, but your Phoenix isn't quite up there, and neither is your Enigma. So there is still a lot of time they have to wait out for before matching this pace.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's
Yeah, it's still a lovely trade for T1. You will kind of be hurting from losing IYD. That's a very big target to give to a droid. But all this time is giving Miracle free farm up top. That investment should pay for itself. And you've seen just a lot of pressure from a droid to stay in that jungle. Natsumi's now eating into that jungle space as well. So Boomy gonna be limited in the camps he can go for himself. Doesn't even have 6 yet.
Dire's
Ooh.
middle tower is under attack.
No. Whew. That's a bit of a mistake, but it can happen. Of course, that Shaker combination with the Pangolier can work against you and gives a droid just a little bit more breathing room. All this time you spend hunting Mac is allowing a bit of a recovery for Boomy and for Natsumi. It's not quite fast enough. You compare the farm coming out from them to the farm in T1, it's not too much better, but they are still slightly ahead of Miracle.
Lights are with us.
Thus ends the lesson.
Yeah. He is at level 9, very far ahead of everyone else, even one level ahead of IYD, although this is a bit deep.
Searing heat. The seeds of fortune.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Never refuse gold given.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Mac just giving all the runes away and down mid. Oh. Oh no. Yeah, they do hold on to their ults as well, so they've got an option to fight in further if they want, as if they find that opportunity. Gonna be hard to land a great black hole on Boomy without the blink, but it's there. You know, one of the... Yeah. Ah, it's...
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh! Paulson! Oh.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ooh. Yeah, it's a shame. That does open up opportunities for Droid to clump up now. You see Miracle actually playing really aggressive, trying to cut through the wave, but top tier 1 being pushed in really hard, and Natsumi can melt these towers. Oh.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This is, again, another opening though. Without that song, it's going to be easier for Boomy to commit the black hole as long as you catch out Paulson as well. There's an opportunity for a Droid to play around with their ults, although they've been very happy to just split the map and find some farm for now.
Flames clear the way.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh. Yeah, and again, you're clearing out a lot of space where Miracle wants to be farming up, so overall, a Droid is starting to control that map, as you mentioned. Miracle is not progressing as fast as you'd want. It's not too far behind, mind you, but it still does take time for Naga to start to be a menace. Yeah. And it's not gonna be able to commit. I think right now they just need to wait for Paulson to get that blink, although for it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ooh.
Dire are scanning.
Where are you going?
Oh.
I end. Dim the seeds of fortune.
It's a big win for T1. They find a lot of great kills. They are starting to reel it back in. Drops that network lead down to less than 1k for a Droid. So you are finding a lot more on the map. IYD does take over the top slot in terms of farm. Miracle not too far behind in number 2. They're progressing quite nicely towards those items now. Miracle just a few bits of gold away from finishing up the Manta. And we have seen a few Nagasarns start to step it up, even with just the Manta. So look to Miracle to start maybe applying more pressure in the lanes once that item's up. IYD saving up for the Maelstrom as well, and they find a nice kill.
It's okay. I give them a hand.
Yeah, it is a bit too risky to commit that black hole still. T1 want to reveal that blink, they smoke off.
Fireproof. Close enough.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, this is really big now for T1. They're just managing to catch a droid with their pants down. They're not able to fight back. They're slowly being picked off. You mentioned that greedy build coming out from Natsumi. I'm not sure if that Radiance is going to be effective enough with this kind of timing. It's not going to be the fastest, and he has died a bit too much to make it really quick. Yeah, it certainly is, and again, that's something the Naga can do quite well. They have managed to give Miracle that space, whereas Adroit hasn't really been punishing it. They have been focusing on trying to give Natsumi space, but Natsumi now with 3 deaths, most certainly behind in that pacing.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ooh. Forest.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's bad as it could have been for T1, but Adroit still gonna be satisfied with getting that streak on IYD. And that does turn a fair bit of gold away from T1. Still, they are leading with a 3k advantage. A lot of that is riding on both the NP and the Nagasarn, who is still saving up a lot of money. There's 2.4k on Miracle right now with no real showing as to what's next. I would like the defusal here. Miracle has been so active on the map and really active in these fights that I wouldn't blame him for that. He does queue up the Radiance instead though. So it looks like a bit of the same build, except, you know, for Natsumi that's for the bear. But the Radiance Naga is making an appearance again, and this is something we haven't seen in a very, very long time. Yeah, it's just really enables the aggression from Miracle. The biggest issue I have with Radiance on Naga is that the illusions don't really benefit from it too much. So the main factor is mitigating the right-click damage from Natsumi for the most part. And of course, when your main Naga is around, there is some good damage to go, but early on, Naga's HP is not great enough that, you know, it's not like a Necrophos with a Radiance early on when you can just go Shroud and kite around. It's still relatively easy to focus down on the real Naga if you can isolate her. Yep. No, I think it was IYD's mic. If I recall right. Paulson paused and it was IYD that jumped out for whatever reason still. Looks like they've got to sort that out. And we keep the wait game. Kind of awkward when everyone's already connected, but it is. I think no. Yeah, it's gonna be tricky to make it in there. I think the key thing for Droid right now is the fact that their team fight can't come out yet. You're still waiting for Boomy to finish the BKB, and after that, you still need the Blink to jump the back line, so you're not seeing the black hole egg combination at its fullest potential. That is taking a lot of the presence of a droid away, so a lot more for them to work towards. And that's going to be a fairly slow build-up, mainly because you are giving all of the space towards Natsumi first. Everyone else has to take a step back in terms of priority. So a droid, even if they don't want to, they have to stall the game out. This does help Miracle a lot, but you have no choice. You need the BKB, you need the Blink. Boomy is going to set the pace of each engagement with who he does trap in the black hole.
Illusion!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh. It's gonna be an awkward rush towards the Radiance for both sides. I think for a droid, it's not going to change Natsumi's presence as much. The berry does get a little bit more, but again, you are waiting for Boomy to really kick into his stride. For Miracle, as you mentioned, it just shoves out the lanes constantly. Oh, yeah. No.
Final harmony.
Oh yeah, he went for the full right-click build on the NP. So there's a lot of damage coming out from him, and he has been really active on the map. This is going to set a droid back. They're just really waiting for Boomy to be ready to go, and every single time he gets picked off, that's more time for T1 to just take control on the map, slowly push, and deny the map from a droid.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Do you seek my blade? You're swift enough to bring you down.
The sacred grove awaits.
Yeah, it's a really big kill for a droid. Again, that's the top net force on the map every single time they find IYD. So they get a little bit more from that trade. And it does delay T1's laning push as well. Like that tier 2 down bot, still alive. You're not pumping enough damage with just Miracle just yet to clear that out. Still, you look at Miracle, just about 800 gold away from the Radiance, and once that's up and running, farm should accelerate. The presence of Renaga really kicks up a notch and able to start to do a little bit more on the map. Yeah, it's still need a blink on top of that for Boomy. And it's just taking way too long. They've had to sacrifice Boomy's initial farm because there's not enough space. They just bled too much from the laning phase. And T1 has managed to get that punishment out. This slow pace of game, despite it helping a droid, is much more useful to T1. They've got the Naga, and they can play the long con here. They do finish up the Radiance on Miracle. Again, you're looking at that greater presence from the Naga, a lot more farm that can come out as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh yeah. Oh, IYD. Oh.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, and it's working.
Is under attack.
Yeah, it's again, you look to the Naga to have that greater presence with us. Still happy to just play the farm game though. T1 maintaining that 8k lead, slowly building up. They take that tier 2 down bot, just chipping away at the map at a steady pace, and Droid, they're not finding the answers. They just can't get the team fights up and running just yet. Ooh.
Under attack.
I'd say they have been running out of space for a while. Like, they're just not able to get this greedy lineup where it needs to be. They cannot find Boomy farm while also giving Natsumi that farm priority. There's just no room. And T1, very disciplined, very good in locking out that map. Droid can't even reach their jungle anymore.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's going to be really easy for T1 to take that out. They've still got the song up and running on Miracle in case a droid does want to fight into that. And a droid, even if that's a great spot for them to fight in, they don't have the tools. They're going to have to just more than likely give this one away.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's just, I mean, it's already a massive issue in trying to catch Miracle out anyway. Like, a droid has not been able to find a single kill on this Naga, so T1 has given all the space in the world for Miracle. The Abyssal is just icing on top of the cake. I don't think he even needs it at this point with how far behind the droid's been.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
No, what? Oh. Ah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That's a very big kill for a droid. That gives Boomy the BKB, gives him a lot of AoE gold to bounce back in, a lot of good EXP. I mean, right now, Natsumi has 2.8k in the bank, just waiting to build up. And you have to be careful with how far you toss Miracle. Just because he's really wealthy right now doesn't mean a droid can't find something if you isolate him like that.
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, it's going to help massively for a droid. We have been waiting on that big team fight, but again, T1 has been really disciplined and not giving that opening to a droid. Still holding on. Like, they've got their high ground barely secured. They've pushed T1 back to the other side of the map, so they have some jungle control to play with, and they still are looking for build-ups. Mac is saving up for BKB. That should help the cause, but it is still going to be a bit of a save up for that. Just about 500 gold away from really finishing that up.
Double damage.
Oh no. Huh. I guess that works out because there were reinforcements coming out from T1. They weren't really burning through IYD as fast as you'd expect. They just cut their losses. They don't want to overcommit, and that does keep Adroit fairly alright. Like they've stalled out the push that was being shoved in mid, although they smoke up. Oh, Miracle? Oh! Oh!
It's just not fair.
You should have known better.
Oh man. That was exactly what the droid was looking for. The black hole into the supernova. They couldn't stop it. The song came out too late. The BKB was up. It wasn't the biggest black hole, but it's enough to just land it fully uncontested. T1 bleeding what looked like a 4K swing going the way of a droid. And that puts them back in the map. Sure, T1 still maintains a 10k lead, but you're starting to have issues here, and if you keep bleeding out fights like that, a droid will be able to claw their way back in this game.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Rune of invisibility.
Ooh. Yeah. This is when it gets really scary for T1. The combo of a droid can finally land properly. You can actually jump Miracle first, so you don't have to deal with the song for the rest of the team. It's not just Boomy that gets saved by that. And that is going to be an issue for T1 if Miracle is caught in the wrong spot. So they have to ensure their Naga is not going to be a bit too far forward here. You can't afford to make that kind of slip-up anymore. Oh.
Run.
Oh man.
Never refuse gold given.
Yeah, but it still drops that 10k lead T1 had down to 7k. So it's still overall swinging it toward a droid's favor. And again, you're not seeing the best use of the black holes. Boomy did save his BKB though. No, he still has a 9-second charge to play with. And that was them being distracted by the combo. This fight got split up. T1 kind of isolated themselves and it worked in favor of a droid. So they've got to be careful about the focus in these fights. A droid can split it up like that with their team fight ults. And you do even have the Ags now for Max. So he's going to be a lot harder to deal with. Really pushing this Ember out for his team, doing all the damage even while Natsumi's down. A lot is on the back of Mac this game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Deceptive rune of invisibility.
Yeah. He definitely is. It's again down to the fact that T1 has to split their control between Boomy, between Mac, and between Ben Soy. These are all the heroes that's causing them issues. It's the black hole, it's the supernova, it's Mac jumping to the back, and they don't quite have enough control to focus on every single one at once.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
I know about that one. It's like the black hole from Boomy. Yeah, it's scary. Like he can BKB jump in, and even with that song, you have a disadvantage.